Hello, everyone, and welcome to the live stream of the Planetary Qualifier at Kayfabe Cards in Riverton, Utah. I'm Josh Snyder, and we've got Charmer here with me. We're going to bring you guys some commentary today, and we are excited about this PQ that we're about to witness.
Yeah, I am incredibly excited for this potential Planetary Qualifier because the field looks incredibly diverse. We've seen a lot of diversity since the recent suspensions, but this one is a bit wild. We're coming off of the regional in Minneapolis where we saw a hefty dose of Sabine, far and away the most represented deck in that particular event. And then that was followed up by Kira. That is not the case today. Don't get me wrong. They are in the field, but the representation has shifted for this event, and I'm really excited to see how that impacts things.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like we've got the Darth Vader from Jump to Light Speed, Victor Squadron Leader. That's coming in as one of the most represented decks in the field today. And then I do believe Sabine and Han 1 are also very well represented. So that appears to be the top three represented decks. And yeah, as you mentioned, Kira down the list a little bit. We'll have to get a hard count here in a little bit, but that is a bit surprising considering that Kira did just come up with that big win, right? The biggest U.S. tournament that we've had so far in Minneapolis at that regional. Kira on top. So yeah, it is surprising to not see more Kira.
Yeah, I believe my hard count, I was just looking down at my notes here, is that it's just 3 in the field, which is kind of wild when you consider that it was the second most represented deck in Minneapolis, as well as the eventual winner of the event. Meanwhile, Han on the rise, perhaps that's because players felt really confident that things are trending toward a bit of a mid-range meta, and if you're trying to do mid-range things, Han 1 historically has been incredibly good at that. You can play very efficient, very high-quality units before your opponent traditionally, which gives you a bit of leg up in the tempo game. So again, we'll have to see if that continues to prove to be an effective strategy, because Sabine is still in the field, as you mentioned, Darth Vader. 11 Darth Vaders in the field, and that is potentially a deck that can go wide against this Han 1 strategy.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Han 1, they do have some plays into that matchup, right? They've got the fast ships, things like the Millennium Falcon, and you can even see the wing, excuse me, not the wing leader, the blue leader, but, you know, they've got some options in that matchups, but yeah, I mean, it seems interesting. Han 1 is also really good into Sabine, so that's one of those things where if you think Sabine is going to be very well represented in the field, Han 1 has been extremely good against Sabine in this current meta, so I think that's a healthy pick if you think Sabine is going to be very well represented.
Yeah, Sabine is, of course, still very well represented here. As far as the field goes, 13% roughly, which is right on par with what we saw in Minneapolis. And while I don't necessarily think she's the most powerful deck in the format because of her popularity, to me, she's always the litmus test for any of the decks. When you're looking to bring your deck to any event, you have to have a game plan for Sabine. But as I was saying at the start, a lot of diversity, and so as we're getting ready to jump into this matchup between Ian and JD, we actually have Rey Tarkentown versus the yellow, so Jabba's Palace for the base, Emperor Palpatine, and there are a lot of these kind of onesie-twosie lists in this field, and we might see this be a dark horse rising through the ranks as the day goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. To me, I'm honestly kind of surprised that Palpatine, this Emperor Palpatine leader, now, obviously, it's not good against Sabine, but we've seen a lot of these mid-range strategies rising up here lately. For instance, the Han Solo decks have been very popular, both the Han Solo Worth the Risk from Shadows of the Galaxy and Han Solo Audacious Smuggler from Spartan Rebellion. So we've seen a lot of Han, we've seen a lot of Kira, which is more of a soft control deck, but a lot of these mid-range strategy, and then the blue heroism decks like Rey has been very popular as well. You would think that Emperor Palpatine would have pretty good game into those, but unfortunately you just really haven't seen big results so far from Palpatine, and I'm guessing that just the things like Darth Vader and Sabine, these very aggressive strategies, are probably kind of then keeping the Palpatine in check as well.
Yeah, I think that your assessment is pretty spot on. As I was saying, Sabine is kind of the litmus test. While it might not be what I consider to be the most powerful deck, it is incredibly powerful. Don't get me wrong, but it is popular as well. So you have to have a game plan for it. And traditionally, Palpatine can struggle unless they kind of alter some of their inclusions to deal with those potential early game units. So sometimes you might see like Emperor Palpatine red, and I've actually seen that kind of ticking up in popularity largely because of the inclusion of Bombing Run that lets you potentially address Sabine, but also it's very, very helpful against the Vader lists. However, when I'm looking at this yellow list, for example, that we're going to see from Ian here, there is not a lot of things that can deal with a go-wide early strategy. In fact, even in the main deck, unless this is a typo or something, I'm only even seeing 2 Overwhelming Barrage, which is usually like the linchpin for how you survive those early turns, and especially that important flip turn versus several leaders in the game.
Yeah, that is a really good point. What the cunning strategy brings to this Palpatine deck, one of the cool combos is, you can use something like Change of Heart, take control of an enemy unit, and then just sacrifice it for Palpatine. So it does have some really neat plays, but you make an excellent point, and it doesn't really have the board wipe utility that you do see in red like you were talking about. So we'll see how this plays out. Obviously, Barrage would be very important in those type of matchups. Now, against Rey, this may be a very grindy matchup, and we could certainly see a long game here because Rey is generally not a very aggressive deck. And once we get into the late game, it certainly gets interesting once you start talking about that Palpatine deploy.
Yeah, as far as this particular matchup goes, as I'm looking at the 2 deck lists, the thing that jumps out to me is this Rey is built to be grindy, but also has a significantly better late game than a lot of Rey lists that I have seen in the past. When I'm looking at the main deck, I'm seeing like Crate Dragon inclusions, as well as yes, you've got the Lukes, but this is also Rey Tarkin Town, and surprisingly there are 3 Poe Damerons in the main deck, and that's a card that is incredibly powerful, but it doesn't really kind of fit the synergy of your traditional Rey list, and with no way to ambush it, it can sometimes be a liability. You were talking about that Change of Heart combo that Palpatine has up its sleeve. That certainly could be a target for something like that. So again, we'll have to see whether or not this late game Rey can deal with the good single target stall or removal options that are traditionally available to Palpatine.
Yeah, it will be super interesting to see. I think going into the late game, as you mentioned, the big highlighted card there has to be Crate Dragon. Once we get late game, that comes down, that can certainly change things in a hurry for your opponent. So that's going to be really interesting to see. You also have, which is really interesting in a long grinding matchup, is you have things like Pillage. So you have things that can kind of mitigate some of this card advantage that Palpatine can get with its ability, the leader ability. So if Rey can do a good job of maybe keeping Palpatine's board in check, not letting Palpatine freely have little units that it can just destroy, get card advantage, and then put Pillage on top of it, it can certainly become interesting and more difficult for Palpatine as we get later in the game.
We'll go ahead and do 3 for open fire.
Yep. All right, so as this game moves on, I'm being told that
for a black one,
we are having a little bit of a hiccup with getting the gameplay to us, but we can still see what you, the viewers, are seeing. So with that in mind, it does look like the game has actually progressed pretty far into game 1. Both of these players, not a lot of damage. It appears to be on the base, just 3 on both of them respectively. We are deep into the game as far as resources available. If my math here is correct, I'm counting 9 available to Palpatine. But we do not see that Palpatine has been deployed yet.
Okay. Yeah, so moving pretty far into this game. Yeah, Palpatine not deployed. Let's see, it looks like the action is on Ian right now.
Play Reinforcement Walker. I'll do it's one play. I'll draw a card.
Oh, we're making some resourcing decisions. So we're moving into the next action phase here. And it looks like, yeah, just 1 unit on the board, and that appears to be black 1 for Rey. Nothing on Palpatine's side of the board.
Yeah, nothing yet. So this is kind of an interesting position to be in, just because well, okay, things have changed. I am now showing that we've got a Walker as well as a Salacious Crumb on the side of Palpatine. So I was about to say, if you are the Rey player, you don't want to just jam out one big expensive unit. You kind of want to go a little bit wider if you can, because again, the Palpatine deploy is looming, but you might not have a choice here.
Yeah, that reinforcement walker certainly changes things. That's going to be a big threat that JD will want to try to clean up as soon as he can. We see Yoda coming out for JD in the ground arena.
Devastator, shoot Yoda.
Yoda, all right, Yoda's gone. I'll draw a card for it.
Yep.
Pay 3 for a Village Protectors. Shielded.
I'll return Crumb to my hand to deal 1 to the Village Protectors.
Looks like we're going to try to slow down the Walker with some Village Protectors, but the shield will be eaten by the Salacious Crumb activation.
I would do 4 for Kanan.
Okay. I'll attack Village Protectors.
Okay.
2
2 back.
I'll draw it.
And I will claim initiative.
Okay, that's it.
All right, does look like JD is going to take the initiative here. We're going to the regroup phase. Players drawing up. Successful stall, of course, due to the Village Protectors. Walker now has 2 damage on it. The biggest issue here, though, is that there are massive units both in the air and on the ground. So the space and the ground arenas, both pretty well dominated between the Walker and the massive Imperial Star Destroyer. Is there enough stall in the Rey list to get them out of this? We do see Obi-Wan Kenobi coming down. Certainly that's a Sentinel that will help on the ground. Meanwhile, we're going to have this attack, and damage will go through because of the overwhelm on the Devastator in the air. I think if you are the Rey player, what you're really hoping to find at this point is a Crate Dragon, so that you can not only get your own big unit, but potentially make it difficult for your opponent to deal with it. Again, perhaps knowing that Ian has still not deployed Palpatine, though, and that would be an easy way to steal a dragon if necessary.
Restore 2. Down to 7.
Let's change of heart, Obi-Wan. Take control of him.
And I will claim initiative.
Okay.
Right now, the change of heart that was played by Ian will take control of the Obi-Wan Kenobi, which, again, just getting rid of it in terms of it being a Sentinel, but also, as we were talking about earlier, an incredible combo when paired with the Emperor Palpatine activation. That means that the when defeated that is usually very, very strong on Obi-Wan Kenobi will not be utilized by JD. A lot of times you want that to land on a Force unit. We do see that Kanan Jarrus there, but that's not going to be the case this time.
Sacrifice Obi-Wan to deal 1 to Kanan. And I get to put 2 experience tokens.
Yep.
I'm going to put them on the Elite P38.
Solid.
And then I will play Salacious Crumb and heal 1.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and scoop right now. You've got this one, Ian.
Yeah.
And it does look like that is enough. I think JD has seen all that they need to see. The health that is on the base. Yeah, I was just going to say, the health that is on the base was represented accurately. I think that the judge is asking that the bases and these really cool life counters get flopped. Yes, there you go. So that each player can see what the maximum health is. So depending on how you slide your base in there, sometimes that upper left corner will cover, so you might forget, for example, that Tarkin Town has 25 health, so that's why they're reorienting this for game 2, but game 1 does go to Ian on the Emperor Palpatine list. Players are now going to jump to potential sideboard options, and we'll see if there's anything that the realist can pull out that would help. As I'm looking at the realist, there is a third crate dragon that is in the sideboard. There's also one tech. I assume that is for when the games go long and you potentially want to dig into things that you had to resource early. I do also see one copy of Pillage. That could be potentially really strong against the Palpatine list, especially in some of those mid-range rounds, because you have cards like Resupply, Super Laser Technician, things like that, where you're playing a resource and then you're also playing cards that are going to give you more resources. So sometimes Palpatine will get a little low on health at that time. All right, and I believe we might have some of our gameplay stuff sorted. All right, players are done sideboarding. Great news, everybody. I think we have our technical difficulty sorted, at least for us casters, so that we can better see the gameplay as it's happening. A little bit less delayed here, and Josh should be joining me here shortly, so that you don't have to listen to just me drone on. I don't like the sound of my own voice, so I don't blame you if you're tired of hearing just me as well.
Yes,
to finish
Drummer,
that,
I am back.
Here.
Sorry about that. I think we're getting some of these technical issues worked out here.
Yeah. To finish that thought that I was on, the Raylist, I didn't see exactly what they'd put in, but I would expect the Crate Dragon, the Pillage, potentially the Tech to make it in. There is also 2 copies of Rivals Fall. Given that the last game went very late and we saw things like the Walker and the Devastator on the board, Rivals Fall could potentially be a lot of value there. We'll have to wait and see if those cards did in fact make it in. JD going to be starting with the initiative here because they are down again. If you're just joining us, Ian won game 1 of the series, and we are ready to kick things off for game 2.
Yeah, here we go. Let's see if JD can get things evened back up and force a deciding game 3. See if the sideboarding options for JD come into play here and help turn things around. Ian taking a mulligan. JD was happy with his hand.
Very likely in a case like that that Ian had just all of the late game options. You don't want to just have a hand stacked with all of the things that you want to play later, because one, then you're forced to resource some of them, but also if you do fall behind, it doesn't matter how good your late game is, you've got to make it there. And we do have the Salacious Crumb first turn play to match the Sabine.
Yeah, absolutely. So ground versus ground early. JD was able to retain the initiative, so we'll see if JD is aggressive here, or JD could just go in with that Sabine and take Crumb out with the on-attack ability plus the printed power. So let's see what first action JD goes with here during this turn.
Start off with 3 to base.
I think in this situation, it's going to depend on how much you value getting rid of that Salacious Crumb. It does look like all of the attack damage is going to be going toward the base, and while I don't hate the play, it is one of those things that's very, very telling about what JD's game plan is here for game 2, and that's 2 damage now on Sabine all of a sudden.
Yeah, absolutely. We see the P-38 Starfighter coming out for Ian, dealing a damage to Sabine. Now, JD does match in the space arena with his own 3-cost unit, the Concord Dawn Interceptor, so now a Sentinel over there in the space arena. But the Salacious Crumb action ability, Crumb bouncing back to Ian's hand, 1 more damage to Sabine, so Sabine is in danger here of 1 more ping taking her out.
Play Crumb and heal 1.
Wouldn't do 3 to base.
All right, and Sabine again, it looks like is going to be pushing this damage to the base, so seemingly 0 respect for Salacious Crumb, who will clean up the Sabine.
Base from the interceptors.
Yeah, so 5 quick damage, another 2 coming through. You do see the experience token being put onto the Concord Dawn Interceptors. So now 7 damage on Ian's base, but here comes another copy of Crumb. So getting some more value here, healing another damage from the base. And then JD has a response to the space unit. Open fire is going to defeat that P-38 Starfighter. When defeated, trigger 1 damage to the interceptors.
So not knowing that Ian had that follow-up Crumb, this actually worked out really well for JD, that they didn't overcommit to getting rid of the first one, because they just would have had to deal with the second one anyway. But again, it is one of those things that can be very telling when you leave Salacious Crumb around. That says that all of your units there are potentially sacrificial, but on top of that, what it usually says to me is that you kind of don't care if they're gaining health here and there. That health gain from Salacious Crumb really can add up over the course of a game, and I'm curious to see if at some point JD changes this game plan, or if they really just avoid the annoying little buddy for the entirety of this game.
Yeah, that's right. Now look at this pretty big play for Ian. Playing Traitor is taking control of the Concord Dawn Interceptors. So the Interceptor's actually going to come across, hit JD's base. Now JD does put a nice threat into the ground arena. We've got Kanan Jarrus. Kanan certainly outclassing the Crumb in the ground arena, but once again, Ian's going to get more value out of Crumb using the action ability. It's going to bounce back to hand, and another damage dealt. So 1 damage to Kanan Jarrus here.
All right. JD taking a moment to figure out what they want to resource here as we go into this turn. Ray still has yet to have been deployed.
Yeah, so we are at that turn now. We certainly could see Ray come into action here, but JD first action going to continue to be aggressive. Kanan Jarrus getting in for 4. That's 10 damage on Ian's base. And you're going to have JD restore here, healing 2 damage off of that on-attack trigger from Kanan Jarrus. And then we are going to see Ian playing, I believe that's Greedo in the ground arena. First time we've seen Greedo here in this game.
Yes, that is Greedo, which is honestly a fantastic inclusion whenever you're playing this cunning version of Palpatine. It can usually trade up in value. It costs 1, but has that 3 attack power. You do also hit the trigger more often than not with a list like this. But right now, what we have is a force throw that is active because of Kanan Jarrus on the board. We're going to see what goes out in that. It got rid of a Vader from hand.
Look at that. That's a great play. Force throw with Kanan on the board is so good because not only did Ian have to discard a card, but whatever he discards, you deal damage equal to that cost to a unit. So the Concord Dawn Interceptors that were stolen, now defeated, and that's a pretty big play.
Overwhelming barrage.
Yeah, I would be a bit worried if I was JD. I'm just going to be fully honest here. So this is an overwhelming barrage that is going to do a healthy amount of damage to JD's board, but I would be worried because if you hit somebody with Force Throw and they willingly give up a Darth Vader from hand, that means whatever else is in that hand is stacked.
Yeah, that is definitely a great point for sure, discarding the Darth Vader. We do see Moisture Farmer coming out, the black one defeated, and a couple extra damage to Kanan Jarrus after the overwhelming barrage resolves here. And we're going to move on to the next round. Ray, action ability, Moisture Farmer getting a little bit bigger. That's a 1/5 Moisture Farmer now with Restore 2. But at this point, early in the game, the Restore, not a big deal here. Of course, you've got 0 damage on JD's base. So right now, JD has been the one that's been able to apply the pressure. Ian just kind of trying to control that board right now and turn the corner. And with the first action in this round, Greedo's going to trade. Look at this, trade with Kanan Jarrus, hitting the when defeated trigger and a couple extra damage to the Moisture Farmer.
And use Ray's ability and pay 1 to give it another experience.
Okay.
Right, the Moisture Farmer here is going to get another experience token from Ray with that activation. So it is now a 2/7. Does have 2 damage on it though, but unless I'm missing something, it doesn't look like it attacked there. JD, I think, just took the initiative because they wanted it, because I do see the token still on that side, so perhaps Ian passed after the fact.
Yeah, it's weird there. We didn't really see anything being played that turn. I'm wondering if it was a pass claim situation, because again, we didn't see anything played after that action ability. So very interesting turn here. So JD does have the initiative. The Moisture Farmer is going to get in for 2, putting Ian's damage total up to 12 on that base now.
Play Greedo.
We're going to see another copy of Greedo coming down.
We'll go ahead and flip Ray.
Okay.
And finally, one of these leaders is deployed, with JD deploying Ray first, and that is immediately answered by Maul. And this is such a heads-up play. Maul also going to take no damage in return because of the ability on Maul where you can have another Underworld unit take it. So Greedo is going to go ahead and eat that.
And look at this, the when defeated trigger on that second Greedo, also discarding a non-unit card. 2 more damage to the Moisture Farmers. Pretty rare to see Greedo hit back-to-back times. Now here's a pretty good response. JD has Luke Skywalker, and Luke Skywalker is going to come in and give Maul -6/-6. So essentially Maul for Ray here, but JD at the end of this turn with a commanding board presence with that Moisture Farmer and Luke Skywalker.
Okay.
This is kind of where you want to be if you are JD, just because you really need Emperor Palpatine to have an empty board during these late stages. The last thing that you want is them to just continue to hit huge play after huge play after huge play, but also you want to try to limit the activations of the hero if at all possible. But instead we just have a good old-fashioned change of heart that, again, you had called out earlier. So good with Emperor Palpatine. You can take control of that Luke. If JD does not have an answer here, the Restore will likely go off, buying some additional health for Ian, and then it's of course not going to live until the end of the turn.
We'll go ahead and pay 4 for pillage.
Okay.
And have you pitch 2.
And I think we're going to see
Discard Maul and
a
Bazine.
pillage here to get rid of
Let's attack.
some additional cards out of Ian's hand. So that's was one of the cards that I had called out as a potential sideboard option for JD. Glad to see that it made it in.
12-9.
All right, and we'll go ahead and pay 1 and Force Throw.
Before we finish that, can we resolve the damage? Oh, that's
Oh, wait, yeah, I just
Moisture Farmer.
Yeah. got the Devastator. I'm gonna sacrifice Luke to draw a card.
And I'll claim initiative.
Okay, that's it.
Skywalker not allowing JD to get it back, and Ian's going to draw a card as well.
also not resource this round.
Yeah, I did.
We will start with the 3 for Village
So it looks like
Protectors.
JD has the first action. We are going to see Village Protectors coming down into the ground arena on this empty board. Now again, keep in mind, Ian had the rest of his cards discarded last turn between Pillage and Force Throw. So whatever cards he's working with right now, he's pulling them off the top. So he's got just 2 cards in hand. We'll see if he found anything impactful, but another plus on Ian's side as he still has not deployed Emperor Palpatine.
No, Palpatine's return.
Yeah, if JD has any hope of winning this game, I think it's actually by making Ian either never deploy Palpatine or have to deploy it without getting the when deployed bonus, because again, you don't want that to steal one of your big late game units. Ian didn't really do anything with Palpatine in game 1, still got the victory, so not in any hurry to deploy it, and probably just wants to sit and patiently wait for something like a Crate Dragon, because that's the ideal answer. You don't want to take a bunch of damage by answering the Crate Dragon by playing cards. And so
yeah, no,
does look like here we've got Bazine coming down and perhaps some note taking for what's in hand.
Yeah, so that Darth Vader pulling Bazine, and it's not a bad hand for JD, Luke Skywalker, and Rivals Fall, so he at least has the immediate answer for Palpatine or potentially a big threat. It looks like Luke is discarded, which means JD will draw a card. He picks up Confiscate, but I think he would much rather have Luke in this situation, and it looks like Vader is going to use that ambush ability to take the shield token off of the Village Protectors.
Let's McClunky return an Underworld unit to my hand, and I'll deal.
And now we're going to see the McClunky combo. So McClunky is going to return the Bazine to the hand of Ian, get rid of a unit. In this case, it was the A-Wing, and then Bazine comes back down again.
Thank you.
So after JD
Value, wow.
emptied the hand of Ian, Ian said, "Here's a dose of your own medicine."
Absolutely right. I don't see what he picked up off the second Bazine there, but yeah, he had
Fall.
Confiscate. Was it Rivals Fall? Yeah, and I don't know what he drew into, but I don't think it was as impactful. So yeah, Ian definitely returning the favor after having his hand ripped. Love to see it.
Resource.
Well, unless you're JD, in which case you don't.
Right. Viewers'
With,
perspective,
Vanquish
we've
on
got an
Vader.
exciting game going on here, and it looks like Vanquish for JD is going to come in and defeat Darth Vader, so the big threat on Ian's side of the table removed. Now action back over to Ian. Looks like he's getting ready to spend another large amount of resources. Did he find one of his big late game threats? No, he found another Palpatine's return, and we're going to go and get the Devastator and demolish the Village Protectors.
I was just about to say, didn't find the late game threat, but found a way to return it. Somehow the Devastator returned. That was discarded from the Pillage earlier, but with this shifty play here, does come back to rule the skies. JD's answer of a Moisture Farmer feels a little inadequate in comparison.
Yeah, that is a big difference in the two boards right now. That Devastator, a 10-10 with Overwhelm and Sentinel, is going to absolutely start putting JD on a clock very quickly.
Just trying to take a look at JD's list here. Again, the Rivals Fall. We saw the one discarded. There was another card that I had called out as potential sideboard options. There were a pair of them, so there should be likely another one in that deck somewhere. That would be an ideal answer for the Devastator.
I'll go 10 at base.
Yeah, JD certainly needs an answer quickly. Ian with the first action, not going to waste any time. 10 damage coming through into JD's base. 12 damage on Tarkin Town now.
Village Protectors coming down does at least try to stop the incidental damage from Bazine, which might not seem like a big deal, but with that Devastator in the sky and JD on Tarkin Town, you are just really a couple of attacks away from potentially losing the game, right? It's 12 damage on the base, 10 coming from the Devastator, so if Bazine were able to connect there, it might have been enough just to push things over, because again, Palpatine is still not deployed.
That is an excellent point. Now JD found the answer. Vanquish coming out, defeating Devastator. That is a big-time find for JD here. We've seen Vanquish's back-to-back turns, taking out the Vader, taking out Devastator. We do see another crumb for Ian. That's going to heal another damage from his base, but right now, once again, the board has swinged a little bit to JD's side as we see Ian playing another Technician. The question is, when does he bring out that Palpatine? Is he still waiting for JD to make that big play to try to steal? But at some point, does he have to bring it out? We'll have to see.
Just looking at JD's list here, that is the second and thus final Vanquish. Only 2 in the list between both main deck and sideboard. And that's really relevant because as I'm kind of looking through what this Emperor Palpatine has for its top end, there are 3 copies of Devastator in this list. This is not one of those Palpatine lists that maybe runs like a one of Devastator as a finisher. This is very clearly their game plan for closing out games.
Oh, look at this. JD puts Entrenched on the Village Protectors, making it a 6/6 Sentinel, and Ian responds with Traitorous, taking control of the Village Protectors, and that is going to give Ian a way to really clean up this ground arena. What a fantastic response there. Big momentum shift for Ian as he quickly defeats the 4-drop, the 2/6 Sentinel, the Constables taken out. We see Yoda, but now things starting to turn back in Ian's favor here.
Yeah, this is a really heads-up play by Ian because JD had that confiscate for a couple of turns earlier, and it was known information to Ian because of the Bazine, and I think that they were just kind of watching the hand of JD, and once things were clear, boom, the Traitorous comes down and hits the most important target on JD's board at the time. And I was going to say, this is likely just going to be some damage on the base, get you ever so closer to that 15 mark, because that's where one Devastator swing would potentially be enough. And oh, never mind, we're just going to start pushing the damage. Palpatine is at the board.
Yeah, Palpatine comes in, stealing Yoda with a damage. So Yoda now on Ian's side of the table. Palpatine's going to swing for another 4. That's 18 damage on JD's base. Ian absolutely felt as though he had turned the corner. It's time to get your foot on the gas pedal and try to close out this game.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, and it looks like because JD took the initiative, Ian also continuing to take actions there, opted to use the Palpatine trigger on Salacious Crumb that allowed them to draw another card and get that damage on the Moisture Farmer. So with this current board state, if you're JD, yes, you have the initiative, but what are you looking to do here? What gets you out of this mess? Because you only have the Moisture Farmer on the ground, and even if it could attack anything, it has to go to that huge Village Protectors that were stolen from you.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Now JD is going to start trying to clean up that board arena or the ground arena just a little bit with Tarkin Town. So Yoda defeated, but now with Palpatine coming through, 4 more damage, that should be 22 damage on JD's base. So one more swing from Palpatine alone would finish it here. JD's going to give the fist bump. He just doesn't have a response for Ian's ground arena, and Ian is going to take it in round 1, 2-0.
Yeah, holding on to that Palpatine for so long really sealed it for Ian, because there at that last stage, essentially what happens is if JD does not have an answer for the Palpatine, Ian can just snap take the initiative and then immediately send Palpatine for the victory the following turn. JD knew that, and that's why we saw the fist bump. So congratulations to Ian. They have won round 1 with a very convincing 2-0 victory there. It didn't really look like they were struggling in either game.
Yeah, no, that was a convincing victory indeed. And one card that never came into play that we really thought might have a chance to do something was Crate Dragon, but you saw that Ian did so well about just being extremely patient with Palpatine. I think he's waiting, right? He's waiting for that Crate Dragon, and I think with him being conservative and patient, not deploying Palpatine too early, it really put JD in a spot where he just didn't have an opportunity to try to take over the game with Crate Dragon.
I would actually be curious to know what the exact sideboard choices were between game 1 and game 2. And I say this because when you lose game 1 and your opponent's Palpatine just never hits the board, that's signaling, okay, I'm just going to sit on this forever waiting for that Crate Dragon. So there is a part of me that wonders if perhaps JD decided, you know what? I'm going to just pull them out and hopefully put in some more useful cards, because the Crate Dragons are dead until I force Palpatine to deploy anyway. So perhaps there was a bit of a mind game going on there. But either way, congratulations once again to Ian.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you do make a really good point. It's just so hard to bring the crate out and try to turn the game around with it if you have a Palpatine player that is being so patient with Palpatine. You know, maybe he had some cheaper units, something else he could play instead, try to go wide and push more pressure early in the game, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough, as Ian was really able to stabilize pretty much everything that JD tried to do, and in the end the attacks just weren't enough for JD in that match.
So that is the end of round 1, or at least our broadcast game. Does look like there's still quite a bit of time on the clock, though, so I believe we're going to be taking a short break, and then when we come back, we'll be getting ready for round 2 of the Kayfabe Planetary Qualifier in Utah.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready to get some round 2 action for you here at this Planetary Qualifier and Utah at Kayfabe Cards. I'm Josh Snyder. Charmer's along with me. We saw an exciting matchup in round 1, and now we're getting ready for round 2. How are we feeling, Charmer?
I'm feeling fantastic, minus the frog that just crept up in my throat as I started to speak. Right when I went to go, oh, I'm feeling great, I sound awful. But for the gameplay, right, for the event, I'm feeling wonderful because we had a great round 1, 2 kind of off-meta decks, but still definitely the types of decks that could perform well. We have a very diverse field, and I'm just really excited to get back into the games.
Yeah, absolutely. Diverse field is right. We have the official count. I know we were talking a little bit about it before round 1 started, but it is Vader 4, the jump to light speed Darth Vader, the most represented deck in the field. You had Sabine and Han 2 tied for the second most represented, and this is what gets really interesting, Charmer. The third most represented, if you include Sabine and Han 2 tied, Dooku is next in line with 4. So we've got 4 players on Dooku, and then Cad, Rey, and Kira at 3. So I found that extremely interesting.
I find it incredibly interesting as well. Not necessarily that Dooku is where it is with the 4 decks in the field, but more so the decks that are not there, right? You just said
right.
Cad and Kira, they're both normally much more popular. Kira was the number 2 represented deck at the regional in Minneapolis, was the eventual winner. Another deck that's kind of missed from those talking points as well is Quinlan. Quinlan Tarkentown is a deck that is in many cases kind of talked about as the potential third spoke of the triangle, right? In card games, we very often talk about the rock, paper, scissors of a meta. And while it's incredibly diverse right now in Star Wars Unlimited, the big 3 when I talk to players are usually Kira, Sabine, and then Quinlan Tarkentown is usually that third spoke, but it is vastly underrepresented in the field today.
Yes, it really is. Only 2 Quinlan Tarkentown in the field. Very surprising, to see Quinlan so low and then Kira with only 3. And if we go back to the regional this past weekend in Minneapolis, Quinlan actually performed quite well against Kira, had a very good win percentage. So it is surprising that we're not seeing more of it, because coming off a weekend where you have Kira on top, right, you've got to expect that Kira's going to show up in bigger numbers, and then Quinlan seems to be a pretty good response to that, but just not what we're seeing in this meta here. So yeah, very open and diverse. You love to see it.
Yeah, it is really interesting. One of the things that we haven't talked about on the broadcast yet today is the evolution or the development of local metas. And Quinlan is a deck that does very well into Kira, but as we've already noted, there's not a lot of Kira in this field either. If folks were expecting a lot of Sabine or decks like that, then it would make sense that Vader potentially creeps up. Again, Vader number 1 in the field right now as far as representation, because that's a deck where you can potentially outrace Sabine depending on your draws. And if that's your game plan, that makes sense. But again, not a lot of Kira. Kira normally has a fantastic matchup into Sabine, and then Quinlan usually can prey on Kira. Again, whenever we say these, it's not like it's an auto win, right? I believe you mentioned Quinlan was doing well. I think the number said it was like a 60% win rate against Kira, but in card games, that's actually really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, it's certainly not an auto for sure, right? It depends on the players, etc., right? There's a lot of variables. But yes, in general, Quinlan did well in Minneapolis against Kira. And I think you made an excellent point about local metas, right? These players that are more local to this area, they know and they expect what they're going to see, and they have a great idea. And so maybe that's why we're seeing the meta calls that we saw here today, because in this local area, we just don't see a lot of Kira, right? And so that would make sense as to why we're seeing the rundowns that we're seeing here. But I think the number was 22, if I counted correctly, 22 different leaders represented in 69 players in this field. So that speaks volumes as to this meta being very diverse. It has been ever since the suspensions, and hopefully we'll continue to see a very open and healthy meta moving forward.
Yeah, this is kind of a nightmare if you're a player who's trying to prepare for the Galactic Championship that's going to be coming in July. you're looking at what happened at the regionals in Minneapolis. You're looking at events like this, and the representation is very wide post-suspension. Again, the most represented deck in Minneapolis was Sabine, but that was still only 13% of the field. Sabine at this event, again, 13%. Vader a little bit more, but there is nothing where you can say like, hey, I'm going to play against this deck, you know, a third of the time or half of the time, so I'm going to try to target it. You really have to have a game plan for just about anything, and definitely for some surprises along the way for events like today, but as well as, you know, if you're preparing for that big Galactic Championship coming in July, you don't have a lot of things pointing in one direction or the other right now. It's kind of a minefield.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about that. It really is. It's very hard to prepare and kind of, you know, lock in on, yes, I'm going to face this a certain percentage of the time when right now things are so open. And I remember, you know, going back into the regional last weekend, so many people thought that, for instance, the Raid Data Vault deck that popped up was going to be huge, and we didn't see it in big numbers. But looks like we're actually going to jump right over into the gameplay. Speaking of Quinlan Charmer, we're going to see Quinlan Tarkin Town here taking on Boba Fett Daimyo. Look at this. So Shadows of the Galaxy Boba Fett, yellow. Love to see another off-meta deck here.
Yeah, if my good friend Doa, who I do our Ice Cave radio podcast with, were watching, I'm sure he'd be fist pumping. He loves trying to make this Boba Fett work because keywords are just kind of inherently good anyway. And so if you can get a passive benefit out of those keywords, he's a big fan. Interesting to see how it's going to fare against Quinlan, though, because usually the Daimyo decks want to play units with keywords on curve, and Quinlan wants you to play units so that they can play units on curve and continue to get their leader triggers as well. So we might be in for a bit of like a mid-range slugfest here.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm excited about it. Looks like we've got a few units here early on. We've got I believe the Y-Wing out that attacked with Fleet Lieutenant being played. And we've got the collection Starhopper over on Grayson's side of the board. So we're just trying to get the damage calculated here with that indirect damage coming through.
A lot of decisions to be made with this indirect damage. Because, again, with Quinlan's ability, but also with Tarkin Town looming, if you decide to, you know, pad your health a bit and put it on a unit, you could fall behind very quickly in terms of board presence. That looks like a Maz Kanata that's hitting the board for Boba Fett, which is also a really interesting inclusion. And then we're going to just follow that up with another unit here as well. And then potentially, what, a third unit? Is this going to be 3 1-drops?
May very well be, and whenever you play another unit, Maz gets bigger. She gets an experience token, so if you can flood the board with a bunch of units following up Maz, you present yourself a very big presence and very big threat in the ground arena. So Grayson, pretty aggressive early start, following up the aggressive start on Brittner's side. So both players with this, yeah, we're going to see the muscles coming out, so double 1-drop following the Maz. What an interesting turn 2 here.
Yeah, this is really interesting. This prompted me to say, okay, if we're playing 3 1-drops and we've got Maz and all of the shenanigans going on, what does Grayson's list look like? And so I've pulled it up. There are a number of cards that are exactly 1-ofs in this list. In fact, there are far more 1-ofs in this list than there are 2s and 3s. So this almost makes me wonder if Grayson was kind of banking on unpredictability. Like, if I just show my opponent too many things, then how do they plan around it? Because I don't remember seeing any list have this many 1-of copies like ever at an event like this. This is kind of wild.
Yeah, it really is. Now we're going to see Brittner with the initiative here. Surprise strike being played. First action, Fleet Lieutenant attacking into Grayson's base for 6. I believe the damage total now up to 13. So a quick aggressive start for Brittner here, even though we're staring down a bunch of 1-cost units on the other side of the table.
Yeah, there's a large number of 1-cost units, and It is rather interesting because Quinlan is not really a deck that traditionally runs 1-cost units. So when you start talking about those Quinlan triggers, they're kind of safe. This weird kind of swarm strategy could be really beneficial in this matchup. And as I look at our Brittner list, so the player on Quinlan Tarkentown, this looks pretty standard. It's just all of your really powerful cards. You've got Force Throw and Surprise Strike, your standard events, just on curve goodness, but Grayson going incredibly wide could give them a bit of a fit.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to see the Han Pilot being played onto that Red Squadron Y-Wing. Starhopper gets into Tarkentown for 2, and now we've got the Han Pilot on, so that Red Squadron Y-Wing hitting for 3, and then the on-attack trigger. You've got 3 indirect damage coming through to Grayson's side.
Yeah, at some point here, oh no, I was going to say, I think we might see the consideration of putting some damage on units to protect the health total, but not quite yet. I think Grayson is still content to race. One of the downsides when you have these wide strategies, and I'm sure at some point today we will see Darth Vader, so we might also then talk about it quite a bit more there, but when you do go incredibly wide in Star Wars Unlimited because of the back and forth, you almost never end up with initiative unless you kind of sacrifice the number of your available actions with your units to prioritize it. So Grayson does have a good board presence, but it does appear that Brittner is going to end up with initiative for the majority of this game.
Yeah, the action economy could be very important to keep in mind. Brittner's units also swinging and dealing much more damage with that one action. So certainly important here. Now Grayson's going to get in for a couple more with that Warzone Lieutenant. And it looks like that damage, the indirect damage, actually did get spread out a little bit. It looks like he actually puts 1 on the Criminal Muscle. So the Muscle's defeated, and looks like we spread it out a little bit amongst the ground units. Grayson at the end of this turn with 16 damage on base, 7 damage on Brittner's base. Now keep in mind, you do have that HP disparity here. Grayson running the common 30 HP base, whereas Brittner has the 25 HP Tarkentown base. So we'll see if that comes into play here. But we're going to have Brittner starting with the initiative and still holding those 2 units on the board.
Both players deciding what they want to resource. Well, Grayson's already decided. I count the 5 there. Brittner just put it down. This is a big turn for Brittner. Quinlan obviously deploys on 5. Looks like in hand there briefly. We got to see a upgrade. Unless I was looking, I think I was actually, okay. I was looking at Grayson's hand, not the Quinlan player. Sorry, I was confused. I was like, why is Boba Fett's armor in the Quinlan list? But no, that makes total sense for our Daimyo friend. If, you can survive and get your Boba Fett deploy off on 6, then that would make him incredibly tough to deal with. But you do kind of have to survive this early tempo onslaught from Brittner, and this is going to be a big turn in that regard.
Yeah, look at this. Another Fleet Lieutenant. So the Red Squadron Y-Wing attacking now, 5 damage into Grayson's base, and once again 3 indirect damage coming across the board. It looks like 1 damage going on to the Lieutenant, the Warzone Lieutenant defeated. Starhopper and Maz both taking 1. So both of those units down to just 1 HP remaining. And yeah, as you mentioned, this has been such an aggressive start. Grayson has to figure out a way to survive here to even get to be able to deploy Boba Fett. Now we are going to see Maz attacking as well, and Grayson's going to continue to be aggressive also. So another 3 damage into Tarkentown with Maz Kanata.
Yeah, I think Grayson's just trying to guarantee that they get the value out of Maz there, because with the damage on the unit, you are worried about stuff like Tarkentown. That's still live. Instead, we had a Fleet Lieutenant, which powered up an attack, and now it looks like we're going to see a Hotshot Blaster power up a Fleet Lieutenant, giving itself a little bit of its own medicine. 1 resource paid, excuse me. So that came from hand. That is just being naturally played as opposed to smuggled. My mistake.
Yeah, you don't see this a whole lot, right? You don't see the Hotshot Blaster played from hand very often, but it only costs 1. If you are running an aggression deck, and it gives the unit +2 power. So with Grayson not showing an active way to take out that Fleet Lieutenant, Brittner is going to take advantage with the blaster from hand, and Fleet Lieutenant getting in for 5. I believe, if I'm counting correctly, that's 26 damage on Grayson's base.
Oh. Yeah, that's a lot of damage, but also I think that the story was really just told there because Grayson opted to take initiative and had not yet played any cards from hand. So we knew that there was the armor, but this also tells me that the rest of the hand was a bit of a brick, and that might be why Grayson fell behind. We had that hot start of just going incredibly wide against Brittner, but then nothing else really followed it up, and it does appear that it might have just been some poor draws, unfortunately, for Grayson.
Yeah, not having a play on the 5 resource turn, absolutely brutal for Grayson. Quinlan actually attacking and taking out Maz here. So now Brittner showing Fatal on board. We'll see if Grayson has any response. But as it stands, one action could finish this game with either that buffed up Fleet Lieutenant or potentially the Y-Wing.
Yeah, I think Brittner actually just resourced it. Nope, they didn't. They picked a different card. Okay, I was going to say there's a 3rd Fleet Lieutenant, and yeah, that's going to hit the board. So it's just all attacks all the time from these rebels, and I believe, yeah, I was going to say that's going to seal game 1 in favor of Brittner. And really, this game turned with the bricked draws on the side of Grayson. I liked the aggressive kind of hot start, but with no follow-up plays after the fact, it really is it's a tough hill to climb. I often say that one of the most important things to learn when you're learning to play Star Wars Unlimited is how to navigate flip turns, and not just your own, but your opponents as well. And so when Brittner had that resource 5 turn where they were able to play things and deploy their leader, and Grayson had nothing that they could do, that kind of seals it for Brittner.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I'm wondering, in this particular matchup, Grayson, even though you are staring down Tarkin Town, right? You want to be aggressive. Your opponent does have a 25 HP base. Grayson may have to play a little bit of board control early so that he can get to that Boba Fett deploy and really try to take over the game in the mid-range, because Brittner was just hitting hard, hitting fast. Now, of course, 3 Fleet Lieutenants certainly help in that trajectory, but I think Grayson might want to play a little bit of board control early, just see if you can take more advantage with Boba in the mid-game.
Yeah, I think early on, one of the things I would have liked to have seen would have been some damage placed on the 1-drop units that had more than 1 health, because again, Quinlan can't target those unless Brittner plays a 1-drop. And if you can get the Quinlan player to use Tarkin Town on one of your 1-drops, then that is something that you're totally okay with. Like, you're fine with that, right? Like, that is a win for you. So, when we see like the 1-drop 2/2s, for example, those are pretty safe to just eat 1 damage against a Quinlan player.
Definitely. Yeah, these Quinlan decks these days not really running a lot of 1-drops. We saw maybe before Jump to Lightspeed released, and maybe right after, we did see some of the R2-D2, the 1-cost R2-D2 floating around, some of the Soldier of the 501st, but these days we're not seeing that. You're just not seeing the 1-cost units being run in Quinlan, and so yeah, you don't have that ability to ping those 1-cost units, so Grayson maybe can take advantage of that here moving forward in this match.
Yeah, it is kind of interesting the way that Quinlan has evolved over time. Early versions of the list that were a bit more event heavy would also sometimes include Greedo, just because he's such an economical 1-cost unit. But a lot of the events have been trimmed. I'm seeing more and more Quinlan, for example, like this one is just on, at least for the main deck, the 3 surprise strikes and 3 force throws. In the early days, it was not uncommon to also see main deck Sparker Rebellions, in the sideboard jam communications. There's so many things that you could run, and when you were doing that, Greedo was a good inclusion, but now it's kind of not worth it. You're never really going to get the trigger. Yes, it's still a 3/1 1-drop, but so many other decks are also not running 1-drops, so it kind of doesn't matter.
Right. No, it is an excellent point for sure. Now here in game 2, It does look like Grayson is going to start with the initiative, just making these final resource decisions as Grayson is going to look to pull this back even and force a game 3. Taking a look at Grayson's hand, looks like he's got a Darksaber in hand, so if he could load that up on an early unit, that could certainly spell some trouble.
Ooh, so there is a card that I really hope that they hold on to. This is a card that I'm a huge fan of. Oh man, I was kind of hoping that we were going to see the Scanning Officer, especially with the initiative. And here's why. You're playing against a deck that likely runs, Hotshot Blasters. We saw them in game 1. They're not coming out. And so if you have initiative and you can play Scanning Officer against any deck that has Smuggle, if you hit it, yes, they get the resource back, but the resource enters exhausted. And so you could have denied this Sabine play if they had a Blaster as one of those 2 cards down. I love Scanning Officer as a turn 1 play against decks that have Smuggle, and I really wish we would have seen that from Grayson.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe moving forward, Grayson will decide to put out that Scanning Officer. We see the Privateer Skeek and the Sabine coming down. So we've got ground versus space early, but with Grayson going first and playing a 2-cost unit, the Sabine able to trigger that Quinlan ability. So we do have 1 damage on the space unit, and here comes the Scanning Officer. So now we're going to take a look at those 3 resources that Brittner has. Let's see if Grayson's able to make a hit here.
Now, I had a feeling that this is what was going to happen. A lot of times players are waiting till the follow-up turn because you get to see all 3 cards as opposed to 2. Right. And it is a whiff. So ultimately it wasn't a big deal on that turn 1. But if you're watching at home, the reason I advocate for doing it on turn 1 is if this hit here, your opponent would then have 2 resources and they're more likely to have like a backup 2-drop. But decks are not running a lot of 1-drops right now. So if you do hit that trigger on turn 1, then you probably make it so they don't play anything on turn 1. So I usually am in favor of giving up seeing that 3rd card for the possibility of the hit. Ultimately, didn't matter. Brittner did not have the Blaster down. We are now going to see the indirect damage get placed, and whether or not any of this lands on the base will determine whether the unit becomes readied, and it looks like we're going to avoid that.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like Grayson doesn't want a readied Guerrilla Soldier here. The Privateer defeated, and maybe some damage onto the Scanning Officer as well. A total of 3 indirect damage coming through. So it looks like 2 damage onto the Scanning Officer.
Yeah, these Guerrilla Soldiers are so impactful in Quinlan. A lot of times you'll see people when they're looking at the list, they'll go, why am I playing this, right? It's just a 2/3 for 3. And that's not good stats. It doesn't have additional keywords, but it puts your opponent in such a bind. For example, when you look at this board state, right? If any of the damage goes on the base, it becomes readied. If your opponent had played a 3-drop, it also would have gotten you the Quinlan trigger. Anything that damage does go on, then that Sabine also could have cleaned it up as well with the on-attack trigger without taking damage back if it defeats the unit. There's just so much versatility that the soldiers provide specifically in Quinlan that, yes, it's understated, but it still is an insane on-curve play.
Yeah, absolutely. It can also, help these decks be very aggressive against other aggressive decks when they don't want to play into the turn 1 ping plus Tarkentown. If you get into this pass claim situation on turn 1, the Quinlan Tarkentown can just open up with Guerrilla Soldier with the initiative. And if that happens, you're guaranteed to deal that 3 indirect damage to the base, and you're going to have a really aggressive start with a ready Guerrilla Soldier. So it looks like that will conclude the turn.
Yeah.
I believe Sabine got into base for 3, so Brittner passing up on the 1 HP Scanning Officer here, just going to base with Sabine, and Grayson will hold on to the initiative as we move on to turn 3.
Yeah, we don't have that wide start from Grayson this time around, and this is going to be interesting. So this is the way, just so we're clear. Again, one of those one-ofs. I do wonder if Grayson's list is kind of meant to be a bit of a toolbox, and that's also why they're running a search card like this, because as I said before, when I look at this deck list, there are so many one-of copies in it that perhaps this is part of the game plan. As I'm looking at the list, though, I'm kind of wondering what you're hoping to hit if you're Grayson. What bails you out, or at least helps you try to stabilize in this scenario?
Yeah, that is a good question. This is the way does allow him to search for, we know he's running several upgrades, so he could find some upgrades. You search the top 8 cards of your deck for up to 2 Mandalorian and or upgrade cards, reveal them and draw them. And it looks like he has found Boba's armor, so I believe he will probably be trying to snatch that up for sure. We'll see if he found any other pieces here.
Yeah, as I take a look at this, I see 3 copies of Boba Fett's armor, 3 jetpacks. There's also a couple of copies of Price on Your Head, Bounty Hunter's Quarry, one of Darksaber, one of Wanted. So again, a number of upgrades and just an incredible number of one-ofs. Like, it just continues to take my breath away when I look at this deck list. It just feels like it goes on forever because of so many one-ofs.
Yeah, I think you called it perfectly. This is the definition of a toolbox deck for sure.
I think this might be beyond a toolbox deck. I think I would call this a junk drawer. Not to say that the card inclusions are junk, but it's just my junk drawer at home is incredibly unorganized and filled with a bunch of one-of stuff as well. So that's what I think of.
I can absolutely relate. I'm sure a lot of us can. Now, Brittner's going to follow up with another Fleet Lieutenant. This is the 4th Fleet Lieutenant that Brittner has played so far in this match, and we're only early in Game 2. So it looks like Sabine is the target here. We're going to attack with Sabine with +2 power, and it looks like we are going to go to base once again. So that's going to be 5 damage to Grayson's base with Sabine.
I love the use of these Fleet Lieutenants in this Quinlan list because there is such a large number of rebels. While this isn't, intended to be a rebels deck necessarily, there are so many just high quality ones already naturally included that why not run the Fleet Lieutenant? And then when you pair it with the cards like the Blaster, you can get a lot of instant attacks. This is now the 2nd time, however, that we're seeing a Blaster just manually played from hand, this time on the Guerrilla Soldiers.
Yeah, Brittner just trying to get that extra value, seeing that Grayson has exhausted the unit in the ground arena. Pretty safe play here with just 2 open resources for Grayson. You're going to see the Guerrilla Soldiers, a 4 power unit now. So we're going to get into Grayson's base for 4 damage with Guerrilla Soldier, and that damage just starting to pile on early. 11 damage on Grayson's base.
I feel like Brittner is playing this incredibly aggressively because against Daimyo, one of the keywords you're kind of worried about powering up is restore, right? Because you could stabilize if you kind of transition almost to like a board control style deck, right? Using your units to take control of the board. However, again, as I'm looking at this list, one of the shocking exclusions, meaning there's not even a one-of that I can see here, is I don't see Sundari Peacekeeper, which is traditionally a mainstay of any Daimyo list.
Yeah, the Sundari Peacekeeper absolutely gets big-time value with this particular leader. Now, starting out, Grayson with the initiative once again, just going into Brittner's base, so 4 damage to Tarkin Town now after a couple attacks from the scanning officer. But we're going to see Brittner be aggressive as well. 3 damage from Fleet Lieutenant, and it's 15 damage now on Brittner's base.
I think this is going to be a rule with respect, which is interesting if that's the case, because I feel like you would almost want, more of those units to have hit your base. You're already kind of hurting for health, but if you're going to take all this damage anyway, why not maximize your value? But yeah, it does look like that was the case. So it was a rule with respect. If you're not familiar, or it's a card that you haven't seen in a while, that's the one where you have a unit capture all of the units that have damaged your base this turn.
Yeah, very interesting play for sure. I believe that is the first time I have witnessed rule with respect on stream. Love to see it from Grayson, but unfortunately, Brittner does still have 2 units ready to go in the ground arena. 4 damage from Gorilla Soldier, 3 more damage from Sabine. It's 22 damage on Grayson's base, and now we're going to see Cassian Andor come out and another Red Squadron Y-Wing. So Brittner pushing wide on the board, and keep in mind, he's at 5 resources, so Quinlan could come out as well.
Yeah, Quinlan is still available to be deployed, and with this board state being so wide, I just don't know what Grayson can do to get back into this. And this goes back to why I was saying I feel like if you're going to take all the damage anyway, I would have just passed through and then played the rule with respect. They would have still had Quinlan available, plus the 2 units they played, the Cassian and the Y-Wing, but getting rid of, 3 units potentially, as opposed to the 1, I think would have been helpful. But I don't think there's anything Grayson can do at this stage to get out of this. The board is just too out of control.
Yeah, absolutely. And then Brittner, to add insult to injury, the Quinlan ping was able to deal the final damage needed to defeat the scanning officer, get back that captured fleet lieutenant, and now Brittner is showing fatal on board with, I believe, just 1 or 2 actions at most here. Grayson's going to deploy Boba, but I do believe Brittner, especially with a pump, this would finish it up. And I think it's
like we're just
enough.
Gonna, open with this 4 damage attack. Well, they're getting dice out, so it might not be enough, but
yeah, I think he was 1 off, so I think Grayson's at 29 damage now, if I'm counting correctly. So Grayson is going to get at least 1 swing with Boba Fett here, unless he takes another action. Let's see what the play is from Grayson.
We're going to
Grayson's
play
going for the big
saber.
play.
Says if I'm going out, I'm going out in style. It's like a foil one too.
Right. So it looks like Grayson's going to attach that Darksaber onto Boba, but unfortunately just 1 more attack, I believe, from any of these units on Brittner's board should conclude this game. Action back over to Brittner.
Just showing that it was just all the upgrades. Had a jetpack, had Boba Fett's armor, had the Darksaber. They had enough to turn Boba Fett into an unstoppable killing machine, but it is unfortunately too late.
So Brittner does take it with that last attack. Brittner taking the match here at round 2, 2 games to 0.
Quinlan showing off I was just going to say Quinlan showing off the power there, which is why, we were saying that it's normally far more represented in the field, but just a couple of them out there today. We'll have to see if Brittner continues to find that success as the day goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. Quinlan Target Town, classic deck at this point, very powerful for sure, and we'll see how Brittner can get through this field here in Utah, but solid match here, and like I said, first time I've seen Rule with Respect on stream, so if nothing else, that was super cool to see. Haven't seen that one before, and Grayson bringing out the cards we don't normally see. You love to see the off-meta plays.
Yeah, I'm all for seeing off-meta plays and seeing Junk Drawer on stream as well. Again, so many one-ups. I'm actually kind of inspired. It almost felt like a Twin Suns deck in some regard. And, today I'm wearing my Keep Twin Suns casual t-shirt, so it's tickling my brain in all the right ways. But that was round 2. Again, congratulations to Brittner taking the victory 2-0. We still have plenty more rounds to come. We're going to be taking a short break, but when we come back, you'll have more gameplay coming from this Planetary Qualifier run by Kayfabe Cards in Utah. So don't go anywhere. We will be back.
That side?
Oh, yes.
Cool.
Let me double check this.
Okay. Sorry, stream. Sorry, you have to listen to me.
Yeah.
Right? Cool. I almost got that right. That's 7 cards. I picked them up just off the top.
I drew 6. I'd like to keep them.
Yeah, right?
Go ahead, shuffle since that was instructions.
Judge, I drew 7. What do I do? What are my options?
Hello and welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier for Kayfabe cards in Utah. I am Charmer, joined by Josh Snyder, and we're getting ready to see round 3 of this event kick off. Josh, how excited are you to see this particular matchup?
Oh, I am super excited. We're actually going to have a Cad Bane Tarkentown versus Kira Green. Actually, not Kira Data Vault, which is kind of the not popular choice here lately, right? A lot of the Kiras running Data Vault. Excited to see that. This is a matchup that obviously Kira is a little favored in, but looking forward to seeing how this plays out.
Yeah, looking at this, the Cad Bane Tarkentown really is in many ways kind of trying to be that villainy version of Quinlan Voss Tarkentown. You want to use those pings to set up the Tarkentown play, but not nearly as much discard in the arsenal for this deck to disrupt the Kira package. And Kira, as you rightly pointed out, not on Data Vault, also not on Energy Conversion Lab. It is just the standard 30 health base here.
Yeah, very interesting choice for sure, but it is working out for Jared so far, and we'll see how it plays out here in this matchup. Kyle on the left, some of you may know Kyle as Sharky. This is Sharky from the Colorado Cantina crew. They do a great podcast on their YouTube channel. You can check them those guys out. And Kyle has been so close to making the top cut in multiple planetary qualifiers. I believe I was told he has 3 ninth place finishes. So this is the definition of Bubble Boy. Sharky has been so close so many times. So Kyle's looking to make a run here today.
It does look like Jared, our Kira player, opted to mulligan, whereas Kyle appears to already be set and ready to go. 2 resources down. One of the interesting bits, as I was pointing out, not a lot of discard in the main deck for this CAD list. I am taking a look at the setup here. We do have 3 pillages in the sideboard. I would potentially expect those to make their way into the deck when we get to game 2 and potentially game 3. And now we're looking at Jared's hand after the mulligan, and we do see a lot of things that you like if you're Kira. We see the Super Laser Technician, Dr. Pershing there as well. Will be a very good start. I think that's even an Overwhelming Barrage hiding there as the last card in that hand.
Yeah, looks like a really good hand that Jared has found here. He has the ramp, has the barrage to try and clean up that board maybe after the Kira flip. So really good start for Jared in terms of that opening hand. But Kyle, with the initiative here, opening the game, is going to fire off Bazine and is going to strip that Dr. Pershing from Jared's hand right away, which is quite a big play here.
Yeah, the only turn 1 play that was available to Jared. So Kyle just says, all right, give me that. We're going to try to slow you down. Looking at the rest of the hand, you know that it's likely going to be Super Laser because you want that ramp, so that does come down. And Kyle might be able to set up some sort of, tempo. So if you're new to card games, you're going to hear that word a lot. That really just means kind of setting the pace of the game. And Kyle here still has more resources available to hopefully play another threat, and does do so. I believe that's a Houndstooth in the Space Arena.
Yeah, getting that super nice prestige copy of the Houndstooth. So we are going to see the extra resource here for Jared as the Technician is defeated.
Yeah, and that means that Jared is already up to the flip turn if they would like to do so with Kira. However, usually you want to try to time that alongside an Overwhelming Barrage to get a ton of value. You certainly could do so here, but you're only cleaning up Houndstooth and Bazine, not necessarily, high profile targets. So I'll kind of wait and see if Jared decides to be a bit more patient with this setup. Does have a lot of removal in hand, as we see the hand kind of flick through the various cards there. And we're going to have a takedown on the Houndstooth.
Yeah, big start for Jared, taking out the 4-power space unit right away. Kyle's biggest threat on the board. We are going to see Bazine do some more work, another damage to Jared's base. So Bazine's so slowly chipping away here in the early game as the action gets back over to Jared. And look at this, a very early Kira flip. And look at this, McClunky.
Yeah.
McClunky bouncing Bazine. Oh, man, and then the CAD trigger to follow up. That's going to take out Kira.
Takes out Kira, also gets rid of one of these cards, but now if you're Kyle, you're staring down the barrel of, oh, wow, okay, it's just all removal. Oops, all removal appears to be what's on the menu here, so going to get rid of at least one of them, but not kind of what you wanted to see if you're Kyle.
Yeah, felled the dragon, discarded, and then Jared gets to draw a card. So McClunky, what that does, it allowed Kyle to return Bazine, return a underworld unit to a non-leader underworld unit to its owner's hand, and then you deal 3 damage to a unit, and then the Cad Bane trigger, because McClunky is an underworld card, that allowed the extra damage to go through to Kira and deal the 4 damage needed to defeat Kira, if you were curious what happened there. Now starting off on the next turn, we're going to see no glory, only results, taking control and defeating Boba Fett. So Jared just playing removal after removal here, 1-for-1 removal, just trying to keep that board in check.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why Kyle may have chosen that Fell the Dragon in terms of economical removal, that still has a decent number of targets. Kyle's list, I'm looking at it, does have 3 copies of Zuckuss. There is even 1 Devastator floating around in the main deck. But also with cards like the Hotshot Blaster, it's very common for cards to get over the threshold needed for Fell the Dragon to become online. Meanwhile here, Jarrett, big play with this Vader. Let's see what they find.
Yeah, Darth Vader coming in. You get to search the top 10 cards of your deck, and you can play or search for up to any number of villainy units with cost 3 or less in total. So he's going to find an Inferno 4. He gets to play that for free. And then he's going to do the Inferno 4 trigger, which has the when played ability. You look at the top 2 cards, and then you can put them back on top or on the bottom in any order. And Bazine, after doing 4 points of chip damage here early in this game, will get ambushed and defeated by Darth Vader.
And Jared, because of the not just the Vader, but also the Inferno, does get a decent amount of like hand fixing. Jared was a little light on units early in the game, but now has presence in both arenas. Also noticed there was, a number of units that have now entered the hand, and they are all critical. It looks like that's an Avenger, a Snoke, and a Reinforcement Walker. So as this third of Bazine of the match hits the table, now what do you pick? Because you don't want them to have any of those.
Yeah, that is an amazing hand for Jared here. He had a lot of removal. Now he has a lot of big late in-game threats here, which are going to completely take control of this game if they can stick. So that is another very good hand we get to see for Jared. The Snoke gets discarded. Again, multiple Bazines for Kyle here, but it's like every time he plays Bazine, he's just looking at Jared having such a strong hand that he's going to have to deal with in future turns. We are going to see Cad Bane deployed. Now, Cad's going to let Kyle start to put on some pressure here. He does still have a few open resources as well.
Yeah, Cad Bane is an incredibly sticky unit, and by that I mean it's something that's difficult to kill because it has such high health, and it's a leader. So many of the cards that are in Kira's list, they're just not going to be able to deal with it outright. Takedown's going to require a bunch of damage that needs to be done to it, etc. We do see that Cad Bane cleaned up the Vader, though, so that could help if Jared does find another takedown.
Yeah, Hotshot Blaster smuggled into play here, attaching to Cad Bane. Cad attacking for a total of 6 power, which allowed it to take down the Vader. And Tarkin Town, the epic action on Tarkin Town used for Kyle to defeat the damaged Inferno 4 after the Cad Bane ping. So Jared's board has been cleared up, but we know that he's holding on to several big units, including that Reinforcement Walker. And there it is. We're going to see Reinforcement Walker here. Big play for Jared, the 8-cost unit. It's a 6/9. He gets to look at the top card of his deck. He can either draw it or discard it and heal 3. And it looks like he's going to discard it, and he's back down to just 1 damage on his base.
Yeah, keeping that health total nice and high. One of the things to point out, Jared does also have 2 copies of Super Laser Blast in the deck. So yes, it does look like right now the board's getting a bit out of control. Kyle has Cad Bane the leader, has Bazine, but also I believe that was also Cad Bane the unit coming down, capturing as well. We will have to see if Jared can find one of those Super Laser Blasts, because otherwise I don't know how you clean up this board state.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Jared because the Avenger can come out here, but it only takes out one of those non-leader units, and Kyle would be happy to sacrifice that Bazine as the big Cad Bane 7-cost unit capturing Reinforcement Walker after the Cad Bane trigger. Brilliant play there for Kyle, and he has the board. Now it looks like we're going to see a second copy of No Glory Only results. That will take control and kill Cad Bane. So now Jared has the Reinforcement Walker back in play, but he does not get to attack with it this turn as it comes back into play exhausted.
That is correct. We do also, I'm just kind of looking at what the removal options are, right? We do know that that was the final No Glory Only results that was in the main deck. One takedown should still be floating around in there. We have the 2 Super Laser Blasts, but we do also have, Overwhelming Barrage, as well as 3 copies of Power of the Dark Side. So while that Bazine and now the Crafty Smuggler are on the table, they do protect Cad Bane, but we might see a situation where Jared either chips away at some of the smaller units to set that up, or if they can survive long enough, they'll just run that Reinforcement Walker into the Cad Bane and clean it up that way. Kyle doing a good job of keeping this pressure, though.
Yeah, he absolutely is. I believe he adds Bosk to the board as well, the 5-cost Bosk unit, and you've got Cad Bane going in for another 15 damage on Jared's base, and Kyle has quite the presence in the ground arena. Let's see how Jared responds. He's got the first action.
Ooh. So I believe that's a Vigilance in hand, and that's a huge play here.
Yes, it is. Vigilance will defeat the Cad Bane leader unit that only had 3 HP remaining, and Jared also getting to heal 5 damage from his base, back down to just 10 damage on. So definitely a good momentum swinging play for Jared here.
Yeah, again, looking at this list, Kira is running 2 Vigilance in the main deck. You have to pay the out of aspect tax because this is green Kira, so still worth it to pay 6 if you can take out a leader and heal a bunch of damage off of your base, though. And now it's always one of those interesting things where it doesn't matter how much of the game you play, every now and then you get stuck where you have to like read a card when your opponent does something, and I just have to tell you, I always feel demoralized. I feel like I've been bamboozled, if you will, when somebody plays something and I'm like, what does this do?
Yeah, so the Relentless Pursuit coming. Unfortunately, Kyle not able to capture that Reinforcement Walker because he can only capture equal or less cost, and that Reinforcement Walker costs much more than all of those units in play. But it did give a shield token to Bosk, which will help Bosk stick to the board a little bit better.
Ooh. I see a Super Laser Blast that just entered Jared's hand as we still have to progress through this turn, but if that can stick around, and I say if because we've seen so many Bazines played so far, there is definitely the chance that another one could come down, but if that sticks around, I feel like Jared would be okay with resetting this board because of the other cards available, right? We're seeing these cards flash through. There is still the Avenger, an Overwhelming Barrage, so if you can reset the board and then drop an Avenger and then follow it up with an Overwhelming, well, then you probably clean up anything that they've played post-blast.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Jared almost, I wonder if he's baiting Kyle a little bit to push further on the board. He uses the Cura action ability to shield up the Reinforcement Walker. Kyle does take out the Reinforcement Walker with Bosk, just losing the shield token, and then plays Forlom, so it's a big board. But as you mentioned, Jared has the blast, so he could reset here. Let's see what he opens up. He's got the first action, and it is going to be Super Laser Blast, wiping the board, and we're going to be back to square one for both players as Kyle loses all 4 of those ground units.
Yeah, I feel like you almost have to do the reset there. There was a path where, because of a Devastator that was drawn, you could have maybe tried to take out a unit and then use Overwhelming Barrage the following turn to hit everything else. The problem is that Devastator wasn't going to block with its Sentinel any of those ground units, so you still would have eaten so much damage that I don't think that the payoff was worth it. Here, Super Laser cleans up everything. They do now have the Bazine, maybe slows things down a little bit for you, but I think you're okay with that, and we are just going to the following turn. Honestly, if the follow-up post Super Laser is just Bazine and this Zuckus, or is that sorry, the glare was kind of doing it. Either way, 2 units after a Super Laser is something you usually feel pretty good about.
Yeah, I do believe it was the Forlom, and Jared with the initiative. He does play Agent Callus, ambushing and defeating Bazine here, so he will get to draw a card. So you're seeing the cards really start to add up. Jared's got several options once again. Now keep in mind, the Devastator did get discarded by the Bazine, but I do believe he still has a couple big capital ships with Avenger and Relentless. But for now, we're going to see the Devastating Gunship coming into play in the Space Arena.
Yeah, Devastating Gunship, unfortunately, can't take advantage of the when played. It requires something that have 2 or less health, but it is still a nice presence out there, and you want to make sure that you keep things on the board so that your overwhelming barrages are alive. Expecting Agent Callus to die, I think that this is still the right play here.
So we do see Bosk coming out for Kyle, so another boss, Cad Bane trigger. And it looks like the damage is going to go on to Callus. And maybe Kyle decides not to ambush in here, it looks like, with that Bosk.
That might actually be a really heads-up play. When you consider the types of removal that Jared still has available, it's either things like Barrage that are going to deal damage, so if you keep your health high, it makes it a little more difficult. The other reason to kind of play around it would be cards like Takedown, cards like Vigilance, where again, it's going to care about the health, but just cleans up the board entirely here.
Yeah, that was a fantastic play. You're absolutely right. Kyle, big time heads up play. He had a plan. He had the Waylay in hand, so he plays the Waylay, bouncing the Devastating Gunship back to Jared's hand, and then the Bosk being there. The triggered ability on Bosk, when you play an event, you can deal 2 damage to a unit. That 2 damage went to Callus, so big time play, and Jared's board once again cleared.
So not ambushing Bosk makes all of the sense now, because again, you protect your unit, you still clean up the board. Jared is at essentially half health, looks like 15 damage on that base. And this is still good value. The Bosk is protected by the Forlom, but the Power of the Dark Side is still just 3 resources and a card to get rid of something that cost more than itself. So kind of going up in that resource economy. And now we have another space unit entering the board for Kyle here.
Yeah, Kyle playing another nice prestige here. This time it's the Mist Hunter, and Jared is going to throw a big capital ship into play. This is Relentless, and now Kyle's going to respond with some more pressure in the ground arena as he plays Boba Fett. Relentless will be interesting for sure. That's going to essentially blank the first event that Kyle would play each turn. But now he's going to get to go in for 4 damage with Bosk. That does bring the damage total up to 19 as Jared has claimed the initiative. So Kyle's doing a good job here of dealing with these big threats and keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, unfortunately for Kyle, I believe I just saw a second overwhelming barrage hit the hand of Jared. Looking at the vast number of resources available, I think that Jared could clear the board twice over. Yeah, we're going to start with initiative. It's going to be the barrage cleaning up all of this. And then if Kyle decides to play something big or reload, you could just hit it with the second one and then push an insane amount of damage to the base because of the buffs on the Relentless.
So Kyle losing his ground arena to the overwhelming barrage on Relentless. Relentless a 10-10 right now. Mist Hunter does get in for 3, but now we're going to see another copy of Vigilance. Now let's see what options Jared chooses here. He's going to heal 5 damage from his base, brings the total back down to 17. And he's got a few other options. He could shield a unit, and that is what he's going to do. So he shields the Relentless. Cad Bane Ping is going to quickly clear that shield token as Kyle puts down another space unit, the Hound's Tooth. But Jared has to feel good about the big threat attacking into Kyle's base. That's 16 damage on Tarkintown. That is getting awfully close now for Kyle, just 9 HP remaining.
Yeah, I think Jared was actually contemplating whether to activate Kira here or just maybe do something else. I don't know. Kyle had already taken initiative, which is really what Jared wants. Jared with initiative would have been able to essentially guarantee a victory there. We're going to see what Kyle has up their sleeve, though, because, again, they can't bail themselves out with an event. Relentless is going to blank that first one. Don't have enough damage to get rid of it because of the shield, and you can't really... Yeah, I was going to say, I think they're just going to end up going to the next game. I can't really imagine that you have an answer here.
Yeah, definitely a very tough spot for Kyle. The Relentless only dealing 8, so technically Kyle does need to... Or he can survive one hit from that Relentless unless we see the other barrage, right? If he has another barrage, that would, which I think he has it in hand, that would do it. But it's very, very tough here. I just don't know. It's a good point. Is that looks like the Devastator coming down? I think it's that single copy of Devastator you were talking about.
Yeah, so single copy of Devastator, that would certainly get in the way because of the Sentinel. Oh, must not have been Devastator because there does not appear that they cared about the Sentinel portion. I was just thinking the shield was protecting from a Devastator play. That's why Jared had done it the turn before. So even if it was a Devastator, Relentless was going to stick around, and then all you have to do is use your barrage to clean up anything that's in the way and then send it. I think they might have just fast-tracked through that, but ultimately that's what was happening.
Yeah, I think what it was in those prestige cards, they throw me off sometimes. It's great art, but I haven't quite got them all memorized. But I think that was the new Devastator. I think it was the one that deals the indirect damage, right? And so that one, I don't think that one has Sentinel. So he dealt the 4 indirect damage, put Jared up to, what, 21? But then, of course, the barrage just finishes it.
Correct. The only way that I remember with the prestiges is, if I remember correctly, the big... Devastator being from set 1 does not have that prestige option, right? So
yeah, that's a good point. So great first game. Kyle really battling there all the way to the end, but multiple overwhelming barrages for Jared there after getting the Relentless out was just too much to overcome, as Jared does take Game 1, and now both of these players going to the sideboard. You talked about it a little bit before the match started. Maybe that extra hand hate that Kyle has access to, maybe we see those come in and try to dismantle that hand a little bit more. Obviously, Bazine helps pick out certain targets, but then your opponent just gets to draw another card, so we'll see if the hand hate comes in here or not for Kyle.
yeah, there's a lot of hand hate available because not only is there 3 copies of Pillage, but as I kind of double check what was available to Cad Bane in the sideboard, there's also 2 copies of Forced Surrender, which is another source of discard, and it can really propel you in the late game against a deck like Kira. Another interesting, potential inclusion as I'm looking at it, I'm seeing 3 copies of No Bargain. Now, if you're playing against somebody who's not expecting that to come in, a lot of times you can catch them off guard, right? If they play like a big Devastator, an Avenger, or something like that on an empty board, it's a very economical way to deal with those. So I'll kind of keep an eye out to see if Sharky here decided to bring those in or not. I could see arguments in either direction.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what cards we find here in Game 2 out of the sideboard. Again, this is a pretty good matchup for Kira, and I'm not sure if there's anything in particular that Jared's really needing out of his sideboard, as things did go pretty well. I mean, if you can find your big Star Destroyers into the overwhelming barrage plays, right, it's very, very tough for these Cad Bane decks to deal with that. So not really sure if there's any big plays that Jared's looking for out of the sideboard, but nevertheless, he's got the lead, and he'll be looking to close things up here in Game 2.
Yeah, as I look at the sideboard available to Jared, things that maybe come in, and again, this is one of those things I could see arguments either way. There is one more copy of Snoke, but also 2 Palpatine's Returns, and given how much Kyle was leaning on Bazine in that first game, I could see an argument for maybe you bring those in, because if they get rid of something, you can just turn around and get it back later as needed. But as you said, everything kind of went the way Jared needed it to in that first game, so maybe you just don't mess with a working system and you run it back.
So it does appear that Kyle will start with the initiative here in game 2. And once again, Kyle satisfied with his hand. Jared opting to take a mulligan here. I believe he didn't have a turn 1 play, and I don't think there was a resupply in hand either. So no turn 1, no ramp, not really what Jared's looking for. And I don't think he's found it in this hand either. That's another rough hand with no opening plays here.
No opening plays and no turn 2 plays unless you draw something. So we did see Jared mulligan in game 1, now mulliganing again in game 2. So perhaps the top heavy deck, yeah, it does not look like got any help off of that draw either. This top heavy deck is going to see passes on turn 1 and turn 2 from this Kira player. Now, if there's any deck that can still kind of make this work, you know, Kira's one of them, but this is going to be a brutal start.
Yeah, this is really the last thing that Jared was hoping for. And if you're Kyle, Kyle's going to be in the driver's seat early here. He'll be able to put on some pressure. He also dodges, the turn 2 Power of the Dark Side. So really, really good start for Kyle. But as you mentioned, Kira's one of those decks that can certainly turn things around. Between her flip and then putting something like Overwhelming Barrage out can quickly turn the board back in your favor. Now we do see Kyle, he has a turn 2 play. We've got the Houndstooth coming out, so Kyle just keeping pressure on, and now Jared will open up with the first action. Let's see if he goes for some quick removal to start this turn.
Yeah, I do see the takedown there. No, instead, looks like it's going to be a Lom Pike. Just getting a big body on the board.
Yeah, first play for Jared here in game 2. Action back over to Kyle. And the door is open for Kyle right now. He's going to get in for 4 damage with Houndstooth. Likely just a claim here from Jared. That is the case. And now you've got Crafty in play. You can deal some more damage. And here comes Jabba. Cad Ping. That's going to deal 1 damage to Lom Pike. And now Kyle gets to go fishing for a trick event as he gets to search the top 8 cards of his deck.
And looks like it might have been a whiff because we're going immediately to the shuffle. But that's okay. You still also get Jabba on the board. Jabba is a very sticky unit because of it has just an insane amount of health. You can still get some value from something like that over time, right? We saw in that first game, Kyle got a lot of chip damage in with an early Bazine. Jabba, if it sticks around, that's 2 damage per swing if needed.
And I love this play from Kyle. He takes the shielded Crafty Smuggler, deals 2 damage to Lom Pike, which puts him up to 3 damage, 3 HP remaining. Kyle quickly using that epic action on Tarkin Town to deal 3 more damage and defeat Jared. He doesn't want to give Jared a target for an Overwhelming Barrage on the first action, and right now it's just keep those units clear to try and protect against the barrage.
Yeah, you want to keep your board potentially clear because of Barrage and at least force them to use, Kira to make that happen if that's the case. But also, if I'm being honest, Kyle is in a position where you smell blood in the water as well. Keep your opponent's board empty and then push your advantage. They passed the first 2 turns of the game. So let's just get this race going. Let's get as much damage in as we can before they find any answers, before they get any sort of footing. So I like this all the way around. Don't let him have a board. Kira's forced to deploy here, and we have an immediate answer.
Look at that. Kyle holding Bosk, ambushing and defeating Kira, taking 4 back, but still has 1 HP remaining. Jared was able to clean up the Space Arena with takedown, defeating the Houndstooth, but man, this has been a brilliant game too for Kyle. Everything going right for him here in game 2 so far.
Again, pressing the advantage here. We've got a lot of units on the board, no presence on the side of Kira, and that means you cannot hit that barrage. Not really any one drops you have to worry about, so you're safe from the, you know, maybe play something cheap and then hit the barrage. And I feel like we're likely just going to see a vigilance here. Yep, comes down, paying 6 for it so that you can remove something and at least heal 5. Buy yourself some time.
Yeah, that is the name of the game right now for Jared. He has to buy some time.
Ooh.
Bosk defeated, and look at this. We're going to see the pillage. We talked about it. Kyle brings it in, and now Jared will have to discard 2 cards, and it looks like it might be some difficult options here. He's having to think this one through.
Yeah, there was almost a snap toss-in of overwhelming there. Now second guessing it, but given that Jared has had no board presence, it was almost feeling like it was a defeatist thing. Instead, we're going to go with the no glory as well as a unit. But there was a moment there where Jared was almost just jamming. Oh, no, changed their mind. Yeah, just jam the overwhelming barrage. If you can't have any units on the board, it is a dead card. So we'll not hold on to it.
And now it looks like we're going to see the no bargain that you talked about, I do believe. So each opponent discards a card, and then Kyle draws a card. So Jared, discarding Relentless, has to discard 3 cards on this turn, and we're going to see CAD deployed, and now Kyle's going to be able to push some damage. Big time turn for Kyle, 13 damage on Jared's base, and he's still holding on to 3 units in the ground arena. Now Jared once again has the first action. He does have Vader, which is a pretty good option here. Let's see if that's what he goes for.
Yeah, Vader could clean up either of the non-leader units. Cad Bane, again, though, massive health pool, so it's relatively sticky. Vader is going to come down. If you're Jared, I think what you really want to find here off of this Vader search is probably something like the Client, which is both sticky but also would provide you with potentially some healing options. Does have that as an option, and yes, does decide to play it. I love it.
Yeah, that is definitely a strong play. It's going to be difficult for Kyle to take care of it, and Jared could really set up some nice heal next turn on. So really good find from Vader, and Vader is going to ambush and defeat Jabba here.
If you're Kyle, you have to be thinking, okay, I need something to slow down the Client. Even something like a Waylay would work, because you just don't want it to get that activation, get the healing value, or you got to find a way to just push damage before it's relevant. The problem is Jared's doing a good job of just hanging relatively low as far as like the damage on the base. We're still at only 13. The vigilance earlier cleaning up 5 has kept Jared in the matchup.
Now we have a Mist Hunter. Yeah, Mist Hunter. Cad Bane trigger here. Where does that 2 damage go? It looks, so it's options here, right? Jared can either have the shield token removed from Client or put an extra 2 on Vader, and it looks like Vader's going to take the extra 2 here. So 3 HP remaining for Vader. Jared has just claimed the initiative. Now we're going to see the Bazine, and you're going to see a hand that's not incredibly threatening this time around for Jared. Just the Perimeter ATRT and the devastating gunship. Discarding Perimeter ATRT, and Jared finds a Vigilance off of the draw. That could certainly be impactful.
Yeah, that's the second Vigilance that would be available, but again, totally worth paying the tax for. Next turn, you will be able to clean up a unit, heal a bunch of damage off of your base again, buying you time. And if you can pair it with this Client, then you can almost reset your base back to full health. Not quite, but that would be an immense amount of healing.
And we're going to see Super Laser Blast just taking out the board. Jared doesn't want to play around with it. I believe he found that off the top. Of course, you'd love to get that healing in, but you have a Vigilance in hand. You find the Super Laser Blast, reset, big play. Another no bargain here. Jared's going to have to discard another card.
I wonder if the concern was, you know, maybe another Bazine or some sort of like targeted discard, because I feel like if you're Jared, there's an argument to be made. I'm not saying what they did was wrong, but there's an argument to be made that perhaps you activate the client to stall, and then worst case scenario, you know, your opponent, you know, maybe they swing and then the client's healing offsets it, but maybe you bait them into playing something else and then you get even more value out of the blast. But
now here's a tough turn for Kyle, though. So following up the Super Laser Blast, he only has the no bargain. He didn't have any units, so that certainly hurts. But now we're going to see the Snoke coming down. Kyle does find Cad Bane to quickly capture the Snoke. Let's see if Jared finds an answer, because Kyle could certainly push some big damage with Cad Bane. First action on Jared, and I do believe he found the answer, Charmer.
Yeah, we have a Devastator coming down, and poor Cad Bane, the unit, essentially survives an orbital bombardment of sorts. Devastator hitting really huge, and that's a problem for Kyle, not only because you get the Snoke back, but also because you have that Devastator out there as well. Pillage will clean up the rest of the hand, but if you can't answer what's on the board, things are going to get out of control very quickly here for Kyle.
Yeah, this is a big, big problem. Jared now has two of his big game threats on the board. The Snoke giving everything Kyle plays from this point forward -2/-2 while it's in play. It's going to be a tough time for Kyle trying to find this last 11 damage. Jared with the initiative. He's got the Devastator, and it looks like Devastator is going to overwhelm right through the Mist Hunter. So 6 damage to Tarkin Town. 8 damage to Tarkin Town with the Snoke ability, and just 1 damage back to Devastator. So Kyle had the great start, right? He had the big presence early, but he just couldn't follow up very well with the Super Laser Blast, and now Jared has complete control.
And Power of the Dark Side is going to clean up Kyle's play.
Ooh, interesting play here. Kyle sneak attacks the Cad Bane in, capturing Snoke. Now, Jared, look at this. Wow, that was quite a play. Now, does Kyle attack, though, or does he just... I guess he has to attack, right? I mean, that Cad is going to be defeated.
Yeah, that's what's so interesting about this, right? Is that you get rid of the Snoke, you will get an attack in, which obviously helps, but with the unit dying at the end, they will get their Snoke back. You're not in danger of dying right away, though. I think that what this really does is it denied the Snoke swing into your base, so we're still riding hope, right? We just have to find 4 damage if we're Kyle.
Yeah, that is the big deal, I guess, when it's all said and done here. Kyle now just 4 damage short, but Jared, once again, complete control of the board. And it's going to be tough for Kyle to find this final 4 damage. Another no bargain. Jared discarding a card, Kyle drawing one. And now it's 1 swing away, and that's going to be game. 24 damage. Cartel Spacer, he can't exhaust. No other cunning unit on the board. Fist bump given. Jared taking it here in round 3, 2-0.
That's a pretty fantastic showing by Jared, and I think that's why I expected to see so much more Kira in the field. It's why Kira had, just won that big event in Minneapolis. When you're looking at the matchups, there's a lot that the deck can do. And I mean, game 2, we just saw Jared did nothing for the first 2 turns, passed on turn 1, passed on turn 2, still found a way to come back into that game, which is absolutely wild when you think about it.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, that if you asked for what shark, or excuse me, what start that Kyle wanted, that had to be the start, right? It was absolutely gorgeous, and he just couldn't finish. He brought in all of the hand hate, but he kept drawing it in clumps there at the end, and the hand hate only goes so far if you can't put the threats back on the table.
Absolutely. What really needed to go Sharky's way was that you wanted a almost like a pairing of one discard effect and one threat, right? Disrupt their hand, give them something they need to answer. Disrupt their hand, give them something they need to answer. Instead, what we saw was clumps, as you mentioned, which ultimately allowed our Kira player to get back into the game. So again, congratulations there to Jared. You have won that 2-0, and I believe we're going to be taking a break for lunch, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think that's it. I think after round 3, they are going to have a lunch break. Before we do go off on break, just again, a big shout out to Kayfabe Cards here in Riverton, Utah. If you are into collectible card games, if you're in the area, be sure to check them out. You can also find singles and sealed product on their website at kayfabecards.tcgplayerpro.com.
All right, I think we're live. So if we are, hello and welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier for Kayfabe cards in Riverton, Utah. I am Charmer, once again joined by Josh Snyder, and we are back from lunch, ready to take on the second half of the Swiss rounds, and we already know what our matchup is going to be. Josh, can you tell me a little bit more?
Yes, I am absolutely thrilled at the matchup we are about to see. Two undefeated players. We're going to have Ray Datavault versus Count Dooku Yellow. So we have a Count Dooku right now undefeated. This should be exciting. Of course, Ray Datavault has been a deck that has been on the rise over the last couple weeks, ever since the Lille Regional, where Yehosera was able to take that deck all the way to the top 8. It's really been picking up a lot of popularity. It has several PQ wins, but you love to see the Count Dooku in there, a deck that, you know, is kind of on the fringe right now, right? So this should be super exciting.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see not just how the decks function, because as you said, Ray's on the rise, Count Dooku not necessarily known as a meta staple, but also how they fare against each other as well, because we've got one deck that is, if I'm being honest, the Count Dooku deck, excuse me, my brain is going faster than my mouth because I'm so excited. It's not something that you play test against, right? So when you're preparing for a major event and you're saying, hey, I want to jam some games to see if this deck that I'm going to play has any legs, you know, you play it against the known quantities, right? You're probably testing against Kira, Sabine, Quinlan Tarkentown, etc. Count Dooku's not usually the one that you're like, okay, I really need to make sure I have this matchup on lockdown. So I want to see how they fare off against each other and whether or not that gives Ray fits, because it's a bit of an unknown.
Yeah, that's always the question, right? I mean, you can only prepare so much. You can't prepare for every possible leader, every possible deck that you're going to face, especially these more off-meta decks. It will certainly be interesting to see. You know, Count Dooku, obviously you want to take advantage of the exploit. Most of these decks are pretty separatist heavy, right? You want to get the exploit online, start putting bigger units onto the table as soon as you can. So we'll see how Ray handles that. I know these decks, obviously with Vigilance, you have, you know, options of things like Fell the Dragon, so you generally have access to good removal, but it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It looks like we are getting ready to get this game underway.
Yeah, as I'm looking at the list, the Count Dooku list is very even, right? As far as the ground and space unit representation. In space, we've got cards like Invincible and the Invisible Hand that can be some pretty big bombs. On the ground, we still have kind of the known entities, right? Darth Vader's a big one. But the other thing that jumps out to me is that this Dooku list has some tricks that remind me of Palpatine. Specifically, I'm looking at 3 copies of Change of Heart main deck, and that's because you can steal their unit and then still use the Count Dooku leader ability to essentially get rid of it.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely correct. So we start out with some ground units, and then Matt is going to do the early action ability with Count Dooku, giving his unit exploit, and I believe that's Invincible that we see coming out on turn 2. So on turn 2, Matt getting a 6/6 space unit facing off against the 3/4 unit in the ground arena. So we talked about that early exploit, and it's a good start here for Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. This is, you know, normally with Ray, I would say you're feeling pretty good if you start with your clone deserter on the ground, because you get that 3/4 unit with restore. You can certainly use that to your advantage because it's very cost effective. But when your opponent answers with something like Invincible in the space arena, you're suddenly saying, whoa, wait a minute, I'm not familiar with this. And now, as you pointed out, Fell the Dragon is going to take care of it.
Yeah, so it looked like it was just a claim for Austin last turn. After the Invincible comes down, he's just going to fire off the Fell the Dragon right away, so the big threat quickly defeated. We do see Matt put down the Super Laser Technician, which of course will be helpful. You do have a leader that costs 7 to deploy, or you deploy on 7 resources, so obviously the ramp important here to get Count Dooku out a little bit earlier and potentially match Dooku for Ray's deployment.
Yeah, one interesting bit that I did not notice until just now, because I was thinking, okay, a lot of decks will run Fell the Dragon main deck, but it's usually like a one of with more in the sideboard. This Ray list is running 3 in the main deck, so I at first thought, okay, wow, that was a really lucky draw, but was not the case actually. This Ray list might actually have all of the goods in the main deck to really give Matt some trouble.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Now, starting out here in this round, we're going to, it looks like, trade some damage. Super Laser Technician into Austin's base, and then that Clone Deserter coming through again with that experience token from Ray's action ability, a 3/4 with Restore 1, so certainly changing the damage counts. And look at this, it's another big unit in the Space Arena. Now, this one was the Invisible Hand, so we will have that when played ability, but Austin once again having the quick Fell the Dragon to take out the big space unit.
Yeah, that's 2 Fell the Dragons. Incredibly timely, because if you do not have an answer for these space units, you will quickly fall behind on the race. As you pointed out, the when played ability is going to trigger if you're not familiar, because, you know, again, Count Dooku isn't necessarily super meta. This is a card that when it's played, you can search the top 8 cards of your deck and find a droid unit, reveal it, and draw it. And if it costs 2 or less, you could play it for free. And there are a number of droid units that are also separatists that work very well with Count Dooku.
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe Matt found the Droid Commando. That costs 3, so he doesn't get to play it for free. He'll follow up with the Confederate Courier. That's another space unit for Matt, so Matt's been pretty heavy in the Space Arena. I do love the Count Dooku action ability that round, giving the Invisible Hand exploit to actually defeat the Super Laser Technician. Of course, getting the ability to play your Invisible Hand for 2 less resources off exploit, and then of course getting the when defeated ability from the Super Laser Technician, going up an extra resource, and now we've got Matt at 7 resources, so both players will be able to deploy here this turn if they choose.
Yeah, I'm really glad that you pointed out that 7 resources, because I was about to say the Ray player might have a bit of an edge with a deploy coming, right? You've got that 5 resource deploy or epic action for Ray, but with Matt already up to 7, Count Dooku can come online, and that is a very hefty 5/9 unit with Overwhelm. It's going to be very hard to get rid of, especially when you factor in that Austin has already used 2 Fell the Dragons.
Definitely 2 Fell the Dragons already down for Austin. Still 1 more floating around somewhere. And now we're going to see Austin playing Chewbacca. That's the new Chewbacca, just playing it in the ground arena. That's a 5/6 that cannot be defeated or returned to hand by enemy card abilities. And now both players deploying their leaders. Action back over to Matt with a ready Count Dooku.
Ooh, big overwhelming barrage coming here. That is going to single-handedly clean up the Ray. Should, because Ray had not attacked, also have 1 damage. Yep, there it goes. That was overflow, but also, again, this means Count Dooku's now swinging for 7 with Overwhelm when it attacks.
Big time overwhelming barrage for Matt, really going to clean up that ground arena. Of course, the Chewbacca, a little bit of a threat. We'll see if Matt goes in and takes out Chewbacca here, or if he's just aggressive, and it looks like he's just going to be aggressive. So 7 damage into Austin's base, bringing the damage total up to 9 on each base.
Yeah, I think I like this play, if only because you kind of don't want to make your opponent do your work for you. Oh, interesting. It does also look like we're going to get some triggers from the attack from Count Dooku as well here.
Yeah, so on attack, the next Separatist unit you play, I believe, gains up to exploit 3. So he exploits the Confederate Courier, which gives him a battle droid token in the ground arena, and then brings out that droid commando that we saw in his hand and just ambushes and trades with the Clone Deserter, which is cool as well because, of course, that Clone Deserter has the bounty on it that allows Matt to draw a card. Now here we go. Next turn, another big play on the other side of the table. Austin plays U-Wing Reinforcement. This could certainly change that presence on the board.
Yeah, and as I'm looking at the list, there doesn't appear to be a large number of really expensive units outside of Luke Skywalker, and I do see one there in the fist. So we could see that, or we could see like some combination of units. General Riken is there as an option as well if you want to maybe get some Sentinel or things like that online. Does opt instead to play the Luke Skywalker here, which by itself will not get rid of Dooku, but it does set up some potential plays.
Yeah, so Luke Skywalker coming in off the U-Wing reinforcement. Dooku now has -3/-3 this phase, so down to a 2-6. And now the change of heart. Chewbacca going over to Matt's side for the rest of this phase.
Yes, and as long as there's something playable that is a separatist in the hand of Matt, that Chewbacca will not stick around, because you can attack with the Count Dooku, giving something exploit, and then use that to get rid of the Chewbacca that you have just stolen with Change of Heart.
Yes, you talked about it. It's combo-esque, very similar to the Change of Heart Palpatine play. You're going to see Matt go in here for, it looks like, another 3 damage between Dooku and the Battle Droid token. I do believe Austin claimed the initiative. Now we'll see what Matt does with the Chewbacca, and if he has a Separatist unit in his hand, that would be massive to be able to exploit the Chewbacca. We'll see if he has it. I believe it's 3 cards in hand right now for Matt.
Yeah, I see 3 here as well. I think the real question is, do you want to use Chewbacca to just push damage base? Matt answers that question for me. Depending on what else was in your hand, there was the potential to maybe put damage on Luke if whatever you're playing here follows up to kill it. But instead, we're just going to do a pretty big exploit and again develop into the space arena.
Talk about a massive play and a massive moment in this game, finding or playing Invisible Hand, exploiting Chewbacca, and he finds a B1 security team, which he's able to play for free. So now he has a Sentinel unit in the ground arena.
Yeah, that was a pretty big exchange there for Matt, because he got rid of an opposing unit, developed in both lanes, essentially, right, between the B1 security and the big Invisible Hand, as well as protected his Count Dooku, which was also really important here. Again, that Count Dooku, incredibly hard to get rid of. I don't know whether or not Austin will have the tools to get rid of it without crashing into it at some point. Luke here is going to trade with the security team because that had Sentinel. It had no other choice. Does get the restore off, though, but takes some damage in return, and now Matt sets up a Bazine.
So taking a look at Austin's hand, does have some pretty good cards here. You've got Home 1 there, obviously great threat in the space arena that lets you replenish the board with that when played ability. You've got U-Wing reinforcement, also the Blue Leader. So really nice cards here. That takedown, maybe teamed up with something in the ground arena, could take out Dooku. So it looks like Home 1 is going to be discarded, and look at what card he found. Austin picking up another Luke Skywalker in place of the Home 1.
Yeah, the Luke Skywalker is a really big pickup because that's probably your best bet for dealing with a Dooku at this point. As I look at the list, Fell the Dragon does not target leaders, and then there are 3 copies of Takedown, but we've already seen 1 get expended. But even in order to do that, you have to get some damage on this Dooku. Thus far, Austin's been unable to. And so really, Luke with the -6/-6 is probably going to be your best bet. Right now, though, we see some more development here on the side of Austin.
Yeah, Blue Leader coming in. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Charmer.
Yep, I was just going to say, I believe this is a Blue Leader that's just immediately jumping over.
Yeah, I absolutely love the new Blue Leader. So versatile, being able to pay the extra 2 resources, give it 2 experience tokens, bounce it over to the ground arena, then you can ambush. So Bazine ambushed and defeated. And now we are going to see an attack here. The Invisible Hand getting into Data Vault, and once again, another droid pickup for Matt as he finds another droid commando, which could certainly be important because that has that ability. If you control another Separatist unit, it gets ambush, which could set up to clear either the Luke or that blue leader. Now, of course, he's got to get through the Sentinel first, but could set up for a big future play.
All right, I believe that was a confiscate there, which is an incredibly effective way to deal with that shield token. So now the ambush would clean up the Sentinel if you want to go that route, or you could still send Dooku because of the overwhelm, and that would also, yeah, it does look like that's going to be the case, right? So kind of pointing it out, going to run over the Sentinel, get the overwhelm damage on the Data Vault as well, and then now this will pull off the ambush that you were talking about, and I believe he wants to get rid of the Luke to stop the restore.
Yeah, taking Luke Skywalker out, certainly a big play. Now we see Matt pushing more presence in the ground arena with the Separatist Commando. And going into this next turn, Matt certainly has the advantage on the board. But keep in mind, we do know that Austin is holding on to another Luke Skywalker, which could certainly turn things around a bit. We'll see what Austin chooses to do with his first action.
I've been very impressed with the invisible hand in this matchup, mostly because it has meant that Matt has always had options. It keeps refilling the hand. In many ways, it reminds me of the, legendary Vader, where you get the ambush and you get the one unit, but because it's not just a when played, but also when it completes an attack, Matt has been able to keep a very steady amount of resources. Not resources that you use to pay costs, mind you, but just resources in terms of cards in hand throughout this entire game.
Now here's a big development. So that blue leader attacks into Dooku, blue leader defeated, and now with Dooku attacking, Matt has not attacked with Invisible Hand. Austin with the door open, playing Luke Skywalker, Invisible Hand, -6, and that hurts because Matt was not able to get that 6 damage in, which would have been huge as he's closing in 32 damage to Austin's base. Oh, and that's going to do it. I believe that does it.
Do it.
Yeah. Vanguard Droid Bomber, when played, if you control another Separatist unit, deal 2 damage to an enemy base. So not being able to attack with the Invisible Hand ended up not being detrimental to Matt there. Finishes it off with the Droid Bomber. What a first game, and Count Dooku and Matt with the lead over Ray Data Vault and Austin.
I was just about to say, hey, we're seeing the value of Data Vault and why so many players have been opting to make that switch, because Matt was in a position where he would have won against a standard 30 health base, but was not yet defeating Austin. But with a quick last minute deployment, gets that final damage, which does finish off Austin. Matt up 1-0 in the match. And again, wow, I am very impressed with this Count Dooku list. The Invisible Hand, as I said, it kept the cards available to Matt flowing, but that Change of Heart combo being so effective as well. And, we talked about how it works with Palpatine earlier, but even with doing that, you have to essentially pay 7 resources. Here, you could do it with just 6 because Dooku doesn't require a resource to activate his leader ability. And that was a very important, a very timely play when it happened.
It absolutely was. I think that is going to be a huge play moving forward in this match, right? Because Matt is running the full suite of Change of Hearts, so it's very likely that we see that play come up again. And there's so many good targets, right? I mean, you've got the Chewbacca, which was really helpful here, but Luke Skywalker, if you can nag a ready Luke Skywalker, or even maybe a home one if we get a little later in the game. I mean, there's so many great units that you can take, and it would just absolutely swing the momentum in a major way for Matt. We saw it happen there. So, yeah, this Count Dooku deck, watch out, folks, because it is performing well right now. Matt firing on all cylinders with this Dooku deck and has the early lead here in round 4 as both of these players are trying to remain undefeated in their hunt to make the top 8.
Looking at the sideboard options for both of these players, just trying to think about what we might potentially see here coming in game 2. What stands out to me, there are a couple of Obi-Wan Kenobis for the Rey player. It might help with the Sentinel just kind of blocking things, but 2 Rivals Fall. Given that we saw that Dooku hit the board and then just really never leave for the rest of the game, I would imagine those have to come in this game.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest standout, absolutely. I think Rivals Fall is a must here, and if you can have that Rivals Fall immediately ready, waiting for Count Dooku, certainly, has to, tilt things over to Austin's side a little bit, right? So Dooku got in major work once he was deployed. So yeah, Rivals Fall absolutely a factor moving forward. Now we're ready to go for game 2. It looks like Austin with the initiative going to play out, I believe that's Harris and Dula in the ground arena. Yes. And then we've got a droid deployment for Matt. We're going to get a couple droid tokens.
Yes, that is Harris and Dula opting to go to the ground instead of be played as a pilot. Hera is one of the cards that I absolutely adore from Jump to Lightspeed because it's so flexible. It does everything that you want in a Heroism Vigilance deck. You can play it with Rey because it's got 2 power. You can put it on your ships if you need some extra power in the air later, but even if you play it on the ground, it always has the Restore 1. It's not something that is only given as a pilot, so incredibly versatile. Good start here for Austin. We'll have to see whether or not Matt can make use of these droid tokens. I was just about to say I expect one of them to be gone because you want to prevent a big exploit play.
And that is what Austin does here. Harris and Dula taking out one of the battle droids. Will we see another big space unit on turn 2? Not this time for Matt, as he plays the Separatist Commando in the ground arena. And we're just going to go ground for ground here. Austin putting the Sentinel unit back in the ground arena, the Village Protectors. And it does look like the initiative back over to Matt, but certainly not as interesting of a play on turn 2, right? He wasn't able to find Invincible here on turn 2. So Austin, good start in the ground arena, and it looks like he'll be able to, keep things in check here early, which is what he needs to do.
As the players navigate this turn, I was kind of taking a look at what the Dooku player potentially could have sideboarded. Not a lot that I think really helps in this particular matchup. There are some exhaust cards, pretty standard, look the other way, etc. There is one turbo laser salvo though, and given how many big space units Matt runs, I might expect that to make an appearance here. That would have been a card that I would have considered sideboarding in if I was Matt.
Now Matt does play the Invisible Hand here on turn 3, using that Count Dooku ability to get exploiting the last battle droid token, and Austin once again has a quick fell the dragon. Matt just has trouble sticking those big 6/6 spaceships.
So actually, interestingly enough, one of the other things that was in the sideboard for Matt was 2 copies of the 8-cost version of the Invisible Hand. It would not surprise me if we see those show up here in game 2 and potentially game 3 as well, just because it's a 4/7. And that means that it would not die to these pesky Fell the Dragons that Austin seems to have every time.
Yeah, that is an excellent point. The big Invisible Hand could certainly play a role here. It'll be exciting to see if Matt has brought it in or if they end up going to game 3 if he brings it in. Now, doing some trades in the ground arena, the Village Protectors ends up trading with the Separatist Commando. So Matt's board has been cleaned up. Austin with the Harris and Dula that has Restore in the ground arena. And we're going to see yet another big space play. This time it is Invincible. So once again, Matt putting a 6/6 ship in the space arena.
Will there be yet another Fell the Dragon? Because it seems like it's happened every time we see one of these big space units hit the board.
Well, Austin isn't snap felling here, so maybe Matt gets his spaceship to stick around a while this time around. Action back over to Austin. Matt essentially completely exhausted here, right? He doesn't have anything else. And look at this. He's just going to claim the initiative, does not make a play on that turn.
Yeah, there's a chance that there were options for Austin to play, but if you have an answer for Invincible and you don't want to take the damage from it, I think that it's pretty safe to just take the initiative and then play your answer right away. And that is the case. Now, it is a Rival's Fall, so that means Count Dooku might be safe later. Only 2 in the sideboard, and that's one of them. But if you're worried about a deployment, and I believe that's another Invincible back-to-back, I was just about to say, if you're worried about a deployment, you have to remember Invincible also triggers when you deploy your leader, so perhaps that's what Austin was fearing, but wow.
Yeah, back-to-back turns with Invincible. Tit for tat. You've had multiple removal pieces for Austin in this game, but another Invincible this time going to stick around a little bit. Now, we do see Ray being deployed, getting in for 3, and you do have the experience token going on to Ray. So Ray now a 3/7. Matt does have the first action. Let's see what this opening play is going to be. We know that he runs Overwhelming Barrage. That would certainly be an option.
Yeah, I feel like if you have the Barrage, I would consider that because that allows you to, for sure, clean up the Ray. The only other potential play here, if you're really trying to do something spicy, would be you could deploy your leader, which would trigger the Invincible when you deploy a leader, return something. That would allow you to bounce Hera before she could attack, but instead just says, I don't have what I want, so let's maybe stop what you want to do by playing a Bazine.
Yeah, so here we go. Bazine with some different targets here, possibly. We see the big U-Wing reinforcement and home 1 plays that Austin can make. In game 1, Matt ripped the home 1 from Austin's hand. We'll see if he decides to have Austin discard anything here. You can always just not have them discard if you're, for instance, if he didn't want Austin to potentially draw into another Rival's Fall or something, you can just not have them discard so they would not draw another card. But he once again is going to go after that home 1. So home 1 discarded, and now Austin will get to draw a card to replace it off of Bazine's ability.
Yeah, I feel like if you're choosing options for your opponent to discard there, home 1 or U-Wing are the 2 that jump out to me. You want to either jam their ability to find something with U-Wing that could be an answer, or anything else in that hand, if you would have made them discard it, home 1 could have just returned, like, for example, Admiral Akbar. But here we have Ray getting an attack in, cleaning up the board a little bit.
Yeah, Matt created a little bit of a roadblock with the B1 security team, the Sentinel in the ground arena. Ray taking that Sentinel out, and the on attack ability, the experience token, this time being put on Hera Syndulla. So Hera gets a little bit bigger, and Matt is going to finally get some damage in with one of the spaceships here in game 2 as Invincible gets into Data Vault for 6, and now Austin, he's got some big pressure in the ground arena now as he plays the General Riken. So just pushing big presence over in the ground arena, and General Riken will have Sentinel for this phase.
Yeah, I really like that play by Austin because it's going to slow down what Matt wanted to do with this Dooku. And now you kind of force their hand. They either attack or they pass, but with Austin taking initiative, even passing here doesn't do a whole lot unless you're just explicitly trying to protect your Dooku. We do still get that Invincible trigger, though, when Dooku is deployed, so that's why the Hera went back to the hand. And I like that just because it gets the experience token off of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it is kind of a awkward spot now, though, right? Because Austin claims the initiative. Matt doesn't have a clear path through that Riken right now, so Matt just opting to pass. No attacks here with Count Dooku after the deploy. So Austin with the initiative. Let's see if he takes advantage of Riken to throw the Sentinel ability on a unit once again. He'll have the first action. And it is going to be General Riken here attacking. Where does that attack go? Just being aggressive. That's 14 damage on Matt's base. And Riken, once again, Matt's going to have to deal with the big 5/7 with Sentinel.
So that's interesting for a number of reasons. First, I like that Austin attacked right away because you do want to get that Sentinel on Riken. But because they attacked the base, they could be kind of feigning, okay, I didn't have removal to pair with damage on Dooku. And so they might be trying to get Matt to attack into the Riken and then hit back with, you know, something like a takedown after the damage is on there. But you do also, by not attacking Dooku directly, set yourself up for a counterplay, right? So if Matt has an overwhelming barrage here, for example, they could just remove the Riken and then swing in with Dooku and not have to worry about it.
Yeah, we have not seen barrage on Matt's side yet here, so with him not quickly making that play, I don't think that's what we're looking at. Oh, look at this. Very interesting. He's going to change of heart the Sentinel. So Riken now on Matt's side of the board. Now Austin has a Sentinel unit he has to deal with in the ground arena. And keep in mind, we know that that could be really big because the Count Dooku ability with possible exploit.
Yeah, even without the exploit, this is a pretty big play because you can get your attacks on the ground through now while also potentially stalling that Ray from attacking. That's not just preventing damage, but it's also stopping the restore on Ray, which is usually a big part of this deck's game plan. It wants to stay healthy. Austin now really, yeah, you can see the look on his face, really not liking this situation because it is less than ideal after that change of heart.
Yeah, you could just tell by the body language, very defeated right now. That is a extremely effective change of heart, to say the least. So it looks like Austin, I'm not sure if he claimed there, if he just passed, but Matt takes the next action, and Invincible is going to get in for another 6. And there's still several plays that Matt can make here on this turn. So action back over to Austin. I do believe he just passed. So we'll see if he makes a play this time around or passes back over to Matt. We know he has U-Wing reinforcement. That's an option if you want to dig for maybe certain answers. Maybe try to find another Sentinel unit of your own in the ground arena to possibly protect Rey. But regardless, it's just a tough spot right now after the change of heart. And it looks like Dooku is going to go ahead and I believe smash into Rey. So with 4 HP remaining, we'll have 1 damage of overwhelm going through to Austin's base. Dooku still has 6 HP remaining, which is important because that dodges takedown. And now we see the U-Wing reinforcement for Austin.
Yes, you dodge takedown, but with U-Wing here, what you don't want to see is Luke. And that is exactly what Austin is digging for. Rey has now been defeated, so if you can find a Luke, the -6/-6 would be enough to deal with the Dooku. I don't know if they found it.
Yeah, I can't tell.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it there.
No, I don't think so. That would have been a huge find off of this U-Wing reinforcement because, as you mentioned, Dooku is set up perfectly, but it's not going to be Luke. We're going to play multiple units. So we're going to play Luke Skywalker, but it's the little 2-cost 3/2 in the ground arena, so definitely not the one Austin was looking for. We also get Yoda and Regional Governor, so Austin will name a card with the Regional Governor, and while Governor is in play, Matt cannot play that card.
Yeah, given the state of the board, I have to assume that that's Overwhelming Barrage that was named. I don't know if there's a card in Matt's deck that you're more afraid of at the moment, because with not 1 but now 2 big space units over there, you could essentially wipe out one entire side of the board and then just push all your damage.
Well, Matt had the play. He had the Separatist unit in hand, none other than the Invisible Hand, which allows the exploit to happen. And you know it, General Riken exploited, taken off the board, and now we're going to get the combat drone, right? The droid bomber, excuse me. We saw that finish up the game in game 1. It comes back out, 2 damage to Austin's base, and now Austin is in big trouble with that space arena.
And Austin, I think, has to take initiative there. Yeah, the token's not changing. So Austin has to take initiative there because you need to do something before your opponent has an opportunity to get rid of your regional governor. You're hoping that you find something that will allow you to deal with this Dooku so that it can't attack back. But right now, again, assuming that the governor named Overwhelming Barrage, you have to protect that at all costs, or else you likely just lose the game the moment it resolves.
Yeah, that is a great point. So first action will be on Austin, and to say that this is a difficult situation is an understatement, as he is staring down 14 damage coming through just in the space arena. And keep in mind that Matt still has his leader, Count Dooku, in play, which is showing another 5 damage. 21 damage, right? So 6, 12, 14, no, excuse me, 19 damage on board is just massive spot right here for Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely enough if it's all uncontested to finish things off, right? Data Vault only provides you with 33 total health. There's already 16 damage on Austin's base. Austin attacked into Dooku, so that tells Matt, yeah, I have to swing with this now.
Yeah, absolutely. So Matt sees the writing on the wall here. He knows that the opening is there, and attacking with Dooku first now requires Austin to find an answer for something in this space arena.
And another U-Wing.
So this U-Wing reinforcement is really going to have to find a space sentinel, I assume, unless Luke here. He could Luke and defeat one of those 6/6, right? So Bright Hope maybe, or Luke Skywalker would be the targets that you're trying to find.
I think that it just has to be Luke. And I say that because it would stop at least one of the big 6/6s from attacking, but also gets more restore on the board for you. Does instead look like it's going to be Bright Hope and then a blue leader as well with the ambush that can clean up the bomber. So this will still also soak damage, but kind of surprised after 2 U-Wings we've seen 0 Lukes.
Yeah, Austin not finding the Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight right now. Action back over to Matt. He still, keep in mind, Matt still has not used 1 resource on this turn. He can, of course, get through the Bright Hope with one of those 6/6 spaceships, and then he has another one. So there's still a lot of possible plays, and it's another change of heart, taking control of the Sentinel. And now he says, Austin, you've got to have another answer for these 2 ships.
And that's why I was under the impression that it really just had to be Luke. You needed the future restore, and you had to make sure that one of those were just off the board entirely. Now you're right back to where you were, where you have uncontested space units, and that's not even counting that when the Invisible Hand completes its attack, it could potentially find yet another droid, again like a bomber, for even more damage, and they are just going to do the handshake. It does appear that Matt is going to be the victor and win this 2-0, an impressive showing by this Count Dooku deck.
Wow, what a match for Matt, and Count Dooku had all the tools he needed. And one thing for sure about this Ray Data Vault deck is it can be difficult for it to defend against these big space units, and that is what Matt was able to do. He kept pressuring with the big 6/6 space unit. I mean, look, his deck's running 6 of them, and there's only so many Fell the Dragons, right? So very tough situation there for Ray Data Vault, and you see Matt with Count Dooku moving to 4-0. Very cool.
I am so excited that we've seen a plethora of decks today. I'm really looking forward to what the rest of the tournament brings, because I've been surprised by some lists, and we still haven't even seen arguably like the boogeyman of the format, right? We have yet to see Sabine on the broadcast, so there's still a lot of action to go in this event, and it's exceeded my expectations so far.
Absolutely. It's been a great event. You love to see so many off-meta decks so far, and several of them doing well. That's going to conclude our coverage from round 4, but stay tuned. We've got more action coming from the Kayfabe Cards Planetary Qualifier in Riverton, Utah.
And they're so fun because if you have one in your hand, you're like, normally you're like, oh crap, what's my opponent going to do to me? Instead you're like, ooh, what big thing are they going to play that I'm just going to take next turn? Or sometimes that turn, but. So yeah, it's, they are definitely a key card.
Sweet.
So the Geonosis Patrol Fighter is actually one of the changes I made from 2 weeks ago. So it was nice to see them.
It mattered there. I don't think I was clawing back from that game, but it locked it.
Probably not, but yeah, anytime you can close a game out, you just, right, you close a game out if you can. Don't give your
things. Terrible.
They're really stiff because they open them right now to play today. So normally when you can wear them down a little bit, they're a little easier.
Yeah.
I appreciate you trying to use them because they want to bring.
Yeah.
So that's why I keep score with you guys, is because when you start flipping and you forget.
Well, there was that one time it clicked twice, and I was like, that threw my mouth off. What am I? Like, where are we?
Well, I'm glad that I just traded for the showcase. I'm glad it didn't throw off my mojo. I was, a little worried there. As much as he looks good, mojo can be a fragile thing. I haven't played a ton into the Ray Data Vault, so didn't quite know what I was gonna expect. I have a little bit, but yeah, I mean you're on the right track. I love Boba Fett unit. I'm a fan. I haven't found anything I can't beat. I don't know. It's maybe off meta, but it's not bad. And I haven't even. I really want to play.
No, I have one loss.
I really want to play the Haunt 2 Data Vault. I feel that's almost my best matchup. I have, and there's tons of it here, and I haven't seen it once. So, but I'm 4-0, so
Maybe you'll see next round.
right?
Did you want to report?
Oh yeah. With everything going on, I totally spaced that. So good call.
Don't forget that you're wearing the mic still.
No.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the live stream of the Kayfabe Cards Planetary Qualifier here in Utah. I'm Josh Schneider. I've got Charmer with me. We have seen some very interesting and entertaining matches throughout the day, including just having Count Dooku on last round. Charmer, it's been a blast. How you feeling right now?
About the fact that my microphone was muted. I was about to say I'm incredibly excited about this upcoming matchup, but then I realized halfway through that I was still on mute. So whoopsie doodle. Listen, we've seen a lot of deck diversity so far in the matchups today. We just got word from our production team about the matchup that we are going to be diving into, and we're finally going to get a look at the most represented leader in this particular event, and that is Darth Vader, a Victor Squadron leader.
I am thrilled that we are going to finally see the new Jump to Lightspeed Vader. I personally have a little bit of a soft spot for that deck. I really like what it's doing. It's pretty straightforward in what it's trying to do, right? It's not a super complicated deck, but it's just, I don't know. I really like it. I love the clone squadron, right? It's huge. It has so many big weapons, and spamming out tokens is pretty easy for Vader, and we've never really seen a deck like this in this game, and it brings a lot of excitement, and a lot of players are gravitating towards it right now.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. A lot of players in this particular event anyway, but it has been on the rise in the meta as well. One of the things that I'm kind of interested in is seeing how the deck evolves over time. Right now, it seems like the Vader yellow, pairing it with Cunning, is the most popular version of the list, and for good reason. But I have seen kind of floating around a couple of Vader blue lists where it's a bit more control-y, and then they use the tokens to generate advantage over time. They take advantage of things like ambush, etc., to make sure that you always get those vehicle attacks right out of the gate. So I think in the future we might see different iterations is what I'm getting at. And we do have our Galactic Championship right around the corner coming up in July. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But today it will be, of course, Vader yellow. And it looks like they're going to be taking on a Han list. That's another deck that we have not seen on the broadcast yet today.
Yeah, that is right. We have not seen Han Solo, Audacious Smuggler, this particular list. We've got Han 1 Green coming on camera for you here shortly. So yeah, looking forward to this. This is a deck that's been, making a lot of waves in the meta as well. It's a deck that has been absolutely kryptonite to Sabine, right? Which Sabine ECL has been still very popular. So this is a deck that is a great choice if you are expecting a lot of Sabine players. But this is a strong deck. It has several pretty solid matchups, and it can go a few ways, right? You can go the classic early resupply, getting out Han early, have the big 5, 6, 7 where, you're playing something that costs 7, on turn 3. So it can get out of hand, and you then can also do the big Millennium Falcon and put on the pilots as well, right? You've got Chewbacca, you've got the new Han pilot, so you can also really have a huge unit in the space arena early that can put on big pressure if your opponent doesn't have a quick answer.
Hey, speaking of huge units early in the space arena, one of the cards that I think was undervalued a bit when it was originally revealed that proves to be devastating in this list is the Stolen AT Hauler. This is a list that's running 3 of them. And yes, technically the when defeated can be a bit of a downside at times, but when you can play a 4/5 space unit on turn 1 and then follow it up with something like a pilot later, it could just generate so much pressure that it doesn't even matter if it has a negative when defeated ability.
Yeah, that is a great point. And we've even seen, we saw this in Minneapolis a lot. There was a lot of the players from Bothan Network that were running this Vader deck. They were actually running Stolen AT Hauler in the Vader list. Now, I don't know if this particular list has it, but we've seen Stolen AT Hauler kind of popping up in some various lists, and it certainly can be a great impactful play, especially if you have ways to mitigate the downside.
Yeah, this particular Vader list being piloted by Paul, I do not see the Stolen AT Hauler in that list, but Here right out of the gate, we did also see that blue leader. Again, fantastic play when you're, on turn one, you're trying to get your opponent a bit behind the 8-ball here. They did clean up a unit, and then it looks like it was a Kajimi patroller there as well.
Yeah, so double 1-drop play, it looks like, for Paul. So the wing leader taking out one, and then the other one will now be defeated as well. So wing leader really cleaning up early here, which is great for Alex, because if you can keep that token generation from firing early with Darth Vader, that can certainly go a long way.
Yeah, that was my mistake. It was not the Kajimi. It was the double First Order TIE Fighter opener. But hey, speaking of the stolen AT hauler, there it is in its glory. And on the other side, we do have that lurking Phantom, which is potentially a really big problem for some decks. But Han, because it just jams so many big bodies, tends to not really care.
Yeah, absolutely. Han has so many space units generally that the lurking TIE Phantom, not a great threat against Han. Now, Paul will have the initiative, but that lurking TIE Phantom staring down the stolen AT hauler. Let's see what Paul decides to do on his first action. The hauler certainly a problem here, as it is, posing an immediate answer to the Phantom. It looks like we're going to see, look at this, no good to me dead. It's going to exhaust the AT hauler here, and it's going to keep it locked down for an extra turn.
Looking at Paul's list, not a whole lot of ground unit presence. In fact, the only ground units in the main deck appear to be pilots, Wingman Victor 2 to be exact. I was just kind of looking to see if maybe they ran the lieutenants, because there's so many Imperial units in these Vader lists that sometimes you'll see them for a bit of an attack buff. And if they did have a lieutenant there, for example, then that Phantom might have been able to clean up the hauler, and that would have been a viable trade. But this is not one of the lists that does so. This is very, very heavy space.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex does play Cura, and I believe called the Clone Combat Squadron in Paul's hand, which is the last card in hand. But while Cura is in play, that squadron is going to cost 7. So Paul's going to have to find a way to deal with that Cura if he wants to play the Clone Combat Squadron anytime soon. Paul also playing another space unit, the Cartel Spacer, and using the Darth Vader action ability for the first time here in Game 1, getting the token.
One of the things that we're going to have to kind of keep an eye out for is whether or not this Phantom does stick around. And the reason that I mention it is typically in the early turns, if it gets traded into, it doesn't have nearly the menacing, presence that you would expect. But if we get to a turn where Darth Vader can deploy on it, then it is no longer, bounceable with something like Waylay, because it's going to count as a leader unit. And then with the anti-removal stuff as well, it suddenly becomes a lot harder to get off the board. And we are approaching that point in the game. Right now we have the Han flip turn online. Should Alex want to do so, Vader would be online for Paul next turn.
Yeah, that is one of the great things about this Han Solo leader, being able to use the action ability, get an extra ready resource for the turn. So now Alex up to 6, can deploy Han, as you mentioned. And look at the surprise strike coming here. That's going to allow Paul to attack and defeat the stolen AT hauler, which is important because now Paul will have the opportunity to play it for free.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if Paul takes advantage of this right away. All right, it does want to get the damage in. I was going to say Alex still has all of those resources open, which means that it would have been the sort of thing where Paul might fall into a trap if they just snap deploy the AT hauler. I would try to kind of play this action economy game, stall. I like this attack by the TIE fighter here as well. Just see what you can get out of this. Han's attack is going to take Alex up to 7, and I would imagine usually the play here is then Ewing reinforcements as well to follow it up.
And I do believe he is holding on to a U-Wing reinforcement right now. 9 damage on Alex's base, 7 on Paul's base. We're going to see another TIE Fighter token created with the Vader action ability. And here comes the big 7 play for Alex. U-Wing reinforcement. Let's see what he finds off the top. Does he find anything to potentially deal with some of the space threats, or is it just going to be another big ground play? Of course, Infus Nest could be really big here because it could bounce units, right, and really keep control of the space arena on Paul's side.
Yeah, as I'm kind of taking a look here, other options that could also be very beneficial. We do know that Blue Leader is an impactful ambush. There's also Millennium Falcon. If it enters a readied, then you could get some additional value. And yeah, we're going to see 1 Millennium Falcon and then just 2 more space units. Alex saying, hey, I'm just going to go with volume. I know you're going to play a bunch, so I'm going to play a bunch and see if I can trade into these over time.
Yeah, I like it. Great presence now for Alex in the space arena after the U-Wing reinforcement. Of course, that Millennium Falcon piece of junk enters play ready. Now here comes a big play for Paul. Geonosis Patrol Fighter with the exploit. Paul just having to pay 3 resources, bouncing the Falcon back to hand, which is at least going to protect his space units for now.
Yes, and then we're also going to see the AT Hauler get played from the discard pile because it was defeated earlier. Alex will have initiative, but if there's not an answer readily available here in the early going, what we might see, or what I would expect to see out of Paul, is perhaps deploying Vader onto the Hauler and then following that up with an overwhelming barrage, because that is an incredible board wiping play. We'll have to wait and see if that's what's in Paul's hand, of course, but usually when you hit this turn 6 flip turn for Vader, that is what the game plan is. You want to get your Vader on something big in the air and then just use that to mow down your opponent's board state.
So now Alex does have the initiative, back down to 6 resources here. Had to defeat a couple resources off those Han abilities. He's going to immediately take the lurking TIE Phantom off the board. One of those Phoenix Squadron A-Wings just going in for the trade. And now the action back over to Paul. And it's funny that you mentioned that overwhelming barrage, because I do believe he was top decking, and I think that is one of the cards he might have found. We're just going to go in for some damage first. The Geonosis Patrol Fighter getting in for 3. But this is a big pivotal turn for sure, with Vader coming up and the waylay, bouncing the AT Hauler back to Alex's hand. Oh, wow, because he is the owner of that unit. That is a big-time play for Alex.
Yeah, and that's kind of why I was expecting the Vader deploy, because as I'd pointed out before, at that point it becomes a leader unit, or it counts as one. So the waylay gets taken offline if that is the opener. Yes, you would have been potentially weak to something where they could either ambush you or do something else, but given the space presence that you had, I was really expecting it to just be, you open with deploy the Vader, hit the barrage, and then you're kind of scot-free in the space arena for a while.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think if the Vader deploys onto that AT Hauler right away, I don't know that Alex really has a good quick answer. And then with the barrage to just clean up the board, that could have been the momentum that Paul needed in this first game. But now Alex really in a pretty good spot. He's got answers again to the space units. He still has the A-Wing there. This is a much better situation for Alex now that he was able to get back that AT Hauler.
Yeah, in terms of, counterplay, or why you might have wanted to not play that on the Hauler, Surprise Strike is a card that you're maybe worried about. But again, your Vader, when it deploys, it gives +5/+5. And so like on an AT Hauler, that would have taken you to a 9-10. There was nothing that was surprise strikeable on the side of Alex that would have, put the fear in me if I was Paul. But, this is a hard game. Star Wars Unlimited is all about sequencing and timing your actions. And this is kind of demonstrating exactly why.
Absolutely. Sequencing such an important part of this game. We see the Phoenix Squadron A-Wing attacking and defeating one of those tokens. Now the action back over to Paul. Still has all 6 resources, but just the 1 card in hand. We are going to see Vader deploy here onto the Geonosis Patrol Fighter. When deployed, he does create 2 more TIE Fighter tokens, so expanding the board a little bit in the space arena. Now the action back over to Alex, and that Geonosis Patrol Fighter certainly a threat. It is an 8-7 with Vader deployed.
Yeah, and if you're Alex, that has to signal that this is kind of the consolation play, and so I really like this, play the blaster on Han, get the damage that you can get in now, because you kind of, I think, have to assume that the follow-up play is going to be a barrage. Now, the real question is, do you use the barrage to clean up the leader, or are you so annoyed by that Kira there, do you maybe get rid of that? I think you have to get rid of the Han at this point, though.
Yeah, I think Han has to be the main target, and I think here is the barrage. That's going to be 10 total damage that he can deal. So he can take out Han, he can take out the A-Wing, and then leave Kira with just 2 HP remaining. So it's still a really big play for Paul. And now with the action back over to Alex, that space arena is cleared up for Paul. So Alex still has to answer this question of that piloted Geonosis Patrol Fighter, because it's going to start hitting for 8 next turn.
Yeah, and as you had pointed out earlier, there's really not a lot of direct answers available to this Han list. It does tend to rely on cards like Waylay. Confiscate is a one-of in the main deck, and that can be used to get rid of the Darth Vader, because again, it's still just an upgrade. It makes the leader or the unit count as a leader, but the actual leader upgrade itself can be gotten rid of with Confiscate. That would be a nice way to deal with it. I'm not seeing much else, though.
Yeah, that is a great question. Does he have Confiscate? Did he find it? Paul has the initiative, so Paul's going to go ahead and make sure he gets that damage in while he can. 8 damage to Alex's base. 20 damage on here, and with the TIE Fighter token still in the space arena, if Paul can get in for another couple damage here on this turn, then the piloted Patrol Fighter is showing lethal here. So Alex certainly has to find some answers in the space arena to keep this game moving forward.
Or you have to figure out a way to race. One of the things working in your favor right now is that this presence is one big unit and then a bunch of units that are small. And so if you can find a way to either put just as much pressure but in bigger chunks, or mitigate it. So if you found something like a home one and you could give your units restore, right, where you're kind of getting some of that little bit back every time you swing, you could maybe play the tempo game, but instead, we're going to just have the ambush here on the side of Paul, get rid of Alex's space presence yet again.
Yeah, ambush for ambush. Blue leader coming in, taking out one of the TIE Fighter tokens, and then that nice eager escort fighter, which we have seen in so many green decks here lately, coming in, making the trade. But now another space unit for Alex. The Millennium Falcon coming back. It enters play ready. Now the action back over to Paul, and it's another Patrol Fighter, once again, exploiting a token, paying 3, bounce the Falcon back to Alex's hand. That's a big-time play to keep the space unit clear on Alex's side.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal play there by Paul. And I'm so glad that you talked about the eager escort fighter, because it is a card I am a massive fan of in any Vader list, whether it's yellow, red, blue, you name it. It is usually a trade up, meaning that you're spending only 3 resources to typically get rid of something equal or greater cost. But also, because it's a vehicle and it's attacking with the ambush, it means that your Vader activation is always online as well. Doesn't really matter a ton at the moment because Vader's deployed as a pilot, but it's still such a workhorse in this list.
Absolutely. Now, Paul with the first action, attacking with the piloted patrol fighter, 8 damage to Alex's base. He has to have an answer to the ready patrol fighter, and he does. Going to play Lando's Falcon here. That's going to come in and take out the ready patrol fighter with ambush. So now Paul just showing 1 damage on his board with the TIE fighter token. Now, it's an interesting question here because Alex has 2 ready resources. Of course, he could go up to 3 resources with Han's ability. What do we see Paul do? He's actually going to threaten Fatal again with Victor Leader. Victor Leader pumping the token up +1/+1. So once again, Alex has to have an answer. He doesn't this time. Game 1 goes to Vader. Paul with the early lead.
Paul coming through clutch. And I just want to give a shout out to Paul because I think that sometimes if you don't sequence things in a certain way, or if your opponent does something that you were not expecting, it can be very easy for you to kind of spiral, right? It's kind of like quicksand. And we saw that situation where Paul, I think, wanted to deploy Vader on the AT hauler. Alex, with the waylay, shot that path down, shot that plan of action just completely out of the way. And Paul just said, okay, it's not ideal. It's not what I wanted to do, but I'm still going to deploy Vader on the unit that I do have. I'm still going to use it to pressure Alex to set up my barrage. And ultimately, it was the right call. Paul, yes, could have been a little bit more efficient, but it doesn't matter. You still just make the best play you can at the moment and ended up with the victory. So up 1-0 in this matchup. And as we go to the sideboard, kind of curious to see what either player does to address the weak spots. Specifically, I want to know what Han Solo is planning to do to address the Vader, if you will.
Yeah, that is a good question. Now, in the sideboard for Alex, I do believe he has access to more Confiscate. You talked about Confiscate in the main deck, so I wouldn't be surprised at all to see those come in, because if you can answer that Vader deploy as a pilot in one action with Confiscate, that sets Paul back tremendously. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that. And then on the other side of the board, I think a good card here for Paul could be Maul. He has 2 copies of Maul in the sideboard. And of course, this is a space-heavy deck, but when you have Alex who's running things like Han and Kura, there's a lot of really good ground threats. If you need some maybe late damage, or even, if Alex is able to present a ground unit that you must answer, Maul gives you an out even if you don't have a big ship to barrage on.
Yeah, I like the potential inclusion of Maul as well, because there are some underworld space units, and so the Maul can kind of protect itself in that regard. I also, as I'm kind of looking at the list, I see that in the sideboard, our Vader player has a couple of copies of Outflank. I love this as a surprise, like you bring it in, because when people are doing the math about, hey, how do I avoid lethal? Just getting 2 quick attacks in is sometimes enough to really throw off the rest of their turn. I think that if we go to a game 3, I would consider maybe bringing some of those in. Bazine, it would not surprise me if the Bazines end up coming in from the sideboard as well. It's another underworld unit, so if you have the Maul, then you can also play the Bazine in a combination with the Maul. But also, you've got so many things that bounce units and so forth. There's just a lot of potential value there.
I totally agree with you. I think the Outflank could be a really nice surprise indeed. Players are used to the Rebel Assault, right? We've seen Rebel Assault pretty much from day one in the Sabine decks, but this Outflank has not really seen a lot of play. We got it back in Twilight of the Republic, and that would certainly be a big surprise card for Alex, I'm sure. So we'll see if that comes into play this match. For game 2, though, it does look like Alex has decided to take a mulligan. He will start with the initiative, but we are now in a spot. It's a must-win situation for Alex to send us to game 3, and we are relying on these next 6 cards.
as Alex shuffles up here. What do you think Alex is looking for an opener that is any different from game one? Because it really felt like game one, there was a hot start for Alex, a lot of really high quality plays. We saw the ambush, right? What do you think Alex is thinking? Like, hey, if I have my turn one ambush into a space unit play and that's not good enough, what do I do? How do I start any better?
Right. No, it's a very fair point. I don't think there's really a way for Alex to stop the token generation from happening if Paul finds the double 1-drop start, right? If he finds 2 1-cost space units, Alex just doesn't have a way to stop it, even if he has the 1 ambush. I think Alex has to find at least an early space play, right? Like, you want to find either the blue leader or one of your Millennium Falcons. If you don't find an early space play, it can really open the door for Paul. So that's really what Alex is looking for. Keep the early space pressure on. We see it again. Action, Han. You've got the extra resource, blue leader coming in, ambushing that Y-wing.
Oh.
And this time, Paul doesn't have the double 1-drop play.
Yeah, I thought for sure we were going to see it because of the Y-wing start. Y-wing is one of the reasons that I love the yellow version of Vader, because it's just a 1-3, but sometimes that's also good enough. And if Alex doesn't have the ambush exactly then, if the Y-wing survives, it's also a great target for pilots, right? So if you've got one of your Victor units, you could jam it on the Y-wing and then suddenly it's up to 4 health. You get some additional benefits there as well, but
yeah, definitely agree with you. Now we see a bit more sticky space unit coming out for Paul. He plays the 7th Fleet Defender with a shield, but look at this. Alex finds the Millennium Falcon that enters play ready. So if he so chooses, he could go ahead and just clean this space arena right back up.
Yeah, and it does look like that's going to be the play. We see the Falcon turn sideways. It's got some damage. The question now is, will Alex opt to keep it, or will Alex just put it back in the hand? It already has 3 damage on it, so you could decide to bounce it back to your hand and use it as another kind of surprise play. Or even if it's not a surprise, just make Paul play around it.
Yeah, interesting choice coming up for Alex, whether or not the Falcon goes back to hand for Alex. Of course, healing it back up, always nice. Going up to 4 resources here.
Does opt to keep the Falcon.
There you go. So paying that 1 resource to keep Falcon in play. So Alex just working with 3 ready resources, but keep in mind, Han could always send him back up to 4 ready resources. Comes a TIE LN fighter for Paul as he tries to replenish the space arena here.
And
now we
it does look like... Oh, my apologies. I was going to say it does look like Alex is going to activate Han, which is another good stall tactic.
Yeah, absolutely. Making Paul put out the space unit he may not want to put out here. Now, I don't think he can create a token. Yeah, they're saying that now. I don't think he's attacked with a non-token vehicle this turn. So it looks like he is going to pay 3. Oh, look at this Death Space Skirmisher. That's nice because he controls another space unit. He's able to exhaust the Falcon.
Exhausting the Falcon does mean that it's not going to be able to attack into any of the units that you played. Looks like we're going to get a elite enter the board here. So 2/2 shielded because there's nothing to rescue from being captured.
And this does let Paul get the initiative. He's got the 2 space units in play, so if you're Paul, you have to be satisfied with that turn. You answered the Falcon from being able to take out your unit right away. And now we can get that token generation going with Vader's ability. Now, once again, Alex has to make that decision. Do we keep Falcon in play or do we bounce it? And that's what we're thinking through right now. Okay, so I guess he paid with the resource he had to defeat, I believe. So Falcon in
yes,
play,
I believe that was
tile
the
and
case.
fighter trading. So he uses the Han action ability going up to 6 here, so we very well may see the big play here where Han tries to go up to 7, play something like a U-Wing reinforcement, maybe an Impus Nest. Paul is going to attack Alex's base for 3. First base damage of this game 2.
Yeah, there's been a lot of jockeying for position on the board, a lot of back and forth, but after that base damage, it does look like Alex is going to get some base damage of his own here. We have the Hot Shot Blaster play, which is going to allow Leet to attack for 4.
And now we get that token generation going. Paul using the action ability, finally getting a TIE Fighter token here, and Alex quickly responding with the Han Solo being deployed. Now, one thing that Paul does have to like here is he's not going to see one of the big 7-cost plays this turn, since Alex currently only sitting with 3 ready resources.
Oh, I love this. So we are going to see the pilot deployment here.
Paul getting another X-Wing token with that Wingman Victor 2 played as a upgrade, and here comes the Han Solo attack. 4 more damage to Paul's base. That's 8 damage on, and Alex up to 4 ready resources.
I'm going to be very interested to see how Paul decides to navigate the next turn, because Vader's deployment will be active, but when you're playing Vader, I think for games 2 and 3, you kind of have to assume that your opponents have brought in some sort of upgrade removal. We know Alex is running potentially 3 copies of Confiscate. And so if that's the case, you do still want to get value from your Vader, but you're also at a point now where, because of Alex getting the Han online, you kind of need to hit this overwhelming barrage to maybe deal with the Han. So timing is going to be really crucial here. I do like that the pilot went on the existing unit, because then that means you can still overwhelming barrage that if your Vader gets answered by something like a Confiscate.
Now, one thing Paul does have to like is there's nothing threatening him right now in the space arena. So it's straight ground versus space. Alex will take the first action. Let's see how we start here. And it is going to be Waylay, and it looks like Waylay is going to bounce. I believe he was signaling the TIE Phantom, and it is going to be the TIE Phantom bounced back to Paul Dant here. So as you mentioned, that Death Space Skirmisher, still a pretty good barrage target.
Yeah, I thought for sure that we were going to see the Death Space get hit just because of the potential barrage, because right now with the pilot, if you barrage it, it goes up to 6, which would be enough to deal with the Han. But it does have a decent when played ability, and perhaps Alex just didn't want to provide Paul additional value, allowing them to get that a second time.
So we trade some damage. The Skirmisher into Alex's base. 4 damage. Alex calls here with 4 damage of his own. Han going into Paul's base, sending Alex back up to 4 ready resources. Action on Paul. He's got 2 TIE Fighters still ready. Hasn't spent any resources. Looks like we might just be spending 3 here to play the victor leader. All right.
If you're not going to play a barrage this turn, I like this. You're going to play it before your tokens attack so that they can push some additional damage. We still have 3 resources available that I have to assume will be an additional unit. It will be a follow-up play. And I believe Alex has taken the initiative, or they were just speeding through some plays there, but it looked like Paul had, I was going to say Paul had taken a couple of actions in a row. So I believe Alex has taken the initiative and Paul's just cleaning up the end of the turn. Unless maybe Alex is just saying pass over and over again, waiting for Paul to spend these last 3 resources.
Yeah, there is certainly a possibility here because I do think that Alex is holding on to confiscate. So there is a possibility that he's passing, hoping that Paul would deploy that Vader and then immediately defeat it. But we haven't seen Vader deployed yet. And now Paul's just going to replay the Lurking TIE Phantom. So this is very interesting. I don't know if Alex is continuing to pass, but Paul is just absolutely swarming the space arena here. And I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Alex is claimed or not.
Well, Alex has the token on his side, but I believe that Alex is just passing because there's this pause for Paul, right? We've all seen it. When somebody takes the initiative, the other player just kind of quickly goes through everything that they're going to do. And so I love what just happened. After all of that, Paul put the soul read on Alex, said, okay, you're just passing over and over again. That tells me you're probably sitting on the confiscate. So I'm going to go through all of the motions of my turn and then still deploy Vader, but I'm just going to do it on the ground. We're just going to get the body.
Love it. That is the great versatility of these pilot leaders, right? You can deploy it as an upgrade, as a pilot, or you can deploy it as a leader unit in the ground arena, and Paul's still able to get in for 5. We're all tied up at 16 damage apiece, and Paul is showing a lot more damage on his side of the board.
Yeah, that Vader is a 5/6 unit on the ground, and yes, Alex has the presence to trade into it. That's going to be the real question here. Do we see something like a surprise strike into the Vader from the elite, because that's got both the blaster and the shield token? But instead we see Han attack base, and that to me signals that we might see maybe a home 1 or something to that effect, just because we're going up to those 8 resources pretty early. And hey, Elite, who normally rescues folks from being captured, ends up getting captured on their own.
The Sanctioner Shuttle is such a good unit in this Vader deck. It is so easy to turn the coordinate on, capturing the hotshot blaster loaded up droid. Now we are going to see Confiscate come out, take out the Wingman Victor 2, but Paul is still showing a ton of damage on the board here. And I believe he's got 9 + 4, that's 13, 15. I think he has enough to deal fatal with what he has on board.
Yeah, because of the bonuses from the Victor Leader, there should definitely be enough available. But I think Alex, with that 4 resources left, would be able to potentially survive if they have like a bright hope.
So TIE Phantom swinging in for 5 with the buff from Victor Leader. Let's see what Alex has here. He has to have some way to stop the attacks coming through in the space arena. That Death Space Skirmisher is enough to finish this game with 1 action. So Alex must have either a Sentinel or a way to deal with multiple space units. He doesn't have it. Handshake, and Paul takes it 2-0 with Vader.
Yeah, that is it. It makes me kind of feel like maybe the tech was coming down in hopes that you could smuggle something else out, but I can't think of anything after paying the smuggle tax from the tech that would have saved Alex there. Great round by Paul. I'm very impressed with how they navigated that, specifically there in game 2 where Alex was very clearly passing, sitting on the confiscate. So Paul just said, okay, I'm going to push all of the damage I have into you, and then I'm going to make your confiscate useless. I'm just going to deploy Vader to the ground and use it to get 5 damage next turn. I'm just so impressed with the play by Paul there.
Yes, Paul played that match brilliantly, taking the 2-0 win, moving up to a very respectable marker on the day with that Vader deck. You love to see it. It's the first time we've seen Vader on stream today, with it being the most represented deck in the field. So yeah, excellent stuff, both sides of the table. But yeah, Vader, I mean, it's here to stay, I believe. It's here to stay.
Yeah, that is, again, a very good list. I am so excited to see how this top 8 plays out when we get there, because as I'm kind of like looking through the standings right now, there's a lot of really cool decks. I think we're going to have a diverse top 8, assuming that things fall the way I kind of expect. Looks like we might get a Count Dooku run back. We saw Count Dooku last round perform incredibly well. I'm seeing, again, Han represented. I'm also seeing an Obi-Wan Kenobi potentially in contention for the top 8. Very excited to see how that plays out. So far, this has been a very fun event. And if you like deck diversity, then this is definitely going to be right up your alley.
No doubt about it. Yeah, going into this round, the 4 undefeated decks, you mentioned Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan Kenobi Data Vault, actually one of the undefeated decks coming into round 5, and then none other than the Count Dooku Yellow that we saw Matt piloting on stream in round 4. That is your one of your other undefeated decks. And then we have 2 Han Solo Worth the Risk Data Vault. So 2 Han, 2 Data Vault, so 3 Data Vault decks right now undefeated. I know, Charmer, you've talked a lot about Data Vault, but Data Vault consistently staying up towards the top right now.
Yeah, the emergence of that as the kind of go-to base is not really super surprising. Again, prior to that card coming out, Energy Conversion Lab was like the de facto green base because it provided so much value and it was an instantaneous impact on the board. However, the math behind Data Vault is proving to just end up, it's just beneficial all the time, right? Energy Conversion Lab, usually your best plays are, paired with certain units and in certain situations, whereas extra health is just always useful. And the, detriment, if you will, of including 10 extra cards is very easy to mitigate. And I think that Data Vault's here to stay. I think that some decks might still have an argument for attempting to play with Energy Conversion Lab, but we are going to see green decks. If you're running a green base, I'll put it that way, you got to take a long, hard look at Data Vault and decide if it's right for you.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Here lately, at least, it is a Data Vault world, and we are just living in it. So it's been a lot of fun to see because, there was a lot of talk when that card first come out. People were not as high on it as what it's been lately, but the tournament results have absolutely proven that this is a very effective deck, and that 3 extra HP obviously critical because, again, it can give you multiple actions in the game that you wouldn't have otherwise, which can certainly help turn a game around in your favor.
Well, and again, when you are comparing it to the previous go-to green base, which was Energy Conversion Lab, it's more than 3 extra HP, right?
Yeah, very true.
Really see some of the 30 health bases, but for the most part, it was almost always Energy Conversion Lab. And so in that regard, Data Vault is a +8, and that is incredibly relevant. So I would expect to see more of it. As you pointed out, it looks like we might be seeing at least 3 Data Vault decks in the top 8, but we still got one more round before we make that cut to the top 8. So we're going to be taking a short break. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, you're going to have the final round of Swiss for the Planetary Qualifier run by Kayfabe Cards here in Riverton, Utah. Hello and welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier for Kayfabe cards here in Riverton, Utah. I am still Charmer, once again joined by Josh Snyder, and we're getting ready to dive into what should be our final round of Swiss before we cut to the top 8 of this event. Josh, how excited are you for this final round of Swiss?
I am super excited because we should be able to witness what will be a win and in match, which would be absolutely thrilling to see. It always is. We've seen so many awesome decks today, so many awesome off-meta decks, and this top 8, as you mentioned a while ago, is shaping up to be diverse and, quite frankly, very interesting.
Yeah, I don't think that we've had a repeat. I was trying to think through what we've seen so far on the broadcast. I know that we have not yet seen a Sabine, and the last time I was looking at the standings, it's entirely possible that we end up with 0 Sabine lists in the top 8. But we've seen everything from the new Darth Vader from Jump to Lightspeed to Count Dooku, who's doing well. I saw not on the broadcast, but in again that top 8 contention and Obi-Wan list. There has been Cad Bane on the broadcast doing well, Ray on the broadcast doing well, just all sorts of leaders. The diversity is kind of astounding.
Yeah, it really has been cool to see. Now, one leader that we haven't seen on stream yet, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but we've got a lot of Han Solo worth the risk towards the top, but I don't believe we've actually watched any of those on stream today. So we could have maybe multiple Han 2 in the top 8. So we'll see if they end up converting. And yeah, it's been a good run for Han Solo worth the risk in this tournament.
You are correct. We have not yet seen our good friend Han 2, aka Han Solo worth the risk. But I've got good news. We're going to see it for our final round of Swiss. And we're going to have our first repeat leader, not necessarily repeat player, but repeat leader, because it does look like that player is going to be up against a Quinlan Tarkentown deck. And that's a deck that we saw perform very well early on in today's broadcast, but we are, of course, running it back.
Yeah, that's super cool. We saw Quinlan Tarkentown earlier do very well. Still a very good deck right now, and the fact that I think it has at least a solid matchup into Cura, which is one of the better and more popular decks in the format right now, I still think Quinlan is a solid choice any day of the week.
Yeah, that being said, even if this Quinlan can pull off a victory here and sneak into the top 8, as I'm looking, we might end up with a top 8 that also is without a Kira. There is one that's performing well. There's a chance that based on tiebreakers in this final round of Swiss could potentially sneak in, but we might have, there is a possibility, depending on how this final round, we might have a top 8 with no Sabine and no Kira. And if you'd have said to that to me to start today, I would have bet money you were wrong, but that's where we're headed potentially.
Yeah, and that would have been a super fair bet, and I think a lot of people would have followed suit. So it would be very interesting, but you're absolutely right. We could see a top 8 with no Sabine, no Kira, which would indeed be very wild. But here, final round of Swiss, we're going to get that Quinlan. We're going to get Han 2. Excited to see it, and excited to see how this matchup shakes out. Now, with Han 2 in particular, generally you're trying to play these bigger threatening units out early, right? That's one of the big draws to running Han 2. And when you're facing off against a deck that can ping and Tarkentown, this could be interesting, right? Like Quinlan has the ability to kind of pick off and deal this ping damage. You have Tarkentown, so it could be a bit challenging for Han 2 here.
It could be challenging for Han too, but also depending on how many reps our Quinlan player has, it could be one of those situations where the Han player can kind of bait the Quinlan player into using Tarkentown too early. So we'll have to kind of keep an eye on when it gets used and what it gets rid of. But you're absolutely right. The ping damage from the Quinlan leader ability paired with Tarkentown is already really good against a wide range of decks, but perhaps against Han 2, it's devastating. Now, one of the other things that I kind of want to keep an eye on as we are navigating this as well is what kinds of burst damage, because both of these are going to be decks that have access to ways to kind of punch that final bit home, whether it's surprise strike, it could be something like daring raid, whatever the case may be. I think that we could be seeing the sort of matchup where the final push comes as a bit of a surprise.
Yeah, that's a really good point as well. I'm definitely excited to see how this all plays out. We're going to have Christine on the left, piloting Quinlan Tarkentown, Travis on the right, piloting Han 2 Blue here. And keep in mind that Travis is a Planetary Qualifier winner. He just won a Planetary Qualifier not long ago. So this is someone that has had a great run recently, a lot of momentum, and once again, Travis in a spot trying to get back into the top 8 of another PQ.
You know, as I take a look at what we could potentially see as our top 8 for this particular event, I can't help but recall a conversation that you and I actually had earlier in the week when we were preparing for this event, when we were preparing for the broadcast. And I had said, based on the results in Minneapolis, it wouldn't surprise me if we see more players on Han, because I felt like Han was a little underrepresented. And it looks like everyone else had a similar thought, because there's a lot of Hans doing very well, both Han 1 and Han 2.
Yeah, I think Han 2 is really positioned very well right now because the Tarkentown decks have really been on the decline, right? Quinlan has not been showing up as frequently. CAD has not been showing up as frequently. And of course, with Django out of the picture now, the Tarkentown decks in general, the Tarkentown decks that you're going to run into, you know, it's a better field right now for these Han 2 decks, and I think they're a good choice in this meta, and we're seeing that here in this Planetary Qualifier.
I'm really excited for when our next set finally comes out, Legends of the Force, because if you're a Han 2 player, you're also probably pretty excited about cards like Ogdo Bogdo. I laugh every time I say it because it's just such a fun name to say, but I think that that's a card that we're going to see get a lot of use in the next set. But currently we have Christine here with Quinlan. I'm so excited to see this because I thought I was the only one playing Anakin. Now they're playing it as a ground unit. This is something that I've been experimenting with myself in place of Crafty Smuggler, and the reason is because it's a force unit, and that means your force throws are turned on so much earlier in the game. I thought I was the only one doing this. Christine, if you can hear me, if you watch this back, thank you.
Yeah, I think it's a very cool choice indeed. Now Travis gets really maybe one of the better turn 1 plays he could have. The Outer Rim Outlaws coming in, takes that 2 damage from Han's action ability coming into play with the 2 damage, but has the shield token and costing 3, avoids the ping on the first turn. So Travis with the initiative quickly taking out Anakin, but look at this, Christine has the Gorilla Soldier. We saw this in Quinlan Tarkentown earlier, and now the Quinlan ping taking out the Outlaws, and we're going to see some indirect damage to Travis's base, which means the Gorilla Soldier gets to ready.
Yeah, this is such an outstanding play, and it goes back to when we were talking about Quinlan the first time today on the broadcast. I'd mentioned that those soldiers just look unassuming. Again, it's just a 3-cost 2/3, but it does so much for Quinlan. It's a premier play. Travis with a good answer, though. Again, these village protectors come in with Sentinel and the shield, so they are going to kind of soak that damage that would have been coming from the Gorilla Soldier.
So Christine just eating up that shield token that the village protectors had. And now we've got Travis with the initiative. Both players have a 2-power unit in the ground arena. Looks like we could be seeing some trades coming up soon. But what does Travis have on 4 resources? We'll see if he potentially plays out a bigger threat a little early. We're going to start with 2 damage to Tarkentown. First damage on Christine's base here in Game 1 with the Village Protectors.
Gonna keep an eye on what happens if this game goes long. I can't help but notice that Travis did resource a Crate Dragon this turn. Obviously, you don't want an expensive card clogging up your hand, but that is one less available should the game go much longer. And now we're going to have a Kira hit the board for Christine. Curious to know which of these cards.
This could certainly interfere with Travis's plan on this turn. See a few options here, 2 options in terms of units, Yoda and Phantom 2, a couple options that Travis could play this turn. But Christine could shut off one of those, or maybe just call Open Fire or Hammerhead. And of course, you know, Christine always has that option of just calling a completely different card here that's not in Travis's hand to try and stop something that would be coming out on a future turn that Travis could draw into. While Kira is in play, the named card will cost Travis 3 extra resources here.
Now, we might be able to infer what was chosen depending on what's played. Yoda coming down. Obviously, we know it wasn't Yoda. I suspect it might have been the Phantom or the Open Fire that were selected. Both of those felt like reasonable choices. The Phantom can provide some decent value in the Space Arena, which is currently uncontested. Obviously, Open Fire can be used to clean up a number of different units, leaders included, because it's just for direct damage.
So Christine going ahead and doing the work of getting the Sentinel out of the way. Village Protectors and the Guerrilla Soldier trading here, both units defeated. Travis has claimed the initiative as we move on to the 5 resource turn where both leaders can be deployed. It's going to be a quick attack from Yoda. 2 damage to Tarkin Town, and Travis able to restore 2 with Yoda's ability, trying to switch up the damage count a little bit in his favor. And it's a quick deploy from Christine. Here comes Quinlan.
Yeah, there's no force units on the board, so if I was Travis, I might be worried that this was a snap deploy to set up a force throw. In this particular matchup, a lot of times it might be worth it to actually keep some low-cost cards in your hand that aren't a ton of value as a way to play around force throw. Travis is just going to smuggle out Cassian, which means he does enter play in the ready position.
So Travis using up his resources there. He did have to pay all 5. Now with the action back over to Christine, you've got options here. Quinlan and Kira ready in the ground arena. Of course, Tarkin Town still not used early in this game for Christine. And we're just going to trade some damage here. So 3 damage to Travis's base and back tied up in the damage count at 4.
Yeah, this is such an interesting series of plays by both players because I think they're waiting for the other one to do something that they feel like is worth answering. There's always this hesitation, like, do I want to be the first one to attack into a unit? No. All right, I guess I'll just go to the base. Now, if this trend continues, I think it favors Travis because of the presence of Restore, both on the board, but also in his deck in general. At some point, Christine either needs to really ramp up the aggression or do something to kind of slow down the Restore. And we're going to have an Ahsoka hit the table, and I do love this because depending on what's discarded, you might be able to exhaust this Han.
You know, I was wondering if Christine had a Plo Koon in hand. Doesn't appear that Plo Koon was an option, but Ahsoka may be the second best choice here because you still could stop that Han, as you mentioned, and it looks like it is going to be a unit discarded from Travis. That's the Phantom 2 discarded, so that allows Christine to exhaust Han. And we're going to see Travis claim the initiative once again. So Quinlan ping with Ahsoka being played. So Quinlan on the board, you can ping a unit that has equal or less cost than the unit you play. So the ping damage went to Yoda, and Tarkin Town used now to defeat Yoda. So Tarkin Town epic action used up here in game 1 for Christine.
Yeah, and I like that play. As I was saying before, I think at some point, if things are kind of staying at parity, you need to address the restore. Otherwise, you won't win the race. You'd love to save that Tarkin Town for something a little more impactful than the Yoda, because not only is it not necessarily the most aggressive unit, but they get to draw a card as well. However, if you're in this kind of tight race scenario, I don't hate it. And now that we see Cassian finally attack a unit, not a base here, I have to assume that Kira had originally called open fire, and Travis is trying to clean it up so that they can get some use out of that card.
That is very possible. Now Kira with 3 damage. Christine sees that Kira maybe not going to stay on the board very much longer. So 3 damage to Travis's base, putting the damage total up to 10 now.
Gonna wait for the reply from Travis here. Will they follow it up with yet another attack into that Kira, or will there be something from hand? A lot of options over there for Travis. At 6 resources, we're hitting the point in the game where even stuff like Luke Skywalker is available. You can just play it cheaper and put some damage on him. Sometimes that's entirely worth it, depending on what you're trying to remove, but we're just going to get an attack from Han. A little bit more stalling from Travis.
Yeah, Kira surviving at least another action here as Han just goes to Christine's base. So 10 damage on each base. And let's see, Christine's going to spend 5 resources. There's the Plo Koon coming out here on the 6 resource turn, ambushing and defeating Han. And then the Quinlan Ping is going to send a total of 4 damage now on Cassian Andor, so just 1 HP remaining.
Yeah, Quinlan, when he is deployed, is so devastating, because when you don't have to match the cost, you can generate so much value. Right now, Travis has no damage on that Quinlan. It might be a while before Travis can address it, and if Christine can just kind of protect and ride this Quinlan value that we're seeing, could go a long way. That open fire must not have been the card that was called, because that was paid for with just 3, but it does get rid of the Plo Koon.
You know, I'm really curious if Christine called Luke Skywalker, because that was an option here on the 6 resource turn for Travis with the Han action ability, and we didn't see it. Now, I'm not sure, but that is certainly one of the better cards in this deck, right? Luke Skywalker, one of the best units in the game. So certainly an option for Christine, but Kira still on the board. And Travis does have the initiative. 16 damage on Travis's base, 10 damage on Christine's base. Will we see Kira finally leave the table?
You know, you mentioned the possibility of Luke being called. That absolutely is a possibility. Kind of thinking through the sequence of events, it is also possible that it was the Phantom that was named, just because if I'm Christine, I would want to make sure a unit is stuck in their hand, knowing I was going to play Ahsoka. And then when Travis had the opportunity, he could have just discarded the open fire and not exhausted his Han on that turn. But because he got rid of the Phantom, I suspect it's because Kira was making it unplayable. So perhaps Christine kind of used Kira naming Phantom to force Travis into that awkward exchange earlier.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a viable possibility, and we'll see how it turns out moving forward. Now, Travis does finally take Kira off the board, trading with Cassian Andor, so both units defeated here. And Charmer, can you tell, is that a red 5 in the space arena there for Travis? I believe that's what that is, but...
Yeah, I believe you are correct. Obviously, given that it is a prestige card, it has to be one of the newer ones. Looking at the list,
5.
I don't see... Yeah, I don't see anything else that it could be the option, because when I'm looking at the main deck here, we have the Phantom 2, and it's definitely not that. And then it is Obi-Wan's Aether Sprite. It's not that. Hammerhead, Red 5, and Disabling Fang Fighter. So that has to be Red 5.
So with that being Red 5, I'm kind of curious because Travis, with the opening action, took Cassian Andor, traded with Cura. Now, the on-attack ability for Red 5, you're able to deal 2 damage to a damaged unit, which means that Red 5 could have defeated Cura and Cassian stay on the board. So I'm wondering if Travis is worried about some space units coming out for Christine, because that Red 5, Travis seems to be prioritizing keeping it ready.
Yeah, that certainly could be the case. It also would not be the first time that somebody has forgotten that Red 5 can hit any damaged unit and not just space units. I know that I myself have fallen victim to that, and it would not surprise me if that was also the case. But you are right. The Red 5 is still at the ready, and so if you were worried about some more space units popping up, you would kind of want to leave that open as an option. And here comes Luke.
Yeah, we finally see Luke Skywalker Jedi Knight hitting the board for Travis here in Game 1 and taking out Ahsoka.
All right, so that makes a lot more sense. The reason that Red 5 was not using its ability to clean up was because you wanted Cassian to die so that Luke had the full -6/-6 to eliminate a unit. You needed the friendly unit to be defeated.
Yeah, that is a great point. That is exactly what Travis did. Not worried about the space units, worried about taking out Ahsoka, getting the full value of Luke. And look at this force throw coming out for Christine, and Travis just discarded his own force throw. So we're only going to see 1 damage dealt to one of these 2 units on Travis's side.
Yeah, that's really interesting because Luke is obviously a force unit, and had Christine not done that with that 1 resource available for Travis, I have to assume that was the desired outcome, right? Because you played this Luke with damage on it, with your Han ability. That says, okay, I want this 1 resource open. Christine read that beautifully and said, okay, you want to keep your force throw, which is a low-cost card, you're probably going to get rid of something more expensive. And that really put Travis in a pickle. I know that there's a Kia D in Travis's hand. So just beautiful read by Christine.
Great play so far for both of these players. We see Christine playing the Millennium Falcon, and once again getting that Quinlan trigger, able to deal 1 damage to Red 5. So just 2 HP remaining on Red 5, and I do believe Travis has claimed the initiative. And now Christine just going to be aggressive here. Quinlan getting in for 3. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Falcon do the same.
Travis had pointed to that initiative token that's on the base. So that was when the claim of initiative had happened. And Christine here does get additional damage in and a further development to the board, along with another Quinlan ping.
So now the pressure is on Travis. Now you've got Luke Skywalker in play. That can restore 3, so it would bring you back to 22 damage on. But even with that being said, Christine is still showing lethal with these 3 units in play. So Travis will have to find another answer, some way to stop one of these units or heal more damage to keep this game going past this round.
Yeah, and as I take a look at Christine's main deck here, even if you have something, you might not survive, because I am seeing 3 copies of Surprise Strike as well as 2 Daring Raids in the main deck. So stopping one of these units is not enough to get you outside of the lethal range. So we're going to have Luke attack, which will give you the restore you're looking for and gets damage on Quinlan.
Yeah, so now Quinlan finally getting some damage here, just 1 HP remaining. On the flip side, Luke has 2 HP remaining with that 5 damage on. Action back over to Christine. Where is the first attack here? Looking at the resource row, I smell a hotshot blaster. I believe that's what it's going to be. Hotshot DL44 blaster coming in, and that's going to do it. Travis cannot answer. 5 damage to base, plus the space units. Christine taking game 1 with Quinlan Tarkin down.
Congratulations to Christine, but let me just say, incredibly well earned. I loved the choices that were made there to navigate that matchup, particularly fleshing out the force throw from Travis, as well as I really do suspect that the Kira named the Phantom to stick a unit in the hand of Travis, and then that meant the Ahsoka was likely to discard a unit, right? That slowed down the Han. Just a lot of setting it up and understanding what to expect in this matchup from Christine.
Yes, Christine played extremely well. Definitely some great lines taken throughout that game. And now, of course, Travis on the back foot here. Now, just going to take a look. We'll look at the sideboard. I'm just kind of curious if we see anything that may help Travis in this spot. And I'm not really seeing anything that's really glaring. Does have the Rivals Fall. Wrecker, I think, could be a possibility here. I think Wrecker with there's several important 5 HP units that we saw Christine work with in that game. Things like Ahsoka and Kira. Wrecker can come out and take out either one of those units with the When Played ability. So I think that might be an option. I think that Redemption as well could be an option as we get later into the game. We talked about the potential of needing more healing. If you look at that potential of Redemption coming out, you can stop some of those space units, get the Sentinel, get the healing on board. So Redemption, an option as well for Travis.
Yeah, as I look at this list, those were exactly the cards I was going to highlight. I think that at a minimum, you probably want this Wrecker in and would remove a card like Key Adimundi, mostly because you're not likely to get your Coordinate online against a Quinlan list. There's just going to be a lot of trading, a lot of incidental damage. And so if you're going to get rid of potentially a dead card, just stick in another quality body with upside. I like the potential of Rivals Fall, and I love the Redemption because, again, as you pointed out, the healing is going to be incredibly relevant. Other cards that you might consider sideboarding out would be maybe a couple copies of the Fell the Dragon. Does look like Travis has 3 copies of those in the main deck, and we weren't really seeing a lot of, targets from Christine in that matchup.
Yeah, that is a really good point. There's not a lot that I think Christine would be playing. It looks like the only card that would just hit right away would be the Han Solo Reluctant Hero. So I think Luke is probably a pretty good answer to Han Solo Reluctant Hero. So yeah, maybe Travis can find a better use of those slots in the deck. As again, this is very likely a win and in match. So it's very important here. And Travis has got to find a way to send this to game 3.
Taking a look at Christine's sideboard options here, I think there might not be many cards that get swapped. A lot of her list is already really pretty well tailored for this. Maybe you want something like Bamboozle, just because it can serve multiple purposes potentially in this matchup. Getting rid of the upgrades on a unit means getting rid of shields potentially while also exhausting a unit. But for the most part, her list is actually really well tuned.
Yeah, I do agree. I think just in general, this feels like a pretty good spot for Christine, and this particular list seems very strong into Han too, so I think you're probably pretty satisfied where you're at. We'll see if Christine feels the same. Now here in game 2, it looks like Travis has opted for Christine to start with the initiative, maybe trying to get around an early ping, but Christine will be making the first play here in game 2.
Yeah, I actually like this call from Travis because if you get one of your units that you traditionally want to play early with Han, that's great. But if you don't want to give Christine the free ping from Quinlan just because you're playing an actual 2 cost as opposed to, something discounted down to 2.
So here comes that L337 coming out, getting that shield token. So Christine starting with some pressure in the ground arena, and it looks like Travis is just going to claim. So no turn 1 play for Travis here in game 2.
That is not ideal, especially for a Han player, just because traditionally the discounted costs means you have a wealth of options available, but we are going to see Cassian come down. This is just a manual deployment, but a solid 3-5 body nonetheless.
Now Christine taking the droid into Cassian, dealing 2 damage. I'm wondering if we're setting up an early Tarkin Town here. We've got a ping on to Cassian with Christine playing Cassian as well, and we are going to see the early Tarkin Town. So Christine cleaning Travis's board up, and Travis is staring down 2 units. Not really the start you're looking for if you're Travis here in this game.
I think that Christine is very smart and is capitalizing on what she saw as the opening. If your opponent, again, if you're playing against a deck that has a wealth of options that they can play because your leader allows you to play things cheaper and they pass on turn 1, yes, you would like to get better value out of your Tarkin Town. But if you can essentially start with, 2 plays once per turn and your opponent has an empty board, you're going to be so far ahead that what you're doing is you're forcing them to respond for the rest of the game, right? They have to figure out a way to slow you down. And it's not, if I'm being honest, this Han Solo list is just not a deck that plays well from behind. It typically wants to be the one out front because of the discount options.
Yeah, I think you are spot on with that, Charmer. So we are going to see Christine do exactly that, putting the pressure on. The first damage to a base here in game 2. 5 damage to Travis's base with the 2 ground units that were ready, L337 and Cassian Andor. And now Kira coming back. And we see Kia D still in Travis's deck. We see Kia D Monday, Luke Skywalker, Poe Dameron, and Open Fire. Now, definitely some options here. I'm wondering if you just call Poe to shut off the play next turn, but we'll have to wait and see.
I could see an argument for the Poe just because it's an incredibly powerful unit. But right now, Poe actually doesn't do anything immediately when it hits the board. So I could also see a very strong argument being made for targeting that Open Fire and saying, okay, if you want to play another unit that's not doing anything, I will continue to jump out ahead. I will win this race. I have no damage on my base. I have 3 units on the board. And I think that might have been what was called, because unless I am missing it, it looked like Travis there put that Open Fire in the resource area.
Well, regardless of what that call was, Travis not going to play around with Kira. And we see a trade, Cham Syndulla attacking and defeating Kira, but now Christine has the board open once again. We see L3 getting in for another 2. Action back over to Travis. Once again, just staring down multiple units on Christine's side. He has been behind from the outset of this game too. He's got to try to find a way to dig his way back in. Now, we are going to see the Poe coming out, but as you mentioned, it doesn't have an immediate impact on the board, but certainly does put a big threat there.
Both players are on deployment as well, so we'll want to keep an eye out on that. But what immediately comes to mind here is with Quinlan, with this Cassian, and with 5 resources open, I can't imagine that Poe sticks around unless Christine is again just trying to respond to Travis deploying Han.
So now we do see both leaders deployed. And, keep in mind, Christine still has all 5 resources available here as well. So Christine can still continue to push more and more threats out onto the board as Travis
just
continues
really
to be
wonder,
behind.
I feel like we might be seeing a Plo Koon here. A Plo Koon into the Han means Travis gets, again, no immediate value. The Plo Koon would survive the, yep, there it is, would survive the trade. Oh, okay. Just gonna get rid of Poe instead. Interesting.
Yeah, so Plo Koon just going to trade with Poe Dameron. You do get the Quinlan ping here, that Quinlan activation or activated ability here. And that is going to be 1 damage on the Han Solo. And now Han is going to take out L337. So Travis cleaning up the board just a little bit. But we're going to see some more damage coming through to Travis's base. 3 with Cassian. And we are going to see Quinlan taking out Han. So once again, we end the turn. Travis, no units on the board. And Christine still holding 2 units in the ground arena, including her leader.
One thing that is interesting to me about this particular exchange is that Quinlan was used to clean up the Han. Both Quinlan and Cassian attack for 3. I wonder if there's a reason that Christine wanted the damage on Quinlan. Because now, yeah, I was going to say we have the Hammerhead coming down.
That's a big play for Travis. Hammerhead deals damage equal to the number of cards you have in your hand. So that's 4 damage, which was exactly what Travis needed to defeat Quinlan. Cassian getting in for another 3, but now things starting to equalize a little bit here on the board.
Yeah, that was the only reason I was starting to make that call out, because you know that Travis is running both Hammerhead and Open Fire. And both of those with 4 damage would have cleaned up the Quinlan. So I just wonder if it might have been, in the haste that it was a little bit of an oversight, or if this is part of a broader plan from Christine. Her play has been impeccable thus far, but I feel like personally I would have preferred to have the damage on my Cassian there and save my leader a bit.
Now we do see the Millennium Falcon coming out for Christine, attacking Travis's base for another 3, and we see Red 5 as well. So Christine just putting multiple threats on the table here that Travis has to deal with. Again, at this stage of the game, Travis has played from behind really from the outset. No damage on Christine's base, and Travis still just in that position where he's going to have to continue to work hard to stabilize the board.
Yeah, Travis has ultimately still not recovered from missing that turn 1 play. Han is a deck that desperately wants to be playing from the lead, be playing out front. And so when you cannot do that, you're going to have a bad time. All right, we'll see now whether or not Travis has found something to help stabilize. We're getting closer and closer to redemption as a possibility, assuming that Travis brought them in from the sideboard.
First action for Travis, Hammerhead attacking and taking out Red 5. We do see that Christine paid that resource to keep Falcon in play. Another 3 damage to Travis's base, this time with Falcon. So 19 damage on Travis's base now, and we are going to see the Village Protectors coming down. So that will certainly slow things down in the ground arena, and is certainly a necessary speed bump that Travis needed to put into play. And here comes Tech, though, with Quinlan's triggered ability, able to ping off that shield right away.
Tech is such a versatile play here because not only does it get rid of the shield, but depending on what Christine has in the resources, could turn on some additional plays from the smuggle position. Even something as silly as like a daring raid might be worth paying the smuggle tax, because that could clean up the Village Protectors and then allow more damage to be pushed to Travis's base. And Christine is now taking that peek after playing the Tech, and rightfully so.
Yeah, that's right. Tech is just so good. You're essentially playing with so many more cards in your hand with all of those resources gaining smuggle. Now we are going to see Open Fire played for Travis. 4 damage dealt to Tech. Travis knowing that Tech needs to be defeated pretty quickly or else this could get out of hand. Now we see the daring raid you were talking about. It does come from Christine's hand, but Village Protectors cleared, and now force throw for Travis. No force unit in play, but it does take out Christine's last card in hand. It was Anakin Skywalker, the 2-cost unit, and now we're going to see Cassian get in for 3. That's 22 damage on Travis's base.
Now, I believe at one point I saw that there was a Luke Skywalker in the hand of Travis that could help slow things down. However, I think Travis would really prefer something like a Redemption, if only for the burst health gain. The problem with something like a Luke is that, yes, you could get rid of 1 unit, but you're so low now that you're really worried about things like Surprise Strike, right? Won't kill you outright right now, but if it gets you down into that, 2 or 3 health remaining on your base range, then there's a lot of cards that would finish the job. And with tech on the board, you have to worry about anything that might have been put into the resource zone earlier as well.
Absolutely, yes. Surprise Strike onto any of these units would mean that Christine would only need 2 actions in 2 of these units to win the game. Travis does start with Rebellious Hammerhead taking out the Falcon. So now we'll see what Christine decides to do with her next action. The tech having 4 damage on will certainly be a little bit easier for Travis to defeat. So we'll see if Christine goes for attacking with tech first. Maybe play something from the resource row. Lots of options here. Just one card in Christine's hand. So the resources, though, again, all of them have smuggle. They do have an additional 2 cost.
But that is, of course, assuming they don't have smuggle on their own. I mean, we know that this is a list that runs the Hot Shot Blaster, for example. So even if you do get rid of the tech, you're still not out of the woods if you're Travis. This is just not where you want to be. Like I said, this is a deck that does not play well from behind, and this is exactly the reason why. All of your healing is more restore-oriented and not reactionary.
Oh, I love this play from Christine, smuggling in the Gorilla Soldier, which means you have to, if you're Travis, put at least 2 indirect damage onto your base here because Hammerhead only has 1 HP remaining. So you're going to have 24 damage on Travis's base, and the Soldier is ready.
I'm sure Travis was doing all of that math on, okay, if they surprise strike with 1 unit, I can Luke the other. Maybe that buys me time, but all of a sudden there's a 3rd unit to worry about, and you took damage. Again, just nightmare scenario for Travis, and this shows the power of tech, because you take a card that was tucked away, an impactful card, but it was tucked away, and suddenly it is potentially the difference maker here, the winning play.
Yeah, the Gorilla Soldier, as you mentioned, has been so good in these Quinlan decks. Action back over to Travis. He is staring down Fatal on the board with those 3 units. We know he has Luke in hand, so Luke can at least stop one of them from attacking, but the question would then be, does Christine have a surprise strike? Does she have a pump to finish the game, even with Luke stopping one of the units? It's been such a rough game for Travis. We talked about it, missing that turn 1 play. He's had to play from behind the whole game. And it's just been a brutal game, too, for Travis here. He's just trying to find a way to stay alive. Here is the Luke Skywalker taking out Tech. We'll see if it's too little too late. Action back over to Christine. 3 damage to Travis's base. 27 damage on, just 3 HP remaining.
And then after the soldiers, 1 HP remaining. And then we do have another card smuggled. Or no, excuse me. I think that was the final card that was played from hand. But Travis lives to fight another day. We are going to the next turn. And I got to be honest, that was not something I was expecting.
Travis with another turn. We've got Luke Skywalker in play. At least restore 3 on the table here for Travis, which would put him back down to 26. Not enough to keep him out of lethal range with all of these units. But, I think he's got the redemption.
Yes, he does. So we are going to jump up, I think, all of the health. I think you just have to put all the damage on it. Don't worry about Quinlan pinging it off. You just need that burst healing. And what a find for Travis. Does indeed pull the redemption that you and I had talked about. We expected that to be a sideboard card in. And now Christine's going, okay, that was not what I was expecting.
Absolutely not. But here comes a pretty big play. Hotshot Blaster smuggled into Cassian, or onto Cassian. So Cassian Andor attacking Travis's base for 5, so 26 damage. My goodness, what a game here. Travis has been desperately trying to stabilize, and he's getting closer and closer to doing so, attacking and taking out the Guerrilla Soldier, restoring 3, back down to 23 damage on.
And it looks like the 1 card in hand for Christine is a force throw. I would honestly expect her to consider holding on to it. With Luke on the board, you might be worried about Travis playing a force throw of his own. And so if you want to prevent that, why not just hold on to a 1-cost card and bait them into it?
Now, if I'm not mistaken, it's Christine's action. If she claims right here, Cassian deals 5. So if Travis doesn't have a way to then stop Cassian with the 1 resource, it's game over. I think Christine, did she claim the initiative? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think that, again, what happened was exactly what you described. Christine was like, okay, if I just immediately take action here.
So the initiative token is still on Travis's base.
Yeah, it is. It is still on Travis's base.
Sure.
Well, I would say that since they are not scooping, I have to assume that what happened is Travis claimed, and then Christine just pondered whether or not to use the force throw or just go to the next turn.
Okay, there we go.
Travis is now attacking, so yes.
Okay, so Travis had claimed. Now does have to trade, though. So Luke Skywalker taking out the Cassian Andor, both units defeated. Action back over to Christine here.
Didn't see one in his hand, but it would have been a prime time to find another Luke Skywalker, because when you have to trade your first one, it does obviously activate the second one for another big removal play. And now Christine
Kira.
says, okay, what do you have? Okay.
Kanan Jarrus disabling Fang Fighter in perilous position for Travis. Now that perilous position is pretty good here because that can immediately just defeat the L337 even through the shield token. And even if Christine calls perilous position, Travis would certainly still have enough resources to play it and take out that ready unit.
Yeah, I almost feel like, you know, if you're looking at the resources on the board for Travis, the safe call here might have been Kanan, mostly because then you force your opponent to chew up more resources, even if they want to play a unit here. But it does look like it was the perilous position because 5 resources are being exhausted in order to play the position.
Oh, and Cassian Andor smuggled into play. Cassian readies. So now Christine threatening with another 3 damage. And we know with the 2 cards in Travis's hand, no immediate answer to Cassian, so certainly 3 damage should be coming through here.
Yeah, I think if you are Travis, you just play your Kanan, and then after Cassian swings, you want to take your initiative.
So
I don't think the damage from the redemption is worth giving up your initiative here. Yeah, Travis points, so clearly claiming.
Yeah, I think that's a great point because you have to respect Surprise Strike. You absolutely have to respect that. Even Hot Shot Blaster here, right, would finish the game with Christine having the initiative. So Travis still yet to put any damage on Christine's base, just fighting for his life in game 2. He'll take the first action once again. Kanan can't take out one of those 2 threats, but potentially heal some damage here. So the on-attack trigger, Christine has to discard a card and will heal 1 damage from Travis's base.
Oh, I was going to say that was a rough pull for Travis there because you really wanted to hit more than one aspect being shown, but what Travis really needed was like a blaster play of his own so that you could have attacked with the Kanan, got rid of a unit, and tried to stabilize, but ultimately just could not come back. Did find the redemption, really extended his, survivability by quite a bit. So I'm glad that we got to at least see that. But ultimately, when you have a deck that is meant to, play from the lead and you skip turn 1, I don't know what else you do.
Yeah, that was tough. I mean, Travis just on the back foot from the outset, just constantly trying to stabilize and find answers. And Christine was continuing to have the ability to put multiple threats on the board, which was crucial. And finishing it off here, Christine moving to 5-1, Travis down to 4-2 on the day. And Christine very well may have just locked a spot in the top 8 of this Planetary Qualifier. What a match for Christine.
Yeah, I'm actually, I'm very impressed with Christine's play. Like I said, she navigated that first game absolutely wonderfully, with the exception of the Cassian versus Quinlan play. And again, I'm not even saying that was incorrect. That's the only thing I even saw that was remotely questionable in game 2. So I'm very excited that we get to hopefully see more of her in the top 8, but also just wild that Quinlan had such little representation in the field, but does still likely end up converting into the top 8. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that. And, will Quinlan benefit from a lack of Sabine and a lack of Kira, right? We were talking about that rock, paper, scissors earlier. And if those 2 miss the top 8, and then it's just kind of this wide field of, relatively unknown decks. The Hans are obviously well known, but just kind of fallen out of favor. Will Quinlan be enough to pull it off? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, you mentioned it. Quinlan not well represented in this tournament. 63 players, only 2 Quinlan decks. And, hey, pretty good conversion rate because it should be a 1. I don't think the other Quinlan was up here towards the top, so it should be a 50% conversion rate with Christine into the top 8. So you love to see it. Quinlan there, and we'll have a chance in the top 8. Now, I do believe we are going to take a short break. That is wrapping up our coverage from Swiss. It has been a blast so far. Stay tuned for some more action. We've got Top Cut coming from Kayfabe Cards in Utah.
All right. Well, it appears that we are back live. I was waiting for my co-caster to bring us in, but there might be a brief technical issue. So while Josh is getting that sorted out, I am Charmer. Welcome back to the Planetary Qualifier for Kayfabe cards in Riverton, Utah. My co-caster Josh, again, sorting out an issue with his microphone, so should be joining us here shortly. And we are ready to dive into the top 8 action of this event. We're going to be going into a fantastic matchup, if I don't say so myself. This is going to be our quarterfinals matchup. We are featuring Paul versus Nick. It's going to be Darth Vader versus Han Solo. It's Han Solo worth the risk on Data Vault, which is going to be, again, big topic of discussion because Data Vault has kind of re-emerged within the meta.
Charmer, do you have me?
I do. I have you.
All right,
cradled.
we are back. Sorry about that, guys. A little technical difficulty with the microphone, but we're back. And yeah, no, I am super excited for this top cut action that we're about to have. And yeah, I mean, super diverse, right? Only one repeat leader in the top 8 and what, at least 2 or 3 very off meta leaders. So super spicy top 8 coming for you guys.
Yeah, just to give you a quick rundown of the leaders that made our top 8 cut, we have an Emperor Palpatine. This one was the Cunning variant paired with Jabba's Palace. We have a Quinlan Voss with Tarkin Town that was piloted by Christine, who we saw in that final round of Swiss on the broadcast. We also have, are you ready for this? A Chancellor Palpatine. That's right. We have Emperor Palpatine and Chancellor Palpatine both in the top 8 of this event. We do also have the Darth Vader Victor Squadron leader from Jump to Lightspeed. Then we have one Han Solo worth the risk with Data Vault. But then it gets spicy once again. We have Count Dooku with the chopper base. We got to see that on the broadcast earlier, and it was incredibly effective. There is also, did not see this coming, an Obi-Wan list that made the top 8. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi with Data Vault. And then the 8th spot was our only repeat leader. Again, Han Solo worth the risk with Data Vault. So number of leaders paired with Data Vault did make the top cut, but in terms of leader diversity, there is, again, not much more you could ask for here with only one leader showing up twice.
Yeah, you love to see it. And, again, the big standouts here, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Count Dooku, Chancellor Palpatine. I mean, those are 3 leaders that, we're not seeing a lot of in the top cuts. And so that's super cool to see. We've seen, of course, the Dooku earlier. So who knows, maybe we'll get a glimpse of the Obi-Wan or the Chancellor Palpatine at some point in this top cut. But yeah, you love to see it, and some really good conversion rates, right? Because Emperor Palpatine, right, there was only 2 in the field. You've got 1 in the top cut. Same for Quinlan and Chancellor Palpatine. Only 2 of those leaders in the field today, 1 making the top cut. And Obi-Wan Kenobi, it doesn't get much better. Only 1 Obi-Wan in the field, and that Obi-Wan in the top cut. So yeah, really good stuff. Only 3 Data Vault decks, so it's not, an overwhelming majority Data Vault. Not quite as, overwhelming as we have seen in some of these top cuts recently where you've seen, 5 Data Vault decks in the top 8. So a little bit more diversity in the bases here.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I didn't mention it earlier, that Chancellor Palpatine list is of the blue variety. I think they went with the Crystal City. Not that it matters because it's just a standard 30 health base. But here to kick things off, we are going to be seeing, oh, interesting. It is Ian and Curtis. My apologies. I thought we were going to be seeing Paul and Nick, but I was wrong. We have Ian and Curtis. So that means we're going to be seeing Han Solo Data Vault along with our Emperor Palpatine Jabba's Palace list. We saw Ian earlier on the broadcast. This was a very patient player setting up great plays with Palpatine or just forcing the opponent to play around it.
Absolutely. Ian played so well. That was our round 1 feature match much earlier in the day, and now Ian has made his way to the top 8 with this Emperor Palpatine deck. You love to see it. And in this particular matchup, with Palpatine being able to deploy and steal a damaged non-leader unit, it's very interesting because Han too, right? You're damaging those units a good bit, bringing those units out early. So it might change up Curtis's game plan a little bit as we get closer to Palpatine's deploy.
So right out of the gate, we have Curtis deploying this Mon Mothma, searching for some units, and it does look like they're just going to find another one. Perhaps that was the only option, or just didn't like what they saw and they wanted to dig deeper on a future play. But this is one of those cards that, while it's understated, when you are running Data Vault, you do want to be able to kind of dig through the extra part of your deck due to those 10 extra cards. So that's helpful. And Ian answers with a couple of 1-drops.
Yeah, double 1-drop play on turn 1 for Ian. You've got Salacious Crumb and the ISB agent. And the ISB agent allowing Ian to reveal an event from hand. That was Resupply to deal 1 damage to Mon Mothma. So Curtis will have the initiative going into the second turn, but a couple units on the board already for Ian to potentially get this train rolling, right? He's got targets for that Emperor Palpatine action ability if he needs it to start getting some card advantage. And we're going to start this turn with Mon Mothma getting into Ian's base for 1.
Yeah, if you're Ian, I think you're kind of excited about this opener because showing the resupply to Curtis is kind of a tell, right? We expect that resupply to be played, and that's something that Palpatine does want to do. You want to ramp up, get those resources. There is the resupply. But on the other end, you know, Han Solo, specifically this one, usually wants to play big units cheaper and then put the pressure on the opponent. However, because of the Mon Mothma start, not a lot of early tempo from Curtis, and the longer the game goes, the more I think it favors Ian. When we were looking at this list earlier in the broadcast, it is chock full of late game threats. 3 Devastators in the main deck, reinforcement walkers, just bomb after bomb after bomb.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. We get to the late game, there is no doubt that Ian in this Palpatine deck going to have some extremely big plays. Curtis playing the Bright Hope last turn, actually bouncing the Mon Mothma back to his hand to draw a card there. So Mon Mothma will be able to get more card advantage potentially for Curtis. And we are going to start out with Bright Hope attacking into Ian's base for 3. And Ian's just kind of going to use these units he has on the board, get some action economy here, kind of dirtling a little bit. Let's see what Curtis is going to play before we make any big responses. And here comes Cham Syndulla. That's a pretty big play because the resupply gave Ian the extra resource. Curtis now matches him as he gets to get a resource from the top card of his deck with Cham Syndulla.
Yeah, Curtis now able to kind of keep pace with Ian, which again is very beneficial. You want to be able to match the power level of your opponent. However, as I said before, the big issue that I have is that unless you're talking about something like a Crate Dragon, power level wise, you just don't have the same level of late game threats within your deck if you're Curtis. Now, we could also see, you know, a situation where Curtis is shying away from some of those big bombs as well, because way back when we saw Ian the first time, we know that just because Palpatine is online doesn't mean he's going to be deployed.
Yeah, he was so patient that first time around. Now, with Curtis playing the Cham Syndulla, getting up to 5 resources, he was able to go ahead and deploy Han Solo, getting in to Ian's base for 3. And then we see a Frozen in Carbonite coming down, attaching to Cham Syndulla, which means that Cham Syndulla will not ready.
Just kind of taking a look at what Curtis is running in this list. I do see a couple of Crate Dragons, but there are a fair number of other pretty large bombs. Even things like Rebellious Hammerhead can get a lot of value, but I do see 3 copies of Home 1. I'm also seeing 2 copies of Radis. There's a Resolute in this list. So there are bombs that can work in Curtis's favor. A couple of copies of Wrecker. It's just whether or not you can keep them on the board, because not only does Palpatine, when deployed, potentially steal a unit, but as we saw earlier in this broadcast, we know Ian is running Change of Heart, and we can combo that with the leader activation as well, which just serves as straight up hard removal.
Yeah, absolutely. So at this point, Ian just trying to weather the storm. We see the P-38 Starfighter coming in, dealing the extra damage to Bright Hope, and Curtis just taking the trade here. So Bright Hope and P-38 Starfighter defeated. And Curtis is just going to continue to go wide on the board, putting more threats in play. Sabine coming into play for only one resource as Curtis uses the Han action ability, being able to play a unit from hand for one less, but it does take 2 damage. And now we're going to see another big play with Poe Dameron coming in for just 4 resources, so 2 damage onto Poe, and an immediate response. Frozen in Carbonite will keep Poe locked down, and Curtis has a confiscate to defeat it.
What a flurry of plays there. What just an absolute masterclass of exchanges. Curtis wants to play the big threat. Ian immediately with the response, and then Curtis just has the answer. All of a sudden, I thought Ian, especially with the response there, might have had enough to weather this, but this is a really large board that's developing on the side of Curtis. You do have this Maul coming down with the ambush, and I believe the target was Han based on the point.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Yeah, it looks like you're absolutely right. So Han is defeated, so that just means that Curtis will not be able to use that Han action ability here on this turn, which could be important. So Maul takes a few damage back, but again, Ian right now just trying to keep things in check before Palpatine can possibly come out and start turning this game around. We're going to see Curtis get at least 1 attack in with Poe Dameron. It is going to Ian's base. That's going to be at least 6 damage, and it looks like Curtis is going to discard a card to defeat the other Frozen in Carbonite, which is going to unlock that Cham Syndulla.
Yeah, that's a great play by Curtis, and you really want to get the value out of that Poe, because if I had to guess, Ian used the Maul on the Han in part because Maul survives it, but also because with Palpatine online next turn and with Ian likely taking the initiative here, you can just turn around and steal that Poe Dameron. So you kind of didn't want to get rid of it, and you want to take advantage of taking it when it's readied. So setting up this, yes, you're going to take some damage, but hopefully turn everything around. The question is, what does Curtis have in their hand that they can play right now so that even staring down the barrel of a Palpatine stealing Poe, can you do, I think we see a Gorilla Walker and a Wrecker here.
Yeah, 2 very strong options. I wonder if he goes for the Wrecker to take out Maul. Looks like that's going to possibly be the play here. Wrecker coming out, and Curtis can defeat a resource to deal 5 to Maul. Maul defeated. It's going to clean up Ian's board, and even with Palpatine coming online next turn, Curtis has amassed quite the ground arena here in Game 1.
Ian's doing everything he possibly can to get things under control. I liked what was being set up before with the Maul into the Han. You want to be able to steal that Poe. That's still available. Even after you steal the Poe, you're also going to have all of your resources available. The one thing that is a little lacking here, though, is the number of cards in Ian's hand, right? There's just not a lot of options. So when you want to play a bunch of things, you're at a bit of a disadvantage. And even if you wanted to use one of the activations from Poe when you eventually swing with it, again, you're kind of limited. It looks like only 3 cards in hand. And here, the Hammerhead is just going to turn around and backstab Poe.
That is huge. Ian had to do that. He had to use his first action to deploy Palpatine, take control of that Poe, and Curtis has the perfect response in Hammerhead, has 4 cards in hand, exactly what was needed to defeat Poe with the Hammerhead's when played ability. And now Ian again just trying to clean up this board a little bit. Palpatine has to attack and defeat Cham, but now the action back over to Curtis, and we've got Wrecker and Sabine on the board, so Curtis showing possibly 10 damage with those 2 units. Here comes Wrecker for 7. That's going to be 21 damage on Ian's base, and things are getting awfully close here in Game 1 for Ian.
Ian is playing a list that has access to some healing. I was just about to say we might see the Walker. It's one of the sources that is available to Ian. Have to imagine this is going to be a discard no matter what is there, because you really do need the health. But outside of the Walker, when I'm looking at this deck list, what I'm noticing is we've got cards like Salacious Crumb, but just not a lot of burst healing, not a lot of ways to really stabilize if things get too out of control. At some point, Ian really just needs to, if I'm being honest, find something where you can take care of more than one unit at a time. We have not yet seen any of those change of hearts, for example. A change of heart on a Wrecker might be a huge play.
Yeah, change of heart could be good. Overwhelming barrage onto maybe the Walker could also be very helpful here. Take out the Wrecker, maybe the Sabine as well. But with Curtis claiming the initiative immediately after the Walker came down onto the board, Curtis is going to get in for another 7, which I believe that's going to bring Ian back up to 25. And yes, it is 25 damage. So again, it's just Ian is so dangerously close here. He can heal again with the Walker, but Hammerhead is showing another 5 damage in the Space Arena.
That's right. And I do like this play by Ian. You want to get rid of the other unit that can attack, but also potentially threatens any sort of additional burst damage, whether that's through an upgrade or something like that. Hammerhead is going to get through. As I'm looking at what we have in Curtis's hand, though, Ian has to be careful, because the last thing you want to do is spend all of your resources and die to something like that Walker, the Gorilla Pod, excuse me.
Yeah, that is a great point. So Curtis getting in for 5 with Hammerhead, 27 damage on Ian's base. Let's see what his action is here. Oh, and look, he's going to play Bazine, and he's going to find 2 Gorilla Attack Pods. 2 attack pods, so Curtis is going to show lethal no matter what here, and Ian, seeing both, will scoop it up. What a game 1 for Curtis. He takes the early lead here in the quarterfinals.
Ian really just needed to find any of the tools where you can clean up more than one unit, right? When I'm thinking about what happened, you had a good start, a slow Mon Mothma opener from Curtis. You get the ramp on the side of Ian. So Ian should have been pretty well positioned, but Syndulla coming down allowed Curtis to keep pace in terms of the resource battle. And then Ian, as you pointed out, no overwhelming barrages, no change of hearts. And so when you don't find those really pivotal control tools, you're just going to get overrun, right? This Han list, it wants to play big, impactful units, and it wants to do so at a discount. That's why we saw Curtis kind of overload that ground arena, and Ian could not come back without the control tools.
Yeah, no doubt. So difficult first game for Ian, not finding those crucial cards that he really needs in this matchup. And I think the MVP for Curtis had to be the Cham Syndulla, because being able to keep pace, match the ramp with Ian, and then get that Han out early, it just really kind of set the tone from that point forward. And then, of course, Ian not finding the big answers. I think Cham really went a long way and will certainly be big in this matchup, because these Palpatine decks, they are looking to ramp early and they are looking to ramp often. So Cham Syndulla seems very strong in this particular match.
Yeah, and as I take a look at the list that Curtis is piloting, there are 3 in the main deck, and I have to imagine that they are going to stay there. When I'm looking at sideboard options, I'm not really seeing a lot that jumps out to me that you would want to bring in against Palpatine. It looks like a lot of this sideboard is more for the aggressive matchups. I see 3 copies of Bombing Run, which is phenomenal against, say, Darth Vader. I see 2 Chewbacca, 2 Salvage, 1 Fell the Dragon. That could be useful. That might be something that you want to bring in if you just want a little bit of insurance against something like a Devastator. But for the most part, when I'm looking at this list, I feel like Curtis already had the best deck possible, even when you were looking at that game 1. But looks like maybe 3 cards ultimately getting sideboarded here.
My guess, I think the Fell the Dragon is probably good here. The Fell the Dragon, of course, could be a great answer to something like the Walker, or even if we get to something really big like the Devastator. So Fell could be important. I also think that Fell, there could be a situation that Curtis finds himself in that he has to use Fell to take out one of his own units just to, stabilize the board if Palpatine is able to take control of something big. So I would think Fell the Dragon has a good shot at finding its way in the deck here. That would be, I believe, 3 full copies of Fell the Dragon for Curtis, and maybe the other 2 salvage could be decent. Maybe, a good way to bring back one of those vehicle units, or maybe even Chewbacca, right? Like maybe he goes Chewbacca and tries to be aggressive. You could always pilot early potentially if he wanted to, or put it in the ground arena as another big body. So we'll see. Definitely interesting for sure. Now, what do you think about Ian's sideboard? Is there anything in particular you're looking to come in from Ian's board?
Yeah, Ian's sideboard has some cards that I would definitely expect to make an appearance. Phase 3 Dark Troopers, just to maybe help stall in the early game, would be something I would take a look at. I'm also seeing 2 copies of Relentless if you expect your opponent to play into those Fell the Dragons, ramping up to something like that where you can play it and it's now protecting your big units would be beneficial. Another thing that jumps out to me, though, is there are 2 copies of Bosk in the sideboard. And so if you were struggling with trying to control the board, I would consider bringing in something like Bosk where you could use the ambush to get rid of 1 unit. Then maybe when you're playing some of your events, you're triggering additional damage on other units. You just don't want to get overrun like you were in game 1.
I believe you hit the nail right on the head. I think Bosk is a big piece that could help Ian here. There was so much early ground aggression that Bosk can kind of come in and help stabilize that a little bit. Obviously, getting that Sentinel unit with Phase 3 Dark Trooper could be important. Also see the 1 Cad Bane, the 7-cost unit, Cad Bane Hostage Taker. That could be important as well, because we did see some moments where Curtis had several units on the board, but there was damage spread amongst those units. So Cad Bane could come in and capture multiple units, and then if Curtis didn't have, a Fell the Dragon for it, it could be difficult for Curtis to get those units back.
Yeah, that is certainly an option. The only reason that I wasn't jumping immediately there was because, again, I think you plan for your opponent to play max copies of Fell the Dragon. If they weren't in the main deck in game 1, I would think it's a safe bet that they would be brought in. And so, yes, like you could play the Cad Bane and you could clean up a bunch of your opponent's units, but anytime where you're paying 7 and then your opponent is going to potentially pay 4 to answer it back and put you in the hole. And it's also, if I'm being honest, it's potentially a double-edged sword against Han, because a lot of times Han is putting damage on units by activating the hero. And if you capture stuff with Cad Bane, when he goes away, everything comes back at full health. So in many ways, it could be seen as a way to, really put you behind if you're Ian.
Yeah, no, that is a good point for sure. Cad Bane would probably be more of a, I've got to clean this board up. I have to do this, or otherwise I just lose. Could be one of those answer cards, and just hope that Curtis doesn't have the immediate response. But we are ready and set for game 2. Curtis has the early lead. We see Greedo coming out for N, and we are going to see McClunky following up the Battlefield Marine. So Ian's going to quickly clean up that turn 1 play for Curtis. We'll move to turn 2 with an empty board.
We did see Curtis with a bit of a slow start in that first game. Wound up not really mattering. Curtis was still able to generate a lot of pressure. Here we, again, are going to see a follow-up play. Due to the beautiful foiling on that Prestige, a little hard to see which unit that is, but I think it might have been the blue leader just without ambush. It's either that or a red 5.
Yeah, one of the 2 here, but whichever one it is, we're going to see the Frozen and Carbonite coming down once again early for Ian to keep, I believe, the red 5 locked down.
Yes.
And then Curtis is going to play another copy of Battlefield Marine here. And then Ian just responds with that Greedo that was bounced back to hand earlier.
So you are correct. It is a red 5. I was able to zoom in and see that 3-4 stat line. We do have 1 damage going on to the red 5 here after the deployment of the space unit.
Yeah, the P-38 Starfighter there. If Curtis had a way to deal with that frozen in carbonite, the P-38 Starfighter could clean up the red 5 if need be. Now with just 3 HP remaining on red 5. Curtis has the initiative. We've got Greedo versus Battlefield Marine in the ground arena, so Ian is showing a way to quickly answer the Battlefield Marine. So Curtis is going to be aggressive with the Marine while he can and get 3 quick damage to Ian's base.
Yeah, I like this play when you expect that Greedo to take the trade. I think that you do want to get that value in, but you're also kind of forcing Ian to do something before you commit your own plays, right? 5 resource turn is a pretty big deal for Curtis because obviously it's your deploy turn, and Ian says, yeah, you're holding back. Let me play this Bazine and see what you got.
Yeah, we see several good cards here. 2 big 6 drops for Curtis. You've got Wrecker and the Rebellious Hammerhead. It looks like we've got Home 1 there and Cham Syndulla. So plenty of options for Ian. And with Han Solo, there's 3 possible plays that Curtis can make here. So you're not going to take him off of potentially playing another unit this turn. So now the question is...
Yeah, I was going to say, I think ultimately what you have to consider is which one is going to be more devastating of the 6 drops. And when you're looking at it, the Hammerhead has more flexibility, whereas Wrecker only targets ground units if it comes out, and getting rid of a Greedo or the Bazine with the Wrecker activation is not nearly as impactful as cleaning up that space unit.
Yeah, that is a great point. And Hammerhead can just come in and clean up that P-38 Starfighter as well. Now we're going to see Ian playing another unit in the space arena. We've got the Eager Escort Fighter. And here comes Wrecker for Curtis. Now, just coming in for 5 resources, taking the 2 damage, but you've got now a big 7 power unit threatening here for Curtis. And Ian will just claim the initiative.
Yeah, I was going to say, I love this heads up play by Ian saying, all right, you've played a Wrecker. I could still attack with my P-38, but, you know, is it really worth it for me to get a little bit of incidental damage on your base, especially because I'm such a late game deck? Or do I want to take the initiative and potentially draw something that would answer that Wrecker right out of the gate? And it is also interesting that the Eager Escort came down but didn't ambush anything. Not a play that you often see happen, but if we have a barrage here, it is a Bosk, but I was going to say if we have a barrage here, that would be a lot of damage because of the 4 attack on the Escort.
Well, we talked about Bosk potentially coming in for Ian. It would help clean up the ground arena, and it came in and did really good work for Ian here. With Wrecker just having 4 HP remaining, Bosk was able to trade and get that big 7 power unit off the board. Now Curtis is just going to try and replenish his hand here. As Mon Mothma comes down, he gets to search the top 5 cards of his deck for a Rebel unit, and we are going to find another Rebellious Hammerhead. So Ian will have to deal with a Hammerhead one way or the other, it looks like.
Yeah, that Hammerhead is not what you wanted to see your opponent reveal if you're Ian. It is still playable. We'll have to take the damage from the Han leader ability, but it is going to be something that will not only clean up one of your space units, but will also give them an actual presence out there. Thus far, that red 5 has been locked up from the Frozen and Carbonite, which, you know, thematically always kind of makes me giggle. I just imagine that there's a ship out there, frozen like Han, floating through the vastness of space.
So we do see the Hammerhead coming in, and it is going to defeat the P-38 Starfighter. Now Ian gets the when defeated trigger on that Starfighter, and we're going to put another damage on the Hammerhead, which means Hammerhead just 4 HP remaining, and Ian showing a clean way with the Eager Escort Fighter to take care of it. So Ian claiming the initiative, Curtis getting in for another 3. We've got 6 damage on Ian's base and 4 damage on Curtis's base as we move to the next action phase now.
We're getting closer and closer to the, potential Palpatine deployment turn. I can't help but notice as Curtis has been playing through this, we've seen multiple times that Crate Dragon still in Curtis's hand. So the question will become, can Curtis figure out a way to get Ian to deploy the Emperor before you play the Crate Dragon?
Yeah, that will be the challenge. We saw Ian be so patient when there was a possible crate earlier in the day. We'll see what happens here in Game 2. The Eager Escort Fighter does trade with the Hammerhead. Curtis getting in for 3, but here comes Maul ambushing and defeating Han Solo, and we're going to see another damage of Overwhelm going through to Curtis's base.
That Maul was incredibly needed. Curtis had been running, pretty much unopposed with that Han for so long, but unfortunately another Hammerhead coming down. Oh, these rebellious Hammerheads have been just killer for Ian.
That has been brutal for sure. All 3 Hammerhead in this game too. Curtis has found them. We had Bazine discard one earlier. He's drawn the other 2, and they have come in a big way here. And look at this. Curtis has the Confiscate to defeat the Frozen and Carbonite. So now that Red 5 will be able to ready, and Curtis is showing 3 different threats on the board. We're starting to get to a point now where Ian is going to have to find a way to remove multiple threats. We are on the turn that you could see Palpatine deploy, but as you mentioned, if you deploy too quickly, you could find yourself in a real tough spot if that Crate Dragon hits the board.
Absolutely. Curtis, with the activation from Han, would be able to just slam in response the Crate Dragon down were Palpatine to get deployed for any reason. I believe I saw a Reinforcement Walker in Ian's hand as one of the cards that was kept. Yeah, it's right there. So I would imagine that is likely what gets played. It will provide some healing, gives you a large body so that if you do eventually find an overwhelming barrage, you'll have hopefully a sizable target. So yeah, the Walker does come down. And again, I can't help but think about the fact that we're now, almost at the end of Game 2, and we've seen no change of hearts, no overwhelming barrages.
Yeah, that's brutal for Ian, and I think he only has 1 card left in hand, so just not really finding these cards that can absolutely change the landscape of this match. So Reinforcement Walker coming down, healing 3 damage from Ian's base, but then Curtis with the Hammerhead putting 5 damage on. So 12 damage on Ian's base, and Ian just going to claim the initiative. So now Curtis has the door open to be aggressive, put more damage on base, and put potentially multiple threats in play here.
Yeah, I thought for a moment we were going to see Curtis slam that Crate Dragon because they just scooped up all of their resources. I was like, whoa, don't do that now. That would be playing right into Ian's game plan. But I like what you were pointing out, right? Just play multiple threats. Yeah, we're going to see Cassian come from the smuggle, so it'll enter ready, allow you to push even more damage. Currently 12 damage on Ian's base, but with the board likely going to take 7 more here.
And actually going to damage the Reinforcement Walker with Mon Mothma. Very interesting. Okay. And then we're going to have the Red 5. That's, very interesting play. So now Red 5 has that on attack ability coming into play, dealing an extra 2 damage to the Reinforcement Walker. So very interesting play here, and another 6 damage to Ian's base, 18 damage on.
All right. The question on my mind is this. Did Ian finally find anything that would allow him to get a 2-for-1 trade with this board? Change of heart, overwhelming barrage, anything at all. Because we are very quickly approaching the point in the game where it won't matter even if Ian does find them. Again, we've kind of pointed out, outside of the Walker, there's not a ton of healing in this list. Yes, you've got like Salacious Crumb, but it's not enough to make a real impact. It's got to be now. We do start with a no good to me dead, though.
So that no good to me dead will lock down the Hammerhead this turn and next, but it's not going to stop Curtis's Cassian getting in for another 3. That's 21 damage. Red 5 still threatening. We're going to get to a point where Ian is just going to be forced to flip that Palpatine to take one of these threats. But as soon as that happens, you know Curtis is playing Crate Dragon. So such a predicament Ian has found himself in, and it looks like he's going to pay another large amount of resources. Now, it is the Cad Bane. We talked about this. He's going to play it, and I feel like he might be in that spot. You know, he's got to clean up the board, and he's just got to hope right now that he does not run into an immediate Fell the Dragon.
Yeah, I would not have guessed that that was coming in. This is the time when you would need to use it if that were the case. Right now, Ian is just saying a quick prayer. Please, no Fell the Dragon. Curtis instead going to play this home 1, which will give you a big space unit. We'll turn on a bunch of restore, not super relevant at the moment, but also we'll get a unit back as well. I think this reinforcement walker is going to be forced to clean it up, and that's the case, and get some healing.
Yeah, that's going to allow Ian to heal another 3. So back down to 18. I was actually kind of surprised that Curtis didn't bring back Mon Mothma there, just to be able to dig, find another big threat potentially. But as you mentioned, he's got home 1 there, threatening 7 damage in the space arena. So things getting interesting. We still haven't seen Palpatine deploy. You've got Cad Bane holding on to a couple captured units. Reinforcement Walker still showing that he can heal some more damage for Ian. So things are getting interesting. Ian getting closer and closer to maybe finding a way to stabilize here in game 2.
Yeah, first things first, you're going to take another big chunk of damage from this home 1, though.
Yeah, big swing, now, 25 damage.
One of the really interesting bits is going to be whether or not Ian decides to attack with Cad Bane, because you don't want to give your opponent back any of these units, but also your hand has been pretty decimated. And so is there a world where you say, hey, get one of your units back and you know, let me dig so that I can find an overwhelming barrage, so that I can find some sort of answer?
Yeah, it is a tough spot. So the Walker getting in for 6, healing 3 more, but here comes Gorilla Attack Pod ready, and now Ian has to attack into it. So Cad Bane taking out the attack pod, but let's see, does Curtis take back one of those units and give Ian a couple cards? Big choice to make.
I think if I'm Curtis, I don't want to get one of them back. And it does look like that was the call, because he's moving on to playing something. And the reason for that, if I'm in Curtis's position with all the known information, I haven't seen my opponent play any of the big removal options. I would rather just not let them dig. I've got a good handle on the space arena, right? I'm threatening a ton of damage. Yes, I could go wider, but if I don't need to, why would I give my opponent more tools? I think this is a great choice by Curtis.
I totally agree for sure. I think it's absolutely the right play. Curtis pushing another threat on the board with Cham Syndulla. You see Greedo coming out, and you're going to see the Palpatine action ability defeating Greedo, dealing 1 damage to home 1. I really think Ian's in a spot. He's going to have to deploy Palpatine. He is, and he's going to get home 1 here, which does open up some restore options. So things getting interesting.
Yeah, and this is the right time to do it. Yes, you could still run into a Crate Dragon, but when your opponent has used all their resources and they can't immediately answer, and when you take home 1, which is going to give all of your units restore, and I think that's what Curtis was just pointing out. Hey, by the way, you have home 1 now, so whenever you attack, absolutely, even with Palpatine, you get that. This would be, I think, the only other time that I would be like, yes, let's use Palpatine. I know it's not on a Crate Dragon, but we have to stabilize.
So now things are getting quite tight in this game too, because Ian has just about completely stabilized the board. Curtis is down to just Rebellious Hammerhead in the Space Arena. That's only 5 damage. He needs to find 9 here. So the Hammerhead getting in for 5, 26 damage on Ian's base. But we know that Ian can at least restore 3 or heal 3 with the Reinforcement Walker plus restore 1. So that's 4 damage he can take off of his base. So attacking with Walker, discarding McClunky, and now he'll go down to 22 damage on.
This is really interesting. The Hammerhead going to the base. I wonder if we're about to see the Crate Dragon come down. Yes, I was about to say with the timely intervention, which will, I believe, be lethal, right? We've got 3 remaining HP on things. Oh no, should be one health remaining, but you're taking lethal damage off the board here as well, right? You get the Cad Bane out of the way, you get your units back, and you've put your opponent in a position where they can't play any cards now.
This is a spectacular play from Curtis, to say the least. The timely into Crate. Man, it feels so good to play Crate Dragon. You play it with Ambush, it's even better. So now Palpatine forced to trade with Crate Dragon. You get another instance of Restore. So Ian back to 28 damage on. Let's see what he has now. He still has his resources open. He's got Devastator. Devastator gives him a Sentinel in the Space Arena. Cassian defeated, and now the action back over to Curtis, and I don't believe he has any ready resources.
No, he doesn't, and if he takes initiative here, that's also going to allow another restore when Ian attacks. But the big issue, right, the big result is that you got rid of that Cassian on the ground, and you have a wall in the air in that Devastator. I'm not sure that there was any card other than that was going to save Ian here. So that is an incredible pull. What a play.
Well, Ian has been searching and searching. He has yet to play a Change of Heart in this match. He had yet to play a Devastator, but no more. Devastator has found its way in, and now Curtis finds himself in trouble. He is showing Fatal on board with Devastator, so he has to have an answer to Devastator with this first action, or we are going to game 3.
What is going to be the play here?
So many resources, but only 3 cards in hand for Curtis. What does he have here? Looks like we're paying 2, and we're looking for probably timely reinforcement. So he is going to play another timely. Let's see what he's got here. What is he ambushing?
I mean, whatever it is, it can't be big enough that it deals with a Devastator, right? So maybe it's something with Restore so that the Devastator by itself doesn't kill you.
And it's definitely timely intervention, not reinforcements. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, timely intervention. We're going to ambush.
It's been a long day.
Like Tranquility. It has. Or no, that's a Resolute.
That's a Resolute
coming in. Oh my goodness. So that answers it. Because he's got the Wind Plate ability, you can deal 2 damage to an enemy unit and then ambush for 8. So that will defeat the Devastator on this action. Devastator off the board.
I was just thinking in terms of raw, power on a card, but yes, with the on attack, Resolute will trade with the Devastator. Now, Ian is still in a position with this home 1. It could trade with one of those space units, get some Restore as well.
Now, Ian knows the deck list here. They had to exchange deck list. I don't think Curtis is running away to... I don't think he has any ways to buff here. Well, he does have a Delphi. He does have a Delphi in deck, so he could potentially buff 2. So we're going to see Walker going in for 6, healing 3 from Ian's base. My goodness, what a game 2 this has been. This is a blast right here. Who is going to come out on top? Can Ian force the game 3? And there is the Adelphi. He's got it. And he is going to attack with Hammerhead into the home 1 and make the trade.
Yeah, so the Adelphi was there. Another thing that would have put Ian in a rough position is Hammerhead is also a capital ship. And as I'm looking at this list, there is one planetary bombardment that Curtis is running as well. And that could have represented a lot of indirect damage that would have needed to have been soaked by the units to not die.
So now the action back over to Ian. And now we've got the change of heart. We've been waiting, and now we find it. So red 5 coming across to Ian's side now.
We finally find both the change of heart and the overwhelming barrage. We've only waited through all of game 1 and at the very end of game 2, but that's going to allow Ian to tie things up. We are going to game 3. We have a series on our hands.
That was a brilliant game from both players. They both played their hearts out, and Ian, with his back against the wall, has found a way to force a deciding game 3. And Charmer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is the first game 3 we've had on stream today.
I believe you are correct, and what a time to have it, right? When we get to the top 8, when we've got, you know, the best of the best from the field playing against each other, but also we just saw Ian claw back. At some point, we had to see the cards that Ian needed in that matchup show up. If I'm Curtis, I would actually be a little bit worried because everything went Curtis's way in that second game, at least in the early goings, and Ian still found a way to pull it out. If Ian gets some of those key cards early on, we might see a completely different story.
Yeah, no, that is a really good point. I mean, being able to get an earlier change of heart or overwhelming barrage, I mean, it completely changes the tide of a game. So, you know, that is spot on. I mean, Ian desperately wanting to find some of these super impactful cards and finally found them late and was able to close the deal. But yeah, going into game 3, let's see if Ian can find some of these things a bit earlier. And yeah, deciding game 3 in the top cut. We can't ask for more. This is what we love to see.
What a razor thin margin.
Oh, yeah.
I just keep going back to, we had a Crate Dragon played with Ambush, and it took Ian all the way to 1 health remaining on base. And Ian still stabilized.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. So 1 HP or 1 damage short for Curtis from advancing on, and now he's got to work his way through a game 3. Both players kind of looking through their decks again, seeing if they want to maybe make some more changes with the sideboard. We did see a couple of the cards, I believe, come in from the sideboard in that particular game. I know we saw Bosk, right? Bosk definitely came in, and the Cad Bane. And really both of those cards proved to be impactful in game 2 for Ian. So as you mentioned, Cad Bane can certainly be a double-edged sword, but it at least held off Curtis just long enough where Ian was able to put his foot down, get control of the board, and then turn the corner and win the game.
Wondering if it's a judge question or something. I just see the looks like the judge anyway there with Curtis as they're making some changes here. Might have been a question about, hey, can I still make changes if we haven't drawn up? That sort of thing, because I see some cards going in now, likely from the sideboard.
Yeah, Curtis making some last-minute decisions before this big game 3. Now, before we get started with game 3, Again, big shout out to Kayfabe Cards for hosting this event, and with Brolic Games helping us and putting on this great stream. And again, check out kayfabecards.tcgplayerpro.com. They have a great selection of singles and sealed products. And if you're in the area and you enjoy collectible card games, be sure to swing by, as they have a wonderful selection in store and plenty of weekly tournaments as well.
Yeah, if you're a fan of professional wrestling, they say that kayfabe is dead. But if you're a fan of trading card games, kayfabe is anything but.
That is absolutely right. So the one thing that I love, though, is both of these players are having a great time. They're both smiling. They know that this has been an epic match. The viewers are getting a treat here. We're getting a treat. And hope you guys at home are enjoying it as much as we are. We are moving to the final game now. The initiative token has completely disappeared. And maybe we'll get that back over at some point.
Yeah, I believe I would assume Curtis is going to start with it. I can't imagine a situation where they would purposefully pass, having the initiative there, and with Ian taking the last round. I would assume Curtis is going to begin with it, but you're right about the smiles. I was watching both players. They were, full of grins, and I always say I hate losing more than I like winning. I'm not what I would describe as a sore loser, but I definitely don't like it. And even I think I would have been smiling after that second game, because I don't know what else you want from a card game. It was neck and neck, razor thin, big swings, big plays, a lot of back and forth. Again, that exchange with the confiscate, it's just beautiful. So here's to hoping game 3 goes the same way.
No doubt. It was a fireworks show for sure in game 2. So Curtis does have the initiative. The initiative token has reappeared. We see Sabine coming down in the ground arena for Curtis, and ISB agent for Ian, showing that resupply once again and dealing a damage with the ISB agents when played. And then look at this, Palpatine action ability used right away, defeating the ISB agent, 1 damage dealt to Sabine, and Ian going to get some early card advantage as he gets to draw an extra card off that action ability.
Yeah, that's a signal to Curtis that Ian either didn't like what they had or is aggressively going to be looking for some of those powerful cards that we haven't really seen a lot of in the first 2 games. So with that in mind, Curtis says, okay, this Sabine might not be long for the ground arena. I might as well get some damage in.
So 3 damage early to Ian's base, and now we see the Super Laser Technician. So unless he resourced it, we know that Ian has found a couple ramp options here. But look at this, Stila Guerrera coming out, and Curtis will deal 2 damage to his base, and he's going to go searching for a tactic event here.
Yes, this is a card that is just a one-of that was in the sideboard. And when I was looking through the sideboard, I was kind of on the fence about whether it was something that I would consider bringing in. Maybe this is one of those last-minute decisions that Curtis decided to jam in. Again, looking for a tactic, but this is a one-of from the sideboard.
Yeah, very cool seeing the sideboarding coming in for these players again here in game 3. Ian was able to claim the initiative, so with Super Laser Technician in the ground arena, and he's got 2 targets there, that Stila Guerrera probably not going to be sticking around here, and that's exactly what's going to happen with 2 damage on. So Super Laser Technician trading with Stila, and we've got an extra resource for Ian. So Ian up to 5 now, which does open that potential Cham Syndulla play that we saw Curtis make in game 1.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And this time we do have a tactic found.
Yeah, very cool. So Stila having the win played and win defeated ability. Curtis taking advantage of that, finding the Fell the Dragon, which That could be important, right, if we see something like that Cad Bane again. So Ian will have to certainly take note of that fell being an option for Curtis early in game 3. Sabine's going to deal another 3. 6 damage on Ian's base.
Was kind of funny to me that prior to that Sabine attack, Curtis actually had more damage on his base than Ian did, and it was all self-inflicted. Again, the Stila has a requirement that you have to deal 2 damage to your base when you do the triggers. Bosk, again, we're seeing those sideboard cards come in handy, cleans up the Sabine, and if the Bosk can stick around, that might put Ian in a pretty good position.
Yeah, I think this Bosk is great. It was able to come in and trade with Wrecker in game 2. Now it's going to take out Sabine and stay on the board. I mean, this could be big, big value for Ian. We see Heavy coming out for Curtis. First time we've seen Heavy in this match. That's a 4-4 for 4. Now, with Coordinate turned on, it has Raid 2, but right now it does not get that additional effect of Raid 2. So Ian has claimed the initiative, and let's see if he goes for the quick board control, or maybe he has another way to kind of deal with Heavy outside of Bosk.
Now, it is worth noting, we do see another way to deal with it. We're just going to exhaust it with No Good to Me Dead. I was just going to say really quickly, it's worth noting that Heavy also has a really impactful when defeated. It will deal 1 damage to all enemy ground units. It's a card that I've grown incredibly fond of whenever I'm playing a red-blue Thrawn list, specifically the Thrawn from Jump to Lightspeed, where you can double those effects. But that 1 damage still could be relevant. Bosk already has 2 damage on it.
You want to talk about some major value. 2 events played from Ian on this turn. Han is deployed for Curtis. We see Ian play the resupply, and you've got that when you play an event ability on Bosk, you can deal 2 damage to a unit. So Han immediately taking 2, and now we're going to see the trade. What great value. Bosk really helping Curtis, or excuse me, helping Ian clean up this board in game 2, or game 3, excuse me.
Yeah. It's
definitely
weird
not
saying game 3. Yeah, production did
first time
this
today.
was our 3rd time going to game 3 on the broadcast today, so we're very happy to see that. Ian probably not happy to see that Poe Dameron come down, because not only does it represent a lot of damage, but with the number of cards in Curtis's hand, you have to assume that there will be an activation. I would really look long and hard if I were Curtis at making Ian just discard a card as one of the triggers.
Yeah, that is a very fair point. So Ian did a ton of work to clean up these early plays, and then Curtis following up with Poe. Yeah, it does have to be a bit deflating here, as now Poe Dameron certainly a very big threat. We'll see if Ian has a good response. Now, keep in mind that Ian is up to 8 resources already because of the Super Laser Technician giving him the ramp and resupply. So Palpatine is an option moving forward for Ian now in this game 3. And Curtis is going to get some more ramp with Cham Syndulla.
Yeah, we have Syndulla hit the board, and then we have the Super Laser Technician turned sideways.
So
curious to see. I'm just waiting to see what the activations are going to be from Poe, right? We see a card discarded from Curtis. I think it might have just been extra damage on the base.
Yeah, I do believe you're right. So now Ian has 12 damage on base. Action back over to Ian. And we are going to smuggle in Bazine. Taking a look at Curtis's hand, we see Resolute once again, Fell the Dragon, and Wrecker. Now, while Bazine is good, it's not doing anything about the massive board presence in the ground arena for Curtis right now.
Yeah, I think this is mostly information gathering. And the reason I say that is because if you start to fall behind and you want to deploy a Palpatine to claim a unit, you want to make sure that you can do so when you're not going to be immediately punished, right? So what's the best way to figure out whether you're going to be punished? Well, you take a look at somebody's hand. And so we're going to see 1 damage put on the Poe. And I wonder, I was going to say, if we're going to just take that Poe and now is... If Curtis takes the initiative, we could just see that Fell the Dragon used on the Poe. But I think Ian's okay with that.
So now Curtis with the initiative. Poe Dameron on Ian's side of the table. Emperor Palpatine going to attack and defeat Cham Syndulla. So he does clean up some of that ground arena. And Ian did dump the Wrecker from Curtis's hand, which was another big threat, so could certainly be beneficial to Ian moving forward.
I liked that play because, again, if your plan is see what they have, and if I'm not going to be immediately punished, use my Emperor deployment, which is what we saw. Getting rid of Wrecker means that, yes, you could still get hit by Fell the Dragon, but that's at least just removal. Wrecker cleaning up the Poe would have been removal plus a body, right? That's not something that you want to see. Here, however, we do have Heavy going to run into Poe, and then with the when defeated, again, 1 damage to all enemy ground units means that it will actually trade up into the Poe.
So now it's a big play for Ian. There's the Devastator again. He's found Devastator in back-to-back games. Devastator obliterating Cassian here.
Yeah, we know what's coming.
Yeah, we certainly do. He's going to have to pay 6, but there is the Fell the Dragon defeating Devastator, taking out the big threat. Definitely a response needed for Curtis. That Devastator could quickly take control of this game. But one thing that's important to note here, Ian has options. He has multiple cards in his hand. We've seen the first 2 games where we were getting into the late stages and Ian was holding on to maybe 1, 2, 3 cards tops. He's got options now.
One of the other important things is he also has health to work with. Those
That's
first 2 games,
right.
I mean, it might not seem like a big deal, but those first 2 games, he was so against the wall that he didn't really have any room for error. But now, even if your opponent were to play a Crate Dragon, you could actually do something like play a Devastator or a Change of Heart, eat the damage, and then do something with it. Before, that was not the case.
No, those are excellent points for sure. More cards. He's got some breathing room here. We're going to see the Resolute coming out for Curtis, dealing 2 damage to Palpatine, but Palpatine still has 2 HP remaining. We've got Crumb coming down, healing another damage from Ian's base, back down to 11. And now I believe Curtis has exhausted all of his resources, claims the initiative, and Ian is going to be able to get in for some damage here. We've got the on attack ability from Palpatine's going to sacrifice the Crumb, dealing a damage to Resolute, and that's going to give Ian yet another card.
And now the question is, what was that card? Did we find something that changes the game plan? We still have a ton of resources, and when I say we, I of course mean Ian here, but a Maul gets developed, and then we're going to freeze that Resolute in Carbonite. It's now just kind of floating around in space.
Massive turn for Ian. So now he's threatening with 11 damage in the ground arena. And if Curtis doesn't have any upgrade removal soon, that Resolute, as you said, just floating around, will not ready, will not be able to pressure Ian's base. And Ian right now in the driver's seat as we close in towards this final Game 3 coming to a conclusion. Does Curtis have a response? Can he start to deal with some of these threats that Ian is presenting and turn things back around?
Yeah, I think if you are Curtis, what you're really looking for is something that you can hopefully timely intervention in, or, well, this works as well. So we have a blue leader with ambush that's going to clean up the Emperor in the ground arena.
Certainly a start, Blue Leader. Such a good card. Being able to essentially get a 5-5 ambush in the ground arena. Super helpful in so many spots, and here we've finally got Ian's leader defeated. Now we do see that phase 3 Dark Trooper, so that came out of the sideboard as well for Ian. And here comes the big wrecker. So does the when played ability get used? It looks like it might, as wrecker comes in with the Han action ability. So 2 damage on it, and we are going to deal 5 damage to the Dark Trooper. So now it's just Maul on Ian's side of the table, but I think Ian might change this pretty quickly.
Oh, yeah,
that's
you could
a play.
Say so.
Overwhelming barrage. Maul's a 9 power. 9 damage is going to be dealt to Curtis's units here. That's going to clean up both of the ground units. Resolute has 5 damage, and now Curtis is about to get smacked for 9.
Yeah, that is exactly what you wanted if you were Ian. And, you know, again, we talked about it. Those first 2 games, we didn't see any game 1, and it took almost all of game 2 before we saw Ian play Overwhelming Barrage or Change of Heart. And if it was something that Ian could find, we thought, all right, there's a chance that this could be a run back. And that's why. That is such a one-sided play.
Exceptional play for Ian, having the barrage, and Curtis is just going to extend the hand for the handshake.
Yeah.
He can't answer this. Ian takes it in game 3, a come from behind victory to head to the top 4.
Looks like Curtis is just seeing what was on the bottom there, trying to figure out where the answers were.
That's right. What a match. Now, it looks like we've got some reports here. Christine won, so Quinlan Tarkentown is moving on to the top 4 as well. And then we've got Nick moving on. So we do have the other Han2 data vault in the top 8, will be in the top 4. And now we're just trying to find out who the last spot will be in the top 4, but what a great match we just witnessed.
Yeah, so we're going to have a Palpatine Cunning, a Han2 Data Vault, Quinlan Tarkentown, and a mystery winner from our table 4. That's currently Matt versus Brenner. Just taking a look at what those 2 players were on, because I'm curious what our options are potentially. Brenner was our pilot on the Chancellor Palpatine, which I'll be honest, I might be a little biased because I kind of want to see it on the broadcast. And then Matt Freed was our Dooku player, which we did see on the broadcast earlier, and that was a very impactful deck. So one way or the other, we're going to get a fun deck moving on to our final 4.
No doubt about it. I'm certainly looking forward to it. I know you are, Charmer, and the viewers are as well. We will find out shortly what we're going to get, but I think we're going to head to a short break. Hello there, Star Wars Unlimited fans, and welcome back to the live stream of the Kayfabe Cards Planetary Qualifier in Riverton, Utah. I'm Josh Schneider. I've got Charmer with me, and we are getting ready for the semifinals. It has been a fantastic day of Star Wars Unlimited, and now, Charmer, we've got some exciting semifinal action coming up.
Absolutely. We get to see Christine in action once again. On that Quinlan Tarkentown list, Christine piloted it almost to perfection the first time we saw her on the broadcast. And she might need to do so again because it's going to be up against Chancellor Palpatine. That's right. Chancellor, not Emperor. We saw Emperor Palpatine last round. No, Chancellor Palpatine paired with a blue base. This is going to be a very wild. I've been looking at this deck list and I'm seeing a lot of really powerful cards that would normally be relegated to just heroism or just villainy. But when you can double dip, you can really get some powerful combos set off. This looks to be very blue heavy. Just to give you an idea, there are 3 copies of Lieutenant Childson in this list.
Yeah, super cool list, and it's just absolutely epic to see Chancellor Palpatine in the top 4 of this planetary qualifier. And Brenner has had an amazing run with this deck and has a chance to take this thing down and secure a spot in day 2 of the Galactic Championship. And what better way to do it than with Chancellor Palpatine? This should be very interesting to see. Again, we haven't seen this one on stream today, and I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, production is telling me that this is actually back-to-back top 4s for Christine when it comes to planetary qualifiers. And that makes complete sense to me because what I saw from Christine the first time that they were on the broadcast was some phenomenal play. Again, very patient, was great with the sequencing. I'm really looking forward to see how they navigate against a Chancellor Palpatine, though, because Palpatine is another list where the sequencing is incredibly important, especially if you're trying to take advantage of that leader ability as much as possible. You want to gain that health, you want to draw those cards, etc.
Yeah, so Christine back in the top 4, a chance to move on to the finals here. This is going to be great. We've got Brenner on the left piloting that Chancellor Palpatine blue, and then we've got Christine on the right piloting Quinlan Tarkentown. And Christine is even having to check out this Chancellor Palpatine and see exactly what it's doing. Make sure she's aware because it's not a leader you see every day.
Yeah, and what I really like about this particular build as I look at the deck list is we see Brenner playing so many of the good heroism vigilance units. So Harrison Dula, Kuil for the early game, Yoda, etc. A lot of these units that have restore. But then when they are trading and when they are defeated and we flip to Darth Sidious, what happens is you turn on some really powerful removal effects. So again, this list appears to be running things like no glory, only results, which again, when you're on the Darth Sidious side, you only have to play a villainy card. Doesn't have to be a villainy unit to get that bonus. And so I think we're going to see a bit of a weaving style of gameplay.
Yeah, I totally agree. So we are going ground versus ground early. Christine started with Sabine. Brenner did not have a turn 1 play, but opens up with Yoda on turn 2. And now Christine is going to play the Millennium Falcon. Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to Yoda here, and 3 more damage to Brenner's base. So pretty good aggressive early start for Christine. And Christine is going to claim the initiative or just pass there. I believe just pass after Brenner claims.
Yeah, Brenner with the initiative token. And, oh, maybe not. Maybe it was just a delay passing. So you were correct. Christine did take the initiative, it appears.
Okay, very interesting. So maybe Brenner passed, maybe expecting Christine to use the Tarkentown, or maybe just passing to see if the Tarkentown was going to be used, but it was not. So Christine with the initiative getting in for another 3 damage. Now Yoda does deal 2 damage to Sabine, restoring 2, but another 3 from the Falcon, so 10 quick damage on Brenner's base.
Yeah, I want to point out that this is a heads-up play by Brenner at the end of last turn to pass, because if Tarkentown had been used and Brenner had claimed initiative, would not have been able to activate the leader after the Yoda unit had died. Again, when a heroism unit is defeated, that's when you become available to activate Chancellor Palpatine, and you don't want to miss out on that health gain. So that was actually a really heads-up play, and it tells me that Brenner has a lot of reps on this list.
Absolutely. Now we see Brenner playing his first space unit of the game. We see Red Squadron X-Wing coming in, dealing 2 damage to itself to allow Brenner to draw a card. And Christine's going to go ahead and use the epic action on Tarkentown, defeating that damaged unit. So it is defeated, and we're going to move on to the next round here.
Yeah, and that was that window of opportunity. Because Brenner had already claimed initiative, Christine was able to use Tarkentown, get that defeat without having to worry about Brenner activating the Palpatine leader ability. So the good news, if you're Brenner, is now you don't have to worry about playing around that Tarkentown. But the bad news is you are still a little bit behind, and you will be able to gain some health whenever you can get your leader up and going. You do also have Restore on Yoda, but you got to be a little bit worried about how aggressive this list can be with the disruption available as well. A lot of discard in a Quinlan Tarkentown list.
Absolutely. So Christine deploying Quinlan. Brenner's going to use Yoda to attack into Quinlan. So Yoda defeated, 2 damage restored from base, and now you've got the action ability. You've got that if a friendly heroism unit was defeated. So Brenner's going to draw a card and heal an extra 2 damage from base, but Christine does have multiple outlets of damage here. So 3 damage coming through with 3 different units, and still a lot of early pressure here with 15 damage on Brenner's base. And now we're going to see the first hand disruption here in this game. We're going to see Spark of Rebellion coming out.
Yeah, and Spark means you can choose any of these options, and this is a very stacked hand for Brenner. A lot of cards in hand, in part because Brenner hasn't really played a ton of stuff, but also because, again, that Chancellor Palpatine, when it was activated, allowed Brenner to draw an additional card. And as I look at this, I don't know what I would choose, right? When I look at this, there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't want to be played against me.
No, I totally agree. I mean, there are plenty of strong options. We know that you are on, or Brenner is on the Darth Sidious side here. So he's looking more so for these villainy cards. You have Childson with a bunch of Vigilance cards in hand. So Childson is the play here. And I think that might be right, because Childson can really completely stabilize that ground arena pretty quickly.
Yeah, it certainly would have slowed Christine down quite a bit. I think that was ultimately the right call to make. It also means that Christine has more info about what needs to be played around in future turns. Here we're going to see Vigilance. Now, this is going to cost 6. You're going to have to pay the tax. The good news is, even though you're on the villainy side, it doesn't matter which side you're on. You're always paying the exact same amount of tax for Vigilance. Brenner cleans up that space unit and heals a bunch of damage off the base, but going to be taking return damage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So Christine able to get in for 8 total damage with those 3 ground units. And here comes the Guerrilla Soldier as well. 3 indirect damage to Brenner's base, 21 damage. Guerrilla Soldier is ready, and Brenner is fully exhausted. He's got nothing here. Here comes 2 more from the Guerrilla Soldier, 23 damage on base. Does Christine have any further plays here?
Even if Christine doesn't, what we are seeing is the one drawback to playing Chancellor Palpatine, and that is you don't have a leader to deploy. What you do have is pretty consistent good leader activations, right? The actual leader ability is above par, but what you're lacking is that board presence. And when you can play a unit for free, it really adds up. I feel like if Brenner wants to get back into this, they really have to figure out a way to survive until they can play a Super Laser Blast. As I'm looking at the list, there are 3 of those in the main deck.
Super Laser Blast or Bust coming up here. Now, we're 1 turn away from that because Brenner only at 7 resources. We see yet another copy of Vigilance defeating Sabine, and Brenner has no choice. Must heal the 5 damage from base, so back to 18 on. But again, this leaves Brenner with just 1 open resource, and you've got, once again, another, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 damage in the ground arena for Christine, plus 3 in the space arena. I don't know that Brenner's going to see another turn here, and Cassian smuggled in will finish game 1. Christine, the early lead.
I was just about to say that we only need any sort of additional damage from the side of Christine, whether that was Cassian, it could have also been a Hot Shot Blaster, could have been Surprise Strike, or even another Guerrilla Soldier. Whatever the case may be, it was very likely that Christine had it. Brenner really, I think, was put behind because we saw a pass on turn 1, not something that you want to do. Especially with Palpatine, I think that it's really important that you have one of those turn 1 heroism plays so that if you are looking to kind of flip-flop your leader every other turn and maximize that value, you have the opportunity to. And then again, with the timely Spark of Rebellion, we got rid of the Child Sin, and Brenner was just not able to stabilize after that.
Absolutely. I really believe the Spark of Rebellion, as subtle as it seems, the MVP of game 1 for Christine, because that was the stabilizing piece that Brenner needed in the mid game. That would have been a 6/6 Sentinel because of all the other blue cards that Brenner had in hand. And that being stripped was critical, and Christine was just able to pressure the ground arena so much, pouring on 6 to 8 damage a turn, and Brenner just could not keep up. And now, going into game 2, Brenner has to start with the initiative and certainly hope to find a turn 1 play, because as you mentioned, it is critical and it is absolutely brutal if you miss here. So we saw how it looks in game 1 if you miss turn 1 play. Hopefully Brenner will not miss again here in game 2.
Looking at sideboard options for the players, Christine has 2 copies of Bamboozle, which would be outstanding should Brenner decide to keep Childson in and try to run that back. I also see 2 hidden sharpshooters, which might not seem like a standout inclusion, but when paired with the Quinlan activation is enough to ambush any 4-cost unit for essentially 5 damage. And so unless Childson is a maximum Childson, that would also be another way to answer that game plan.
Very good point for sure. Now, looking at Brenner's sideboard options, there's really not a lot of great options here in terms of maybe some things that can be brought in to help in the early or even in the mid game to help stabilize and get to those late game plays that Brenner wants to make. So not sure if there's anything super important here. We know that Christine has some great sideboard pieces for this matchup, but Brenner really just going to have to find the early stabilizing units that he has in this deck.
Yeah, as I'm looking at this, maybe you bring in the Redemption, because if you make it to the late game, then you would get some burst healing. I say if you make it because we didn't even see Brenner get to that 8 resources the last time around. There's also a couple of copies of Bazine. If you maybe wanted to disrupt your opponent's hand, you could, but with Chancellor Palpatine starting on Heroism, you're not really going to be playing Bazine until later turns anyway. So I'd be kind of surprised if that made its way in.
Yeah, no, that is a great point for sure. Obviously, Redemption, if Brenner can get to that stage of the game, could be extremely helpful. But the key is getting there. So we are going to see Christine starting with Sabine, and it is Kuil for Brenner. So Brenner does have a turn 1 play here in game 2.
Yeah, and this is really important because, again, not only do you have the presence, but you now have more options for potentially killing your own Kuil or finding a way to get it off the board if you want to flip your Chancellor Palpatine early. And one of the other things that I don't think you and I really covered the last time around, but when you look at the removal suite, you know, I pointed out there's a lot of really powerful options, but they're all villainy based. And so when you're slower to flip, you don't get to play cards like Power of the Dark Side on resource turn 3, for example. But opening with Kawil here means you can put that damage on Sabine and then maybe set yourself up for activating that next turn.
Yes, this is a much, much better start for Brenner, finding 2 early restore units, Kawil and Yoda coming out on turn 2, Christine, Sabine, and then following that with L337 and Kawil getting an extra card with that on attack ability. So good start here, and now Christine with the initiative will get in for 3 with Sabine before Sabine gets defeated by Yoda, and another 2 being restored from Brenner's base back down to 3 on.
Yeah, I was kind of looking at what the deck list is, and unless something was brought in from the sideboard, there's not really a lot of whiffs for Kawil. There is the one main deck Confiscate. Obviously, that being neutral means that it would not trigger. And I believe the only other one in the main deck was Bounty Hunter Crew. So if that got sideboarded out, would not be there if it was left in, and then that would be the other whiff. So Kawil pretty safe to always draw you additional cards. And again, if your game plan is that you want to play a big Childson, and we do see a Childson in the hand there, that's one way to pack your hand early, is withdraws from Kawil.
Absolutely. So here comes Kawil once again, and it is a hit. So it discards the top card of your deck, and if it shares an aspect with your base, you get to essentially draw that card. So Brenner getting restored Arc off the top and just continuing to get value out of the restore here as Kawil restores another one. So not sure what Kira named. Christine did play Kira, not sure what the call was here. That card will cost an additional 3 resources. And Christine is going to go ahead and take out Kawil here, and Takedown follows up and defeats Kira.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like the call had to have been Childson. It would force the takedown on the Kira, but I think that Christine just wants to not have to worry about it. If it wasn't Childson, then you could have had to trade in, and then you'd be able to play the big Childson. And Christine, if they don't have an answer right away, would be safer going this route. Tarkentown is still live for Christine, though. That's another way that, you know, with a trade, maybe, well, okay, we're going to use it now and clean up the Yoda.
Yeah, taking out Brenner's board, but now we are going to see Brenner using the Chancellor Palpatine's action ability, healing 2 damage from the base, drawing a card, and flipping over to Darth Sidious. So Brenner really getting the value he was looking for.
Yeah, and what I saw was quite a few impactful draws. In hand, I did see a Super Laser Blast, so if we can get the game to actually go to resource turn 8, Brenner will have a reset button, but I'm just impressed by the sheer number of cards in Brenner's hand, period. Between Kawil, between the Yoda when defeated, and the Palpatine activation, Brenner's already drawn a number of cards. We have to assume this is going to be a max value Childson here.
No doubt about that. Childson coming out. He's going to get 4 experience tokens. That will be a 6/6 Sentinel for Brenner in the ground arena. My goodness, what a much different game this has been, as Brenner now able to play that stabilizing Sentinel here. And now that he has played a villainy card, he'll have that option to once again use the leader ability, the Darth Sidious ability, and get back over to Chancellor Palpatine.
The question that I have is, what is the answer, right? So here we see it be Plo Koon. That's a nice, easy way to clean up Childson. We also, again, may have seen Bamboozle, assuming Christine brought them in from the sideboard. That's a great way to get rid of a number of upgrades on a unit. Excuse me. Darth Sidious was activated, so we deal 2 damage and get the Clone Trooper, and that ends that phase.
Yeah, Plo Koon, very important there, being able to take out the big Sentinel unit. But Brenner, of course, getting the value, getting the clone trooper, and now the clone trooper being there just presents another way for Brenner to kind of, keep the train rolling here. Get that clone trooper token defeated. We're going to see the trade clone trooper for the L337 after L3 does get in for 2 damage. But now, once again, Brenner's flip on his leader possible. Here comes Gorilla Soldier once again on the empty board. That's just 3 straight indirect damage to Brenner's base. The Soldier ready.
Soldier's also going to get the attack in, but Brenner did get a activation for Palpatine, so drew a card, got a little bit of healing, and now also has the villainy side active once again with a fistful of options. That is the biggest hand I think I've ever seen in this game, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, Brenner has a pile of cards in his hand. Now we see the perilous position coming out, exhausting Quinlan. Quinlan has -2, disabling Fang Fighter to defeat the perilous position. And then Brenner's going to play Power of the Dark Side, forcing Christine to defeat a unit. The Gorilla Soldier defeated here will move to the next turn.
Yeah, it's really interesting that the sequencing went that way for Brenner. Playing the perilous position first tells me that Brenner fully expected that Fang Fighter to come out. Otherwise, you would want to play that power first, potentially getting rid of, a high value unit, but.
So Christine with the initiative, 3 quick damage to base with the disabling Fang Fighter. That's 13 damage on Brenner's base now. Brenner just needs to play a villainy card to be able to get the leader flip going once again.
Yeah, it does look like there's a number of leader cards still available. I believe it's kind of hard to tell with the way that it's being kept there. I believe that might have been a Lam Pike there near the front, but instead we see the Rivals Fall finally getting rid of Quinlan.
So now Christine down her leader, left with just disabling Fang Fighter on the board, and it looks like Christine may be getting ready to smuggle a unit into play. There it is, Cassian Andor coming in, readying. We're going to see another 3 damage to Brenner's base. That's 16 damage on, and now Christine will continue to further her presence on the board. We're going to see Green Squadron A-Wing coming out. And we might be getting to a spot here soon where Brenner may be looking for that Super Laser Blast, which I believe he has in his hand. It would shock me if he doesn't with all those cards.
I think Brenner just has everything in his hand.
That's right. And there it is, Super Laser Blast. Let's reset the board, and we're back to square one. Christine will have the next action.
Now, this is actually really good for Brenner, not just because it resets the board, but also normally when a control deck plays Super Laser, they don't have any sort of follow-up play. Brenner, with the activation from Darth Sidious, will also get some base damage in and create a trooper token, which might not seem like that big of a deal, but again, any follow-up presence after you've wiped the board is really beneficial.
Such an excellent point for sure, because that's how it goes, right? I mean, Super Laser Blast, a good card, but, your turn is essentially over after you play it. So definitely some extra value with Sidious here. Now we see Ahsoka Tano coming out and Paige Tico discarded for Brenner. But Brenner, so many cards in hand. There's plenty of options that you have to discard that are not super impactful. As we see the leader flip coming here, the clone token coming in, another 2 damage to Christine's base.
One of the interesting things about the Sidious activation as well is not only do you get that board presence after the fact, but you do also have a way to flip your leader again if Christine does not enter the clone trooper token. And so that's why we see that play, because if we go to the following turn and Brenner has Palpatine available, whenever that heroism unit dies, you're active, right? And so one of the things that often I think gets overlooked about the tokens is the fact that they do still count as heroism units when you want to flip Chancellor Palpatine.
Now, I do like this play from Christine here, playing that Force throw after Ahsoka came out, having the Force unit taking out that heroism unit, right? The clone trooper token. So going to make it a little bit more difficult for Brenner to get the flip again. But look at this early play. We're going to see Luke Skywalker coming out for the first time in this semifinal match, defeating L337.
Yeah, obviously Luke would have preferred to take out Ahsoka, but without any friendly unit that has been defeated this turn, you have to go with the smaller, which again goes back to such a heads-up play for Christine the turn prior to clean up that clone trooper token before going to the following turn, right? With that Force throw, you just wanted to make sure that you didn't give them an easy flip, but also an easy Luke activation. And this is going to be a hotshot blaster on Ahsoka, which will push a lot of damage to the base, up to 21 now on Brenner.
So Brenner just going to claim the initiative. Christine still has some resources to work with. Let's see if we find a big threat. It's going to be a little threat here. Sabine coming out, multiple threats. We've got Guerrilla Soldier as well, and it looks like all 3 indirect damage just going to Luke. That prevents the Guerrilla Soldier from readying.
Now, I believe there is a number of removal options available to Brenner. What we're going to have to watch for here is whether or not Brenner tries to flip into Sidious to get the discount, or if they have to, because of sequencing, panic and do it first. I would expect Luke to be an immediate trade here, which means that flipping your Chancellor Palpatine is immediately live, but that takes an action, right? And so if you do that, you have to expect some sort of return play or return damage from Christine. We've already seen 1 hotshot blaster. Here comes a second.
Look at that, back-to-back turns with Hotshot Blaster for Christine. That's going to be another 5 damage to Brenner's base. Luke restoring 3, but 5 coming right back across. Brenner up to 23 damage on base. Now we've got options. Of course, the Chancellor Palpatine action ability can be used, but we're going to try and maybe clean up first. Yeah. Oh, look at this. Super Laser Blast going to reset the board once again.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I was talking about, where you could have paid 2 less for that if you would have just flipped, but I think you would rather pay the tax and not take the additional damage from Christine. So pretty heads-up play from Brenner to recognize that. Going to keep the initiative, it looks like, as well.
Yeah, Brenner with the initiative on Darth Sidious, so those villainy cards not costing any extra with the first action. Christine, only 1 unit in play. The Avenger coming down. Christine must defeat the Millennium Falcon. And now this is a little bit of trouble, because if Christine can't put multiple units in play, that Avenger can just keep clearing the board each turn as it attacks for 8 damage into Tarkin Town.
It's also really important because that was yet another villainy card, which means that Darth Sidious can be activated here, will deal some damage to the base, create a ground unit, but also flip back to the heroism side, which is where Brenner wants to be if you want to continue to gain health. We don't have any sort of restore currently on the board. So if Brenner wants to stabilize, they're going to need some additional presence on the ground, which that token will provide. Oh, interesting.
Actually,
looks like had taken initiative before.
Yeah, Brenner just chose to claim the initiative, and Christine going to put that second threat on the board. We've got Tech coming out, which certainly opens up a lot of options for Christine. And first action, Lieutenant Childson going to get the full value here. +4/+4 with those 4 experience tokens. And now Brenner has put yet another 6/6 Sentinel in the ground arena that is a problem for both Ahsoka and Tech.
If I'm Christine, I think that I have to try to win this turn, because what was just revealed to me was a redemption. If there's an opportunity to play that, Brenner will be able to stabilize even further. So this Han Solo does come down, defeats the Childson, and survives. Christine will be able to push additional damage to the base. And even though you just spent so many resources on that Han, I would actually expect Christine to still get rid of that just to have additional damage in the tech and the Ahsoka pushed.
Yeah, certainly a valid option here. You gotta love to see it. Tech value right away as that Han Solo got smuggled in for 9 to take out the Childson, remain on the board, but Christine does have to defeat a unit with the Avengers on attack ability and defeats Ahsoka. So now Christine only showing another 2 damage on the board, but keeping the 6 power Han for the next turn.
Okay, so by getting rid of the Ahsoka, you're leaving Tech and Han. I believe Christine is potentially trying to just take initiative here, and then if Brenner doesn't have an answer, you might be able to play like a surprise strike out, but of course then when I say that and I get excited, she makes a liar out of me. Well done, Christine.
Yeah, Christine getting in for 2 with Tech, 26 damage on Brenner's base. What a nail biter. We're down to the wire here. Just 4 HP remaining on Brenner's base. Action on Brenner.
Brenner's now considering whether or not they want to do this flip. You want the initiative, but you also really, really, really want to be on that Chancellor side so that you can play the redemption, but
there it is. Yeah, Christine claiming the initiative, redemption coming out. And that is going to heal quite a bit. It should be the full amount. 8 damage healed here. Brenner down to 18 damage on base. And now Christine has another big hill to climb. And keep in mind that at this point now, with that extra 2 damage from the Sidious flip, Christine is now 2 actions away from losing this game with the 2 space units that Brenner has in play.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's really close to 1 action. That Avenger threatening 8 by itself, which would be 1 point off of lethal here. Christine, I think, is trying to figure out if there are any outs in the resource pile because tech is still available.
Yeah, and the problem here for Christine, it's like even if you have Surprise Strike, and you hit for 9 with Han, it's only 27 on Brenner's base. So you're so close, but you're so far away because then Brenner could just put something in the ground arena to potentially block Tech or just defeat Tech. I don't know. This is really, really close. Let's see if Christine has any pumps and can shift some of the pressure back across the table because right now, again, Christine 2 actions away from losing game 2. And it does look like she is holding Surprise Strike. In fact, she's holding 2 Surprise Strike in hand. And here it is, Surprise Strike on Han. That's 9.
Wait a minute. So I wonder if she didn't sideboard them out. She does include Daring Raid in the main deck, and if they were not sideboarded out, if she swings here and Tech gets stopped somehow, she might still have a path to victory with the Daring Raids. We are going to see the no glory only results, which will get rid of the Tech.
Big removal play there. Christine no longer having a ready unit, which means Christine has to put another unit in play here or Avenger just attacks and defeats Han. But again, we get back to the fact that Christine just loses in 2 actions, so you have to have a way to stop Avenger plus another attack.
Yeah, I was just looking. Christine does have a Millennium Falcon, which is available. The problem is that the Millennium Falcon would only run into the redemption. That Sentinel really doing a lot of work here. Anakin coming down tells me we might see a force throw. You are playing the force unit there on the ground.
So Redemption getting into Christine's base for 6, 22 damage on. So Christine has to now have an answer to Avenger. Avenger showing lethal with the next action.
Yeah.
She doesn't have it, and Brenner is going to even things up in Game 2. We are going to have yet another deciding Game 3 here in the top cut. You love to see it. Game 3 coming up in the semifinals.
All right, I really want to take a moment to dissect that last sequence, because what I saw from Christine was, once again, pretty immaculate play where she was trying to give her opponent the opportunity to make a mistake. So assuming that there was the force throw available, we have a force throw and that Millennium Falcon available. So if Brenner decides to swing with Avenger first, then the Han goes away. Yes, that's a problem, but then perhaps the force throw from the Anakin would be enough to clean up the Redemption, which gets rid of the Sentinel, and then would have maybe given a path to victory via the Millennium Falcon play. Now, Brenner, rightfully so, did swing with the Redemption first, did not take the greed play of wanting to guarantee the activation on the Avenger, just wanted to get that value from the attack on the low health unit, but Christine was still giving herself outs, and that's important.
Yeah, that is a wonderful, wonderful play there from Christine. I mean, look, you've got so much pressure here. We're in the top 4. Christine has been in the top 4 back-to-back PQs, wanting to go the distance here. The pressure's on, but as you said, trying to find those outs, find those lines that gives you a chance, and then Brenner just responding correctly, making the right play, holding back the Avenger, because Brenner has to know that, you know, Christine is not running answers to Avenger, right? There's no direct answer there. So I think that's absolutely the right play, holding back the Avenger, because you know you attack first with Redemption. She doesn't have a way to stop the Avenger unless she found a bamboozle, but I think it's a heads-up play by both players, and in the end we see Brenner forcing a Game 3, which is what we want to see and what the viewers want to see here in Utah.
Bamboozle would have been aptly named if Christine could have pulled that off.
That's right. So going to Game 3, it looks as though Christine will start with the initiative. She does have that choice. You know, you always have the possibility with the Quinlan decks, right, of wanting your opponent to start with the initiative to ping plus Tarkin Town early, but that is not going to be the play. She wants the initiative, and she's going to put Sabine down on turn 1, and Brenner starting with a restored arc this time here in Game 3.
Yeah, that restored arc has the potential to be an absolute menace, because we know that Brenner is running copies of Hera, which could go on as a pilot. We also know that they're running Concord Dawn Interceptors, which could be played as a Sentinel to protect that unit. And with that restore, you would be able to kind of extend your game plan and get you to that late game state. Christine here playing the Anakin and then getting the trigger with Quinlan. Again, Christine, if you ever watch this back, thank you for running Anakin and making me not seem like I'm out of my mind.
Yeah, Christine doing great work in this tournament, and clearly Anakin has been a factor. You love to have that 2-cost force enabler.
It's really interesting how wonderfully flexible it is, because yes, it is a 2-cost force enabler for an early force throw. But one of the other things that I think people overlook is with the piloting and with the Millennium Falcon, you can also extend your reach, right? If you get an opponent who maybe takes the initiative too early, especially in the late game, you can have scenarios where you can play a readied Millennium Falcon with an Anakin on it and then surprise strike and just take out insane chunks of damage. So I have been growing fonder and fonder of it, and I'm just happy that I'm not alone.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an extremely versatile card. A lot of these pilot cards are. And we're going to see Sabine getting in for 3 with the first action. Once again, more damage coming through with Restored Arc and getting that restore in. The Red Squadron X-Wing also going through 7 damage on Christine's base. And here comes Kira. Now Kira's going to take a look at this hand. And once again, we see Childson. Does she shut down the Childson play here?
Yeah, that's an interesting call because Childson has the potential to be a menace, but it's also not likely to get played anytime soon unless there's tax. Both of those units are still alive in the space arena. Brenner doesn't have a way to get rid of them on his own, so perhaps saying something like takedown or even vigilance there would also be appealing. We at least appear to be going into a space versus ground race. And with that in mind, I don't know that Childson is the most immediate concern for Christine.
Very interesting how this Game 3 is developing. Another copy of Red Squadron X-Wing for Brenner. Again, you get the Wind Plate ability. It deals 2 damage to itself. You get to draw a card. So once again, Brenner getting some good card advantage in this game with back-to-back Red Squadron X-Wing. But the only issue, as you mentioned, with it being all space for Brenner, there hasn't been that opening to have one of these heroism units defeated and get the flip of Chancellor Palpatine and get Sidious online. So it looks as though Christine has claimed the initiative, choosing not to use that Tarkin Town epic action. Probably not wanting that flip of Sidious, right? Don't want to face down the villainy cards here. So Christine, once again, making that heads-up play, just claimed the initiative. Let's keep putting pressure on.
It's actually really interesting because we could see situations where Christine also chooses to not activate Quinlan on purpose. Don't even let the health get any lower on some of these space units, but instead we're going to see a force throw.
So force throw coming out with Anakin. So we're going to see a unit defeated here. And Brenner says, thank you very much. I want this flip right away. Next action, Chancellor Palpatine action ability used. Healing a couple damage, getting a card. Now we're flipped over to Darth Sidious. I think Brenner has to be pretty happy with that exchange.
I think there's another force throw in Christine's hand.
Yeah, you are absolutely right. Double force throw. Christine still with 4 ready resources. Now we're going to see the Tarkin Town used, taking out the other Red Squadron X-Wing.
Yeah, what I think is happening is I think Christine is waiting for that Childson to come down, which is why she was not attacking with these ground units. And after Childson hits the board, I would expect to see a force throw followed up by whatever else is needed just to run through it. Now, if the force throw is something like the No Glory, for example, where you get 5 damage done, then Sabine could actually trade in and not even die on the exchange.
So now Christine taking a look, making those notes of all the options that Brenner has here with those cards in hand. And is it the force throw play? Looks like it's going to be force throw.
Yeah. I think it has to be because, again, you want to get through Childson. This is your deploy turn. Quinlan will be live. With 3 resources left over, I would also expect to see that Millennium Falcon come down and potentially even just clean up the restored arc so that you don't have to worry about the space arena anymore.
Well, one thing is for sure, Anakin has really gotten good value in this game because those force throws, they're not doing damage here without Anakin in play. So that has been extremely important for Christine here in game 3. You've got 3 damage on that Childson. And Quinlan is going to clean it up. So Quinlan taking out Childson, still in play with 1 HP remaining. And now that Brenner has claimed the initiative, Christine has the green light. Will be able to push some damage.
Yeah, we get free attacks with Kira and Sabine. And then the question is whether or not this Falcon will come down and also clean up the restored arc. Or maybe even just push more damage. I could see an argument for either direction. But I really like just saying, hey, you don't have a board.
And here comes the Falcon. And you are absolutely right. It looks as though we are... No, we're not cleaning up the board yet. We're dealing the ping damage and then 3 to base.
And that's also fair, right? Because...
It's still a massive board, right? I mean, this is a huge presence on the board.
Well, and I was about to say that you still also have a reactionary period, right? Because you're on Darth Sidious, you don't have to worry about that heroism unit dying this turn. As long as Quinlan is there, any unit you play would be able to finish off that restored arc. So if you want to push damage, that's also entirely reasonable.
So now both players going up to 6 resources. Christine paying the Falcon tax here, paying that 1 resource to keep Falcon in play. In perilous position, big play for Brenner. That's going to defeat Quinlan here, which does take the ping out of play this turn. Christine going in for 3, and restored arc will come back across going in for 2 and restoring 1. So we essentially trade 2 damage for 2 damage.
Even though we're going to see, even though we're going to see a villainy card played, I would expect Darth Sidious to potentially stick around. The clone trooper plus the damage is probably not worth being able to play some of these removal cards without the tax. And also, if you're kind of playing into potential draws, you would really be happy with like a super laser blast, for example, right? So we might see a situation where even though it's active, Brenner could just let Sidious stay on the table this turn. And of course he makes me a liar, but it was worth considering.
Hey, no, it was a great point. I think you made an extremely good point, but Brenner is going to use it. So we've got Chancellor Palpatine back out here with that clone trooper token. Another 2 damage to Christine's base, and Hotshot Blaster smuggled onto Kira. 5 damage coming through. That's 26 damage on base. And now we see Christine following that up with Spark of Rebellion.
This has to hit the vigilance. There's no way that you can allow for removal plus the damage coming off the base. There is a Rival's Fall and a Childson left over. So now I do understand why Brenner decided to take the activation. It looks like you wanted to get Chancellor to the heroism side so that we could get some healing back online, and you wouldn't have been able to do so if you left him on the Sidious side.
Tough choice here. What is the call? You made the call. Vigilance going out. That was the big healing possibility for Brenner. And he drew another Vigilance off the top. He sure did. So Brenner with the initiative, probably playing that right away. I mean, I guess the Childson also an option to answer the 5 power coming through, but it is going to be Vigilance taking out Sabine, and you know we've got to heal 5, so Brenner going back down to 21 damage on base, but Christine does have that 5 power Kira, so we're showing 8 damage in play right now with a pump. Christine could be showing fatal. It's another blaster on Kira. Here comes 7 damage to base. 28. We're showing fatal with Falcon. Brenner scoops it up, and Christine is heading to the finals.
Yeah, and the 28 was the necessary threshold because there was still an attack from the restored arc, which would have taken you down to 27. if the Restored Arc swings purposefully into the Falcon to die, then you also would have had an activation of your hero to gain 2 more health. I think the biggest issue, though, was not only was it 28 instead of 27, so the Restored doesn't keep you alive, but also when you factor in the number of actions that would have been required, if at any point Christine just says, hey, give me the initiative, and Brenner can't get rid of that Kira, then she just wins on the spot at the start of the next round. So incredibly well navigated by Christine. I saw, again, a lot of really good heads up plays there. And I'll be honest, I know I'm biased, but I'm just happy that Anakin to activate the force throws did something on broadcast, because I've been saying it to Doa, my buddy, for a bit now. Hey, this Anakin thing, I might be onto something, and Christine is proving that to be the case.
Oh, absolutely. What brilliant play we saw from Christine. Brenner really did everything he could there, but just too many threats. Christine made the right plays, very heads up, and as you talked about, Anakin really coming in clutch there, turning on the extra ability on Force Throw, dealing that damage. You love to see it. And now we've got Quinlan Tarkentown, who, people, again, been a little down on lately, hasn't been putting up the big results that a lot of the community thought it would post-suspension. We've got Quinlan Tarkentown heading to the finals with Christine, getting into the finals, back-to-back top 4s, now the finals. Christine, she's on a roll.
Yeah, production is telling me that the finals is actually going to be between some coworkers, and as I take a look at our results, if you are watching at home, Ian did get the victory over Nick. Ian, we've seen a couple of times on the broadcast today, is on the Emperor Palpatine, the cunning version. So Christine just went through Chancellor Palpatine. Now she's got to deal with Emperor Palpatine. But this should be, again, a wonderful matchup. We're going to see the kind of aggression and tempo-based discard options from Christine. But we're also going to see some big potential answers from Ian. We've seen Change of Heart in particular be incredibly powerful. And when he's able to find those overwhelming barrages, we know that those are incredibly impactful as well.
Yes, overwhelming barrage will certainly come into play at some point if Ian can find them. I think if you're Christine, you're probably bringing a very similar game plan to the one that you just saw her have against Chancellor Palpatine. I mean, You want good early pressure. You want to go wide on the board. I think the discard will be important, right? The force throws, the Ahsokas, the discard's going to be important. And I wouldn't be surprised at all to see her actually, kind of target those early units that come down for Ian, because, again, Quinlan's so good at controlling the hand. So if you can keep those units at bay on Ian's side of the board for Palpatine, you're not going to be able to recoup that card advantage with Palpatine's ability. So I think have a similar game plan and just keep that board in check. Don't let Palpatine get that card advantage. And, I think that Quinlan certainly in a good spot.
I'm kind of taking a look at this, and I'm wondering how much some of these cards can get mileage for Ian, right? We've seen him play Traitorous, for example, to great effect. We've seen Frozen and Carbonite played to great effect. And when I'm taking a look at Christine's list, this Quinlan list, we know that, Bamboozle is an option, but I'm not seeing a ton of the traditional removal for the enhancements, for the upgrades, right? We have 2 copies of Disabling Fang Fighter in the main deck, but that's it. I know that we've kind of put the emphasis on Change of Heart and Overwhelming Barrage when we watched Ian earlier, but I do kind of wonder if these upgrade removal options are actually going to be just as, if not more impactful, because of what they represent, right? They're either very cost-effective removal, or in the case of Traitorous, it's just outright theft. And, there's a lot of really powerful 3-drops that Christine has at her disposal.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely right. I think the Disabling Fang Fighter in the main deck for Christine will be very important. And of course, these players, exchanging deck lists so you know what each player is running Ian will have to be very careful about playing that traitorous, right? Because a timely disabling Fang fighter could just completely be a blowout if you've, played that traitorous. So Ian will have to be very careful. The thing with Frozen and Carbonite, at least it locks down the unit, so it is exhausted. So if it gets discarded, it's not immediately coming through, dealing a lot of damage. It's already exhausted, so you do have to wait until the next round. But it is definitely something that Ian will have to be prepared for. And again, the traitorous, he's going to have to be very careful to not put himself in a bad spot with that card, because it can be great, but traitorous, man, when they have that upgrade removal, it can be backbreaking.
It's looking like we might be going to action sooner rather than later. I don't think we're going to be taking a break this time around, which is fine by me. I know I'm really excited to jump into the finals, actually crown a champion. Today just overall has been incredibly fun. We saw a wide variety of decks on the broadcast, and not just like silly decks that popped up. They were performing very well. I'm still really impressed by that Dooku deck that we saw earlier in the day. For example, the Chancellor Palpatine list that we just saw looks like it's got a lot of legs. I've been pleasantly surprised by what we've seen on the broadcast today.
Absolutely. And it's almost kind of disappointing in the quarterfinals, you had the Dooku deck match up against the Chancellor Palpatine, right? So unfortunately, you had two of the super spicy off-meta decks get paired up right away in the top 8, so only one of them able to advance. But it was great to see Dooku earlier, super effective, as you said. And, Brenner obviously did very well with Chancellor Palpatine as well. We didn't see him on the winning side, but he clearly had a lot of reps with that deck, and he played it extremely well.
I'm also really excited that so far all of our top 8 matches have went the full 3 games, because prior to that, it was not the case. We did see quite a few 2-0s during the Swiss rounds, but it's been really, really fun. A lot of back and forth so far in the top 8. I'm going to ask you for your opinion. What do you think is going to be the outcome? Do you think that this Cunning Palpatine list can kind of buck the trend and beat the Quinlan Tarkentown, which, might not be considered a top deck, but has been, a top 3, a top 5 list so far in the meta? Or is Quinlan going to come out ahead because it's, just like the next best up now that we don't have Kira or Sabine, for example, in the top 8 left?
As much as, maybe a lot of the viewers would love to see the more underdog, if you will, the Emperor Palpatine take it, I have to go with Quinlan here. I just, as we talked about, Christine has played this deck so well, and she has made some brilliant play lines. I don't see her losing this match. She has a game plan. She also clearly has a very good game plan into control. And this is another control deck, obviously a different style here, but it's similar. And I really believe that if she can put the pieces of the puzzle together like she did in that last match, we're going to see Christine and Quinlan on top here.
I want to say that I just agree wholeheartedly, in part because I've just been so impressed with Christine's play, but I keep going back to that match that we saw earlier where Ian went to 1 damage left on the base after their opponent timely interventioned a Crate Dragon against them, and Ian still found a way to win. So while I want to say, hey, Christine is the clear favorite, if there's anybody who would be able to pull this off, I'm kind of convinced it's Ian based on what we've seen so far.
You make an excellent point. That is true. Ian, the comeback kid so far in this one, down in game 1 in that match, and then coming back, as you mentioned, down to 1 HP, finding a way to win, finding a way to come through in that match. So yes, if there's one player that is poised for an epic comeback, it is Ian. But as you mentioned, it was just a fantastic tournament all day, super diverse meta. You had 63 players enter the field, 23 different leaders represented. The most represented deck was Vader 4 from Jump to Lightspeed, Darth Vader at 11 total, 17% of the field, which, this is healthy, right? I mean, Vader a little higher probably than some expected, but I think this is still healthy. We had a healthy representation, and it's been an excellent tournament, and this meta just continues to give because we are seeing so many awesome decks and leaders that people are not expecting. You're seeing runs deep into tournaments.
All right, I believe we're going to be seeing the table here shortly. Yes, the players are preparing. Right now they are reviewing the deck list of the opponents. This is something that they get the opportunity to do.
So here we go. We are shuffling up for the final match. Christine and Ian, we've seen both of these players twice today on stream, and we'll see. Can Ian do it with Emperor Palpatine? A deck that really has been on the outside looking in for some time. And Christine,
all right, and so we have
Tarkin down.
We have the cuts. I think we're ready to kick this off. See Ian smiling there. Again, these are two players that, as coworkers, very clearly know each other well. They have performed well at this event. I would expect this to be a fantastic finals full of fireworks. Looking like Christine has already put one card down, so I can't imagine a mulligan is coming.
And Ian will take the mulligan, not satisfied with that opening hand. I think probably looking for some specific cards. Make sure you have some early plays here. You'd love to see some ramp and some ways to stabilize the board early.
Yeah, and not just early plays. There are a number of cards that are cheap to play, but could still be dead depending on the opening hand, right? So as I look at Ian's main deck list, you've got 3 copies of McClunky, but if you don't have anything to pair it with, you don't want to have too many of those. You've got 2 copies of Confiscate, which, against this list, you kind of have to know, okay, it's just Hot Shot Blaster in the main, so if I see those, just mulligan them away, unless I'm going to use them as a resource. When I do draw them, they're probably going to get jammed face down almost immediately. Things like that. So you can have cheap cards and still need to mulligan with this list from Ian.
Yeah, totally fair point. Ian, starting with the initiative in this first game, we see Greedo coming down for Ian, which is going to dodge that Quinlan ping, being the 1 cost unit. Christine follows up with Sabine. Now we're going to see McClunky. How about that? So that is a good start. A couple good cheap cards paired together to take Sabine out.
Yeah, I was just saying you don't want McClunky without something to pair it with, but Greedo turns out is perfectly fine, and slowing Christine down even just for a turn I think is a very solid strategy here. A lot of times McClunky gets paired with Bazine just so that you can continue to disrupt the hand, but we have Cassian coming down for Christine just from the hand, so not entering ready, and a resupply on the side of Ian.
So Ian getting the early ramp here in game 1. Now, one thing Ian doesn't have to worry about, we saw him have to contemplate this in both of the matches that we've seen him have on stream earlier today. He doesn't have to worry about Crate Dragon, right? So we don't have to worry about the big bombs coming if Palpatine deploys a little too early. Now, Christine is going to start here on this round with Cura. We take a look at Ian's hand. We talked about Traitorous. There is Traitorous in Ian's hand. Bazine, the P-38 Starfighter, and Greedo as well.
Yeah, you bring up a really good point, because with this Emperor Palpatine, you don't really have what I would describe as like a premium target. When you hit 8 resources, you can almost use it expeditiously, because the best that you're going to get out of this is like maybe a Plo Koon that's got 1 or 2 damage on it. There's really just not a lot of units where you're like, I want to steal that. Christine is not running Poe Dameron, for example, is not running Wrecker, for example. So when you think about the traditional targets, even with heroism aggression, they're just not here for this list. This list is meant to be entirely tempo based from Christine.
So Ian following up the Kira with Greedo. And now Christine will deal the first damage of game 1. 3 damage to Ian's base. And we are going to see Bazine now.
Oh, okay.
Double Plo Koon and Sabine. Very interesting hand for Christine. One thing for sure in this Quinlan deck, it's very easy to get the coordinate turned on for Plo Koon. So Plo Koon's such a good unit paired with Quinlan.
Yeah, I was just about to say,
have 1 Plo discarded.
I would expect one of those Plos to go, because when it comes to like large threatening units, that's the top end of the curve for this deck. You know, Plo and Quinlan are your 2 biggest threats to worry about. And if you're kind of doing that mental math, anything Christine draws is going to be the same or, you know, potentially smaller or worse. So why not send it?
So we see Ian getting some card advantage using the Palpatine action ability to defeat Bazine, dealing 1 damage to Kira, getting that extra card. Christine with the initiative, up to 5 resources. We're going to see Quinlan be deployed on this turn, very likely.
The question then becomes, what is Ian's answer, if any? And I kind of like this from Christine, using that high health from Cassian to say, hey, let's get rid of that Greedo so that you can't swing into my Kira and potentially get that off the board.
Great point. We talked about it a little bit before this match started. If you can keep those units clear on Ian's side, it's really helpful, because you also shut out the Palpatine action ability as well. So P-38 Starfighter coming in, 1 damage to Kira. Kira up to 2 damage on. And we've got another 3 damage coming through to Ian's base with Kira.
So we see what the game plan was potentially if Greedo was left out. Instead, now we are going to activate the Emperor, draw a card, but trade that Starfighter, if you will, for the Cassian. Ian takes initiative.
Quinlan deployed. Christine still has all 5 resources as well, so could put on some good pressure here. 3 damage from Quinlan. We know Christine has a Plo Koon in hand, but it could be better here to put multiple small units on the board instead. It looks like that is an option with the hand I'm looking at.
Yeah, I see her shuffling between, it looks like, another Sabine and an A-Wing. I think I would prefer that course of action, if only because it gets you presence in the space arena as well.
And Christine says, no, I'm going to smuggle. We're going to smuggle Cassian into play and put immediate pressure on. Another 3 damage with Cassian readying. So that is 12 damage on Ian's base here.
I like taking whatever damage you can get, because Christine has had a chance to look at Ian's deck list. And one of the things that you and I had talked about during the previous rounds while watching Ian is that there's not a ton of healing immediately available. You have Salacious Crumb, you know, that certainly can do a little bit for you, but we're not really, you know, going to see the same kind of healing that we would from a Vigilance deck, for example. So all of the pressure you can put early if you're Christine is going to, I think, give you dividends back.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. Now, Ian going to look to do some more ramping here. Super Laser Technician coming in. This does give Ian that option to ramp up this turn, if nothing else, with the Palpatine action ability, which means we could see Palpatine deployed here on this turn. Christine is going to quickly get in for 3 with the damaged Cura. And now Ian is going to take advantage of the action ability on Palpatine, defeating the Super Laser Technician, getting another ready resource here. Drawing a card, 1 damage to Cassian. Christine says, okay, you damaged my unit. We're going straight in here. 3 more damage, 18 damage on Ian's base.
And that's such a heads-up play by Christine, because if Palpatine was deployed there, if she had not attacked with that Cassian, then the pair of Cassian plus the Emperor would have been enough to trade into Quinlan. Instead, now Ian kind of has to slow things down even further. We're going to see the Bazine. I believe earlier when he was shuffling his cards, he does have a Maul in hand, so could see that used next turn to clean up the Quinlan. But right now, staring down what appears to be an Ahsoka, a Falcon, a Sabine, and a Daring Raid. Of these, it's got to be either the Falcon or the Raid, because Christine has been showing that her game plan is to push as much damage as possible, and both of those represent immediate damage.
Yeah, that is a really good point here, Christine. Still having 6 resources, so could put out Falcon plus Sabine. You have the Daring Raid as well. So with Quinlan still ready, plus Falcon, that's 6 damage. Plus, if you wanted to go even further, you could deal 2 with the Daring Raid. So we could be very close, and you made the call here, and Ian agrees. Millennium Falcon discarded. Christine does get in for 3 with Quinlan. 21 damage on Ian's base. Certainly getting into a range where some pumps start to become a scary thought for Ian here. Now we see Palpatine coming out, and it's Cassian and/or coming over to Ian's side of the table.
Yeah, and again, that was kind of the expected play. That's why Christine had attacked with Cassian earlier, to ensure Cassian was exhausted. Palpatine here probably needs to clean up the Kira as well, just to slowly get the board under control. You know what your opponent's hand is, sans 1 card, whatever they drew after you made them discard the Falcon. So you don't necessarily have to worry about something coming down readied in the ground arena that you would keep the Palpatine there for. Yes, Guerrilla Soldier is a card that Christine runs, but turns out Palpatine has more than enough health to soak that if needed.
That is absolutely right. Christine going to play Ahsoka here, forcing Ian to discard a card from hand. If it is a unit that would exhaust Palpatine, so we get the Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to Cassian, and it is overwhelming barrage discarded here.
And putting the damage on that Cassian with the Quinlan ability is a pretty big deal as well, because this means Tarkin Town will likely clean that up.
So Palpatine attacking in with the on-attack ability, defeating Bazine, dealing an extra damage to Ahsoka. So Ahsoka defeated. Ian gets an extra card. Now Christine playing the Sabine, and as you mentioned, epic action on Tarkin Town, really clearing up the board now as Cassian is defeated. Ian does have the initiative, but just left with Palpatine on the board, and keep in mind, just discarded an overwhelming barrage.
Yeah, we know a Devastator is in hand. We also know Maul is in hand. So both of those could clean up at least one of those ground units. The problem is what do you do about the rest of the damage on the board? And again, we know that Christine has at least a Daring Raid, likely still available. So Maul is going to just get rid of Quinlan.
And I think that's a really good play. I think you absolutely need to get Quinlan off the board. All of these units are hitting for 3, but Quinlan's certainly a bigger threat with the 7 HP plus that more free ping that you get with Quinlan being in play. Now, does Christine have a big way to deal some damage? Yes, she does. Here comes Surprise Strike. The question is, which unit is going to be dealing 6 damage to Ian's base? Palpatine can come across and defeat either of those units. So Christine has to decide which one she's okay with Palpatine eating here. And it's going to be Sabine going in for 6. 27 damage on Ian's base.
I was just about to say, I feel like it has to be the Sabine that attacks. That's the one that you want to protect, if only because the on attack would allow you to go around certain units in ways that Kira doesn't have access to, right? So just let Kira go, keep the unit that's going to give you more versatility.
So now Christine needs to find 3 damage. She's looking in the resource row. She has Cassian. Cassian smuggled in. Does Ian have an answer? Oh, it's Crumb. Crumb heals back to 26 on, so it's not fatal.
Wait, does she still have the daring raid?
Oh, that's a good question. But she doesn't have any other ready resources, though, at least on this turn.
No, she doesn't have any ready resources, but she could still put enough damage on the base where no matter what Ian does on the following turn, if she still has that daring raid, she would be able to just play it, right? Because Ian, as we've talked about, doesn't have burst healing. So even if Ian were to somehow magically wipe Christine's board at 29 damage on the base, she could then just daring raid the following turn. So instead, it does look like she's just going to take initiative.
If she has a pump, it's all over. Yeah. Hot Shot Blaster or Surprise Strike right here, first action, and Christine would take the first game. She's got Hot Shot Blaster smuggled in, game 1 in the books. Christine with the early lead.
Well played by Christine. We saw just enough early disruption to generate the pressure. And again, you have to wonder where the big plays were from Ian. We've talked about it a few times when we've been watching Ian. We saw one overwhelming barrage that ended up having to be discarded just because Ian needed to discard a non-unit card so that Palpatine could clean something up. But outside of that, none of the big power plays, right? We saw no change of heart, no overwhelming barrage. Does give Ian the opportunity when we go to the sideboard to get rid of some of those dead cards. So as I said before, Confiscate, pretty dead. That's going to come out. I would expect, just like we saw the last time we watched Ian, for Bosk to go in. Looks like behind the little deck pod thing here, we're seeing exactly that. There's the Confiscates, there's the Bosks. This is exactly what I would have expected.
Absolutely. I think and it actually looks like Traitorous is coming out, right? It looks like he's putting Traitorous in the pile with Confiscate, so those coming out because, again, it's a double-edged sword if Christine has the upgrade removal. So Bosk was absolutely critical for Ian in that comeback win that we saw in the top 8 match. So Bosk coming back in, and do we see Cad again, right? It's good. In this match, Christine, we don't have those out of aspect fell the dragons, right? So we don't have really strong answers to Cad Bane. So I think in this particular matchup, Cad Bane could be even better because it will be much more difficult for Christine to deal with than it was earlier in the top 8 when we saw Ian play Cad.
Yeah, I would expect Cad to go in. It does look like that's the card under the 2 Bosks there. I'm a little torn. I feel like the Traitorous, yes, it's a double-edged sword, right? You don't want it to get removed, and we know that the Fang Fighters are in Christine's list, but when you think about ways to immediately answer somebody playing Cassian, especially from Smuggle when it's entering ready, or when they play a Millennium Falcon, there's not really many better ways in the game other than Traitorous. So I think that if you timed your play right, you could still get that value. And you have to remember that once you take it, yes, they could on the following turn, for example, play a Fang Fighter to hit the Traitorous, but you really only have to take it for one turn, and then you could just get rid of it. If you're afraid that that's the course of action they're going to take, you do have your Palpatine activation, right? So you could just take it while it's readied, and then immediately after you use it, clean it up with your Palpatine. So I would have been okay with the Traitorous staying in, but I also understand wanting to put some additional insurance in. So one of the cards that I saw was going in was the Palpatine's Return. Now that serves dual purposes here. One, we know Christine's running a lot of discard cards, so if she hits something critical early, it would give you the opportunity to play something from your discard pile that would have been gone otherwise. It is also more events going in, and if you're putting the Bosks in, you might as well give yourself some additional activations for his static ability.
Definitely. Yeah, we saw Ian use that static ability on Bosk come in a extremely big way for him earlier in the top 8 match, where he was able to play 2 events in one turn, picking off the opposing leader because of that. So definitely want to have some events to turn on that Bosk ability. Ian will start the second game with the initiative. We are going to see Salacious Crumb coming out on turn 1 for Ian. Yep. And here's Christine, and yet another turn 1 McClunky with the Underworld unit. Crumb back to Ian's hand, and Sabine cleared on turn 1.
McClunky is such a versatile card, and when you have not just Greedo, but also the Salacious Crumb at your disposal, there's so many fun and interesting things that you can use McClunky for. We just talked about the Bosks coming in, so later in the game when you can spend 1 resource and get that trigger and deal potentially 5 damage to units, what a wonderful play. But again, Ian just opting here on turn 1 to stall a bit. I don't hate it.
And now on turn 2, Christine playing the Millennium Falcon. We've got a ready space unit here. Ian following up with his own space unit, Elite P-38 Starfighter, dealing a damage to Falcon. Now threatening the Falcon here. Ian claiming the initiative, 3 quick damage to Ian's base. Now Christine left with a choice to make here, right? If you keep Falcon in play, you're only working with 3 resources this turn, plus that P-38 Starfighter can immediately trade with the Falcon. And Christine definitely noticing that quickly, not wanting to have the Falcon be defeated here, bouncing it back to hand, and Ian finding ramp yet again in game 2. We see the Technician coming out, and it is a beautiful thing because he still has that 1 resource available for the Palpatine action ability.
Yeah, Ahsoka coming down, which means Ian's going to have to discard a card. But whether or not that saves the damage on Christine's base, I kind of think is irrelevant here. So yeah, I was going to say it wouldn't surprise me if we see a unit come down on the side of Ian. I will say I loved that Christine saved that Falcon, not just because you were avoiding the trade, but because, again, anytime that Ian takes initiative or is out of resources, it represents burst damage. And what worked for Christine in game 1? Burst damage. We know Ian does not have a lot of ways to heal. Yes, this is a control deck, but the life total tends to just go in one direction. And so whenever you can push it, you are going to put additional pressure on Ian. And, hey, I'm talking about it. Christine says my first action is going to be send damage to the base.
There you go. So we've got 6 damage on Ian's base now. And now the action back over to Ian. Ian, of course, at 6 resources, 1 resource ahead of Christine with the Super Laser Technician becoming a resource. And now we see another Super Laser Technician. My goodness, double ramp. We're going to see Palpatine coming out potentially next turn. That is quite the development for Ian here.
Yeah. A pair of DJ Death Stars. So perhaps that is the Daft Punk of the Death Star.
No good to be dead immediately. Exhausting Quinlan here. Quinlan will remain exhausted next turn as well.
One resource still available to Ian, so we could still see that Emperor activation on the Super Laser Technician.
And here comes Sabine. Second copy of Sabine we've seen in this game for Christine. And Ian not wasting any time. Emperor Palpatine action ability, defeating that technician, getting yet another resource, up to 7 total, and getting another card. Card advantage plus extra resources. What can you not like about that?
It's also really important for Ian to make these big jumps while you still have the health to take the risk, right? I like this play from Christine. You see Ian just jamming as many resources down as possible. So you say, okay, what is it you're trying to go to? Let me see if I can strip it with Spark of Rebellion. Right now, nothing expensive in hand. I have to assume Bosk is the choice here. It's the most threatening option. Christine agrees with me. But the reason that I liked that Ian was doing this was whether or not he has the expensive thing now, you want to be able to play it when you get there. And I think I just saw a Devastator drawn, and that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Now, this is something to keep in mind. So while Ian finds his big threat with Devastator, I do believe I see 2 force throws in Christine's hand, and I don't think there's an immediate quick answer to Quinlan. So those force throws could be a problem here for Ian. Now, immediately deploying Palpatine, taking control of Ahsoka, so you get Ahsoka now on your side of the table ready, which can potentially help clear up this ground arena.
And potentially get rid of that Quinlan to turn off the force throws. The last thing you want to do is get forced to discard a Devastator with a force throw. Ian in a bit of a pickle here. If he doesn't have the read on Christine with the force throws, we could see a situation where Ian plays some cards and then gets caught.
Yeah, might I say that would be devastating.
Ho, ho, ho. You're a man after my own heart. All right, I love this play from Ian. It turns out the other card that Ian was sitting on was a Darth Vader. This means we get the ambush as well as the Bazine, which will come in, and now we're going to see
there it
for
is.
sure. Oh, look, force throws. Okay, I got to do something about that.
Wow, yeah, you've got double force throw, Plo Koon, and can't quite make out what the 4th card is there. It's just at the bottom of our screen.
I can only see half of the art as well, but just based on the half I can see, I think it's a Kira. It's either that or a Guerrilla Soldier.
Yeah, I can't quite tell. Ian with a decision to make. Of course, if he has Christine discard a card, she will draw a card to replace it. But seeing double force throw, I wouldn't be surprised if force throw is a pick. I mean, obviously Plo Koon is good here, but yeah, force throw has got to go. Christine's going to draw another card, and it is not force throw. So Vader will get an ambush here. Let's see where it goes. It's going to be 5 damage to Quinlan. So Quinlan now with just 1 HP remaining. And now we're getting to a spot where Ian has done a real good job, and he's very close to stabilizing this board. Christine going to play the last force throw while she can, while she still has Quinlan on the board. It's no good to me dead being discarded. That's only 2 damage that's going to be dealt here. The only unit that Christine could defeat is Elite P-38 Starfighter, but we're going to put that 2 damage on Darth Vader.
Yeah, and I like that just because it gets you closer to finishing it off with Tarkentown, for example. Emperor's going to clean up Sabine here, but what a heads up play by Ian. Getting rid of one of those force throws means that you had your Devastator protected, right? The no good to me dead goes down. If you had taken the Plo Koon, for example, then you would have likely eaten both force throws, and then you would have no hand. You would have lost another unit, potentially your Emperor, right? Because Devastator would have taken that out. Would have just been bad all around.
Yeah, absolutely. Really nice play from Ian here. Emperor Palpatine attacking into Sabine, and the on-attack ability defeating Bazine, dealing the last damage needed to defeat Quinlan. Now we are going to see Plo Koon come in here, but now that Christine's board has been wiped, it's one of those rare occasions with these Quinlan decks that you don't see coordinate. So we are going to see the epic action on Tarkentown taking out Vader. And it looks like, I believe, the Quinlan ping plus Plo Koon finishing off Ahsoka.
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled by that, just because I thought Plo Koon costs one more than Ahsoka. And I thought that on the leader side, Quinlan has to be the same. So maybe a small oversight there.
Yeah, that is a good point. Yes, it was on the leader side, and we're going to see Fennec coming out here. That's the first time we have seen Christine play Fennec. So Fennec coming out, ambushing and defeating Palpatine, taking the big threat off the board for Ian. What a great play here with Fennec coming in for Christine.
Yeah, Fennec is a one of that's included in her sideboard, and you have to assume it's for matchups like this where you know it's going to go along with different costs of units and cards in your discard pile. And what that means is that the on attack from Fennec likely is going to kill a unit before she has to take that return damage. Obviously, Palpatine has such a high health total that wasn't the case, but it did also mean that Fennec could clear Palpatine with the extra damage.
Absolutely. Now Ian with a big ambush response of his own. Maul coming in, ambushing and defeating, dealing, I believe it was 5 overwhelm damage to Christine's base, and he just had Greedo eat up the damage there, so Maul, no damage, and Ian has complete control of the board here.
Christine going to take another peek at the hand of Ian with this Kira. Can't be super happy if you're Christine, because what you're seeing is a change of heart and another Maul.
Yeah,
that
we're
second
getting
Maul
to the point. Oh, sorry, go ahead, Charmer.
I was just going to say that second Maul actually might be what you want to name here, just because you've got one Maul that's likely going to deal a bunch of damage to this Kira, and I guess in that case, it doesn't matter what you name. If the Maul head went to the base, though, there's situations where sometimes you swing with a Maul and then you just overwrite it. It's a unique, right? So you can still play the other one and kill the first one played, but get the additional ambush damage in.
So look at this, Christine trying to put a unit on the board. Change of heart, taking the red 5. That's going to allow Ian to defeat the red 5 with the action ability, I believe. So just essentially putting Christine right back to no units on the board. The Elite P-38 Starfighter getting in for 3. And now we're at a point where if Maul gets in for one swing here, Ian would then be one action away from winning the game with the P-38 Starfighter. So Christine with the first action. Let's see if she has an answer for Maul right away.
And again, quite the pickle for Christine, because she knows that whatever she does here on the ground, there's another Maul in Ian's hand, right? So even if she had something where like she could ambush in, if her unit doesn't die in the trade, she would have opened herself up to a burst finish from Ian with the second Maul. Unfortunately, no options for Christine, and we are going to game 3. So again, all of our top 8 matches we'll be going to the third game. We have a complete series on our hands. Game 3 of the finals coming up.
What a coincidence. We go through 6 rounds of Swiss, not one Game 3 on stream through Swiss, and now we get treated to all the Game 3s in the top cut, which is what we absolutely wanted to see. Ian, we talked about it. You mentioned it. You said that, Ian, if anybody can bring a big comeback, it's Ian. And Ian, absolutely, right now, he's showing us that he can do it, coming back in Game 2 to force a Game 3. Can Ian do it again? He was down 1-0 in the quarterfinals. He was down 1-0 here in the finals. Let's see if Ian, the comeback kid, can complete it and take this Planetary qualifier down. Again, the winner getting some really cool promo cards, the awesome champion playmat, but also getting that day 1 bye at the Galactic Championship, locking a spot into day 2, taking a lot of pressure off yourself. The coveted prize that so many players have been going after this season. It all comes down to Game 3.
And it does look like Ian got up, maybe wants to stretch the legs before this very important, very pivotal Game 3 in the series. Certainly don't blame him. I just keep going back to what happened in that game. I feel like what really worked for Ian, and if Ian wants to run this back, you need to find those super laser technicians. Resupply in Game 1 still allowed Ian to ramp, but what the super laser technicians do is they also allow Ian to draw a card as well as get additional damage on the opponent's units. And that is far more efficient, far more relevant than simply playing the resupply, right? So if Ian wants to kind of race in resources ahead and be able to play these big threats, these big bombs, really the super laser technicians are what Ian wants to see.
Yeah, I totally agree. The super laser technician, just such a beautiful pair with the action ability on Emperor Palpatine. And if we can find Ian with ramping or finding ways to ramp multiple times, it really can be trouble for Christine, because as you talked about, you can just freely deploy Palpatine in this matchup, right? Like, he doesn't have to wait. So we get up to 8 resources. We're bringing Palpatine out right away and trying to immediately flip the board. And that's what Ian was able to do in Game 2. So we'll see if he can repeat that success. Now, Ian back from the short break, and we're going to cut the decks, get ready for Game 3. But again, big shout out to Brawlic Games for helping make this stream possible, and Kayfabe Cards in Riverton, Utah. Again, check out their website, kayfabecards.tcgplayerpro.com, and you can find a great selection of singles and sealed product.
Gonna keep a close eye on whether Ian decides to mulligan here or not. Ian has been mulliganing pretty aggressively today, and of course, not changing anything. We see it again, and I like that. Again, if you're playing a late game deck, if you are a control player, I want to see people aggressively mulligan unless they're totally satisfied with whatever their opener is, because you don't really have the opportunity to have a misstep against aggressive decks. And while Quinlan doesn't have the sheer speed, the raw power of a Sabine list, it is still an aggressive deck. It's definitely the beatdown in this matchup.
Yeah, no, I think that is an excellent point. And, you know, you're at the stage now, right, where this is the finals of a Planetary qualifier, right? We are trying to win here. So let's not just keep a hand that maybe we can compete, maybe we can win, maybe it's good enough. No, let's go for the hand that we can win this thing.
Wonder if Ian was on that same mindset that I was, which is just find super laser technicians at all cost. I do think that was one Devastator that Ian was putting down. Again, makes sense when you have it in the opening hand. You don't want a 10 cost card clogging things up. On the other side, we do see Christine open with that Anakin that I'm a huge fan of, but Ian had no turn 1 play.
Yeah, that's not the start that Ian was looking for. We saw in game 2 and even in game 1, I believe, we saw the early Underworld 1 cost unit plus McClunky clearing out Christine's turn 1 play, but we're not going to see that in game 3 as Christine plays the Charmer Special, the Anakin Skywalker coming out. You've got the early Force unit in, and now Ian with the initiative playing the Elite P-38 Starfighter. That's a damage to Anakin. But Anakin will deal the first base damage in game 3. 2 to Ian's base. Ian claims, and let's see what we find with Christine. Ooh. We're going to find the Gorilla Soldier. 1 damage to the Starfighter, which means there's going to be damage onto that base. All of the indirect damage to Ian's base, plus another 2 because Gorilla Soldier was ready. 7 quick damage in 2 turns on Ian's base.
What a difference from the first 2 games. As you pointed out, McClunky and a 1-drop had ruined Christine's fast starts in game 1 and in game 2. Now we're here in game 3 where it matters the most, and we have a blazing fast start from Christine. She says, thank you. No more McClunky. I finally get to push this damage.
Absolutely. This is definitely the start that Christine was looking for. And we're actually going to see the early epic action on Tarkin Town used, taking out the P-38 Starfighter as well. Now, we do deal an extra damage to Anakin off of that when defeated ability on the Starfighter, but, I mean, this is a great start. 7 quick damage. Christine left with 2 units on the board, no units on Ian's side, and at least at this point, we haven't seen any ramp. We'll see if he finds it.
Yeah, I wonder if Christine used the Tarkin Town early to deny Ian any sort of Emperor activation. If you see your opponent miss their turn 1 play, kind of have a lackluster turn 2 play, you might say, okay, what if they want to dig? What if we just don't let that happen, right? So Christine uses Tarkin Town on what, could be considered a lackluster target, but what she's really doing, I think, here is just pressuring Ian and making sure he doesn't have any sort of footing whatsoever, no board presence, no answers. What you don't want, and I think I see one in hand, is something like an overwhelming barrage to be online. So when Ian has no units on the board, well, you can't do it.
Now, Ian, I believe, had the initiative, and he either just passes or claims the initiative. We see 2 damage from Christine. I'm not even sure that there's a play for Ian here. Looking at his hand, it looks like there's several expensive cards. I can't quite tell, but you have to hope he has a play here. This could get ugly really fast. So he is going to make a play. It's going to be the Eager Escort Fighter, so it's at least a unit on the board here.
Yeah, but now I understand why I think Ian was trying to stall, because what Ian doesn't want is Christine to be able to play a 3-drop here. And it does look like that's going to be the case because Quinlan's activation will just remove this unit. And that means that the follow-up overwhelming barrage that I think Ian wanted is now turned off. So that pass might have been Ian hoping that Christine would spend some resources and go into a position where she could not play a 3-drop to answer the Eager Escort.
No, I think that is a really, really strong point. But Christine having the 3-cost unit, and it's not any 3-cost unit. It's the Millennium Falcon. It's ready. 3 extra damage. It's 14 damage already on Ian's base. We are now at the turn where Quinlan will deploy. Ian has not ramped either, so we're not even close to seeing Palpatine. This is not what Ian was looking for. He will at least slow down things here with that Frozen in Carbonite, and that is going to exhaust the Millennium Falcon and keep it exhausted while attached.
Yeah, what a nightmare, though, for Ian. And I don't want to, count his eggs before they've hatched, but I can't imagine that he's going to find a way out of this. If you're playing a Frozen and Carbonite on a Millennium Falcon when you know that Christine can just choose to not pay and get it back, that is the absolute biggest sign of desperation, right? Christine here not only has a bunch of damage on Ian's base, but this is the flip turn for Quinlan, so we're going to push even more. And as you rightfully pointed out, Ian has not ramped either. So no big powerful control plays available because Christine has kept the board empty. No overwhelming barrage available. No ramp into your big threats. And now Christine's also going to get to play Kira, where you have to assume that it's just going to be name overwhelming barrage. What does Ian even have as an out here? I don't know.
Yeah, this is a terrible spot for Ian, to say the least. Everything has gone right for Christine. We talked about it. You've got a mulligan. Maybe try to find specific hands. Be aggressive with that mulligan. Let's try to win this thing. But unfortunately, it looks as though the hand that Ian drew into after that mulligan, it has just not been what he is looking for, or what he was looking for. And this is a spot, like you said, I just don't know how you climb out of this one. Christine now just has to find 10 more damage, and she is a Planetary Qualifier champion.
Taking her time, but I would still be shocked if Barrage is not the card named. Mostly because if Ian were to have an out, it would be something along the lines of, drawing a large unit, getting it to stick, and then playing Barrage, right? So with that sequence of events, there's not a unit that she could name here without trying to guess his draws. So you might as well just, take away step 2. The Palpatine's return is not super helpful. The crumb is not something that you're worried about. Christine, as I had predicted, was just going to let that Millennium Falcon go back to her hand, which will be another source of burst damage potentially.
So we do see one roadblock placed in Christine's way. The Phase 3 Dark Trooper coming out for Ian. A 3/3 Sentinel in the ground arena, but Christine does have 2 ways to easily remove it, both with Quinlan and Kira. And now we're going to see Millennium Falcon coming back out. Quinlan triggered ability, 1 damage to the Dark Trooper. And the P-38 Starfighter will come out and defeat Anakin. Anakin just 1 HP remaining. So the win plate ability on the Starfighter clearing it up.
And that was really heads up from Ian, because what Christine clearly wanted to do there was use that Anakin to push through and maximize the damage done to Ian's base. Ian foresaw that, gave a bit of a hurdle to Christine, but again, it's a minor hurdle, whereas Christine is now playing hotshot blasters and swinging with Kira, now swinging with the Falcon, and Ian now has just 2 health left on the base.
Yeah, this is bad. Christine putting so much pressure on. 28 damage. Ian has to find a way to answer it all. He cannot. Christine has the high ground here in Utah, and she is a Planetary Qualifier champion.
And very well deserved. We got to see her on the broadcast a few times today. Every time was just impeccable with the play, with reading what the opponents were trying to do. In several instances, read exactly what they had in hand and played around it. So again, just very impressed with her play all day long. Bravo. You are a Planetary Qualifier champion, Christine.
Yeah, she played lights out in this Planetary Qualifier. A very deserving champion. Ian with a great run. It was so great to see him all the way in the finals with Emperor Palpatine. Great tournament, diverse meta. We've talked about that. We saw a lot of really cool decks. We saw some excellent plays. So we saw cards that we don't hardly ever see. We saw it all today, and we see an epic 3-game final with Quinlan Tarkentown taking down the PQ here as Christine pilots it beautifully.
Yeah, really, really solid play. Also, great job at just kind of dodging the Sabines, right? Sometimes Sabine can give Quinlan a bit of a fit. Quinlan, I think, is still very capable of winning that matchup, but if there's ever one that I think has the potential to prey on it, right? Because the discard doesn't really matter as much against Sabine. Obviously, Sabine has the chance to kind of win that race, but only 8 in the field today. Not sure if Christine ran into any, but nonetheless, just bravo. Very, very excited to see Christine win this because of how well she's played when we have seen her on the broadcast. But also just very excited that we got to see, again, off-meta decks that were performing well. The Dooku, the Chancellor Palpatine. Very excited to share the day with you as well, Josh. It was a long day, but it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a pleasure to cast with you, Charmer. It has been a brilliant day of Star Wars Unlimited. Again, thank you so much to Brolic Games for putting this stream together, and thank you to Kayfabe Cards for hosting the PQ and providing all of this for us. And you know, again, they've done a lot of work, and we appreciate Jonathan and everybody over at Kayfabe.
All right. Well, with that in mind, do you have any closing remarks? If we're even still live, because I see the be right back.
No, just big thank you to everyone again. It's been a blast. Thank you to everyone that tuned in today, and may the force be with you all, and we'll see you again soon.
Oh, I thought maybe you wanted to plug your projects.
Well, yeah, I mean, we could plug Next Gen Gaming SC. You can check out the YouTube channel that I've got there. But no, it's been a pleasure. I'm just excited and very thankful.
All right. Well, I just wanted to make sure you had the opportunity. So, okay, now we'll end for real. I will let the production team close this out. I had a wonderful day. Thanks, everybody, for watching, and hopefully we'll see you at another event in the future.
Take care, everyone.